Welcome to Shining on the Shadows. This is episode 10. It's November 8th, 2020. I'm Kathleen Fitzgerald, and the name of this episode is The Murder of J. Danielson by ANTIFA BLM. My guest, Chandler Pappas, will be joining me in just a little while, but I want to read a prayer that someone posted on one of the Patriot Facebook pages that I follow, Cops Northwest. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray, and do thou, O Prince of heavenly hosts, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan, all of the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Before we get started, I want to thank the Global Enlightenment Radio Network for giving Shining on the Shadows a platform. Please support the network all you can. Click and subscribe and all those bells and whistles. You know what to do so that we can get our important message out. So I've been doing a lot of research on Antifa BLM, and I came across some patriots. And first I want to tell you a story. One of my girlfriends, Amber Rose of Broad Topics, took me down to Portland, which I hadn't been. And on August 29th, 2020, she took me down there and we drove through downtown Portland, and I got to see firsthand some of the damage that BLM Antifa had done to the city after a couple, 3 months of rioting and destructive behavior by Antifa BLM. Portlanders in the downtown area have been terrorized by their anti-fascist techniques. I was driving down following Amber on the road, and we went down Yam Hill, and on both sides, everything boarded up. Then she took me to the park that's adjacent to the federal building and the Portland Police Bureau. The first thing I saw when I pulled up was there were like a small Saturday market in a way set up. They had shades, a couple shades there, and selling their BLM Antifa products, their shirts. There was a lot of tagging and graffiti. The elk that had been there for 120 years was taken down. The whole area was just trashed. They had put up a makeshift elk. There was a statue there, and they had used cardboard and pallets and piled it up as an altar, which I thought was absolutely appalling. About 4:30, we walked through the park, and I saw people coming from all angles with their shields and their helmets. And I realized Antifa BLM were using the park to stage for the night's riots. I found out that there was going to be a Trump rally that was going to be coming through Portland. And I thought, wow, that's going to be exciting. So I decided that I was going to go up to a small group of BLM activists and ask them some questions, because Amber told me, don't look them in the eye, don't take any pictures of them, because they can get very aggressive. And I told her, I'm an American and I am entitled to go wherever I choose, and BLM Antifa are not going to intimidate me and keep me from enjoying my afternoon in the park. So I told her that no, I would do whatever I felt I wanted to do because this is America, and by God, we're free citizens. So I walked up to a group and I said, wow, you guys look pretty ready for the night. I said, are you getting your riot gear on? And there was a Black woman. She got very, very upset with me. So, and told me to get the heck out of there. I looked at one of them, and he was a tall African American, and he had press written on his helmet. And I said, oh, you're with the press. And he looked around like he was confused, and he goes, oh, yeah. So I said, oh, okay. And they got a little aggressive, so I walked away. And we decided after we saw a lot of them stage and get ready, they were coordinating. They obviously were starting to move towards, I think, where the route of the Trump rally was going to be going on. And we're both from out of town. We don't live downtown Portland. And we decided we were going to go get some food about 6:30. So we both got in our vehicles and we got separated and we got into the rally. So I want to give you a little firsthand what I saw. Anytime that the Trump rally, people were getting together, it was very exciting. I've been into several. I got into another rally, ended up going into Olympia, and I have spent time with the Patriot flag waivers, especially for the CULP campaign here in Washington State. It's a great bunch of people. There's a lot of camaraderie, patriotism, and goodwill, and they're full of God and prayer. Good people. So when I saw them and they waved me in, I joined them downtown, and I heard that Amber had joined too. So we got into the rally. And as I was going through town, the traffic was slow and people had their flags out in their cars. They were driving through town. There were people from ANTIFA, BLM starting to form on the sides of the roads of the path. And I had my flag out, but I quickly brought it in because I could see they were starting to target the cars and trucks that had flags on them. I saw one person throw their shoe at a car. They were at the sides of the roads, flipping people off, yelling very aggressively, and that was before it was even dark. I came around the corner and I felt very uncomfortable. There was more and more crowds. I guess the rally had to go into a different route, not the expected route that they had thought, and the rally had to turn and go through. I decided it didn't feel safe to me. It felt very, very dangerous. So I got out, jumped on the 405, and headed home. And it was about 2 hours later that I found out that a Patriot Prayer supporter, Aaron J. Danielson, was shot and killed and murdered in the streets of downtown Portland. I became very moved by it, and so I've decided to do a show on it. And I've got Chandler Pappas, who was there the night that Jay Danielson was shot and killed by an anti-fascist and ANTIFA BLM supporter. So to sum that up, in the morning, I called the Portland Police Bureau and I wanted to talk to somebody about what I had experienced the night before in downtown Portland. I was told by the Portland Police Bureau that it wasn't safe to come downtown Portland right now. So don't come to downtown Portland. And when I hung up the phone, I realized there must be something else going on with these riots, because now we've got over 160 days where they're continually rioting. Now it's changed, of course, because they think Biden is going to be the president. So let's just get down to a little bit more while we're waiting for my guest to show up. August 29th, 2020, Jay Danielson was shot and murdered on the streets, Southwest 3rd in Alder, downtown Portland. Jay Danielson's killing was added to the CSIS terrorism database as a deadly far-left attack in October of 2020. He died in the street at 8:55 p.m. And his friends and many people that knew him said that he was a freedom-loving American and a patriot. And he was just 39 years old when he died. He's been known by his friends that he would help anyone at any time. He was fatally shot in the chest during the clash between the pro-Trump group and a left-wing protesters. He had a Patriot prayer hat when he was shot. And he had such a huge heart. His friends said, God bless him. And he lived a life. And that was a quote from Joey Gibson, Patriot Prayer. Joey touched many lives. He was quick-witted and funny. He was a Portlander and a business owner downtown, or in Portland. I don't know about downtown, but he was a business owner in Portland. He was an avid supporter of the Patriot Prayer, a constitutionalist. Let me read to you what it says on Wikipedia here. On August 29, 2020, Aaron J. Danielson, an American supporter of the far-right group Patriot Prayer, was shot dead after participating in a Trump 2020 cruise rally. A caravan of more than 100 cars and trucks, and I know there was more than that. They drove through Portland, Oregon, displaying banners and signs supporting President Donald Trump and clashing with participants in the local George Floyd protests. He was born September 4th, 1980, in Spokane, Washington. And he died August 29th, 2020, at age 39, Portland, Oregon. He had a moving company. You know, and I don't know that much, but when Chandler gets on, we're going to get down to it. He was there when Jay was shot. Now, the killer, Michael Forrest Reinhold, he was born May 17th, 1972. He died September 3rd, 2020, at age 48 in Lacey, Washington. It just says his occupation is odd jobs, and he was the murder suspect. On September 3rd, 2020, Danielson's suspected killer, Michael Forrest Reinhold, a far-left anti-fascist activist and ANTIFA supporter, was shot and killed by a federally led fugitive task force near Lacey, Washington. Danielson's killing marked the first time in recent United States history that an ANTIFA supporter was charged with homicide. Reinhold's killing remains under investigation, with witnesses stating that officers opened fire without warning. President Donald Trump commended the U.S. Marshals for shooting Reinhold and described his death as retribution. In the weeks and months prior to the two killings, Portland was the site of significant protests against police brutality and racism in the United States. And I do have my guest. He is here. And let me finish. Michael Reinhold was charged with second-degree murder and unlawful use of weapon. So he had also been arrested previously for unlawful use of a firearm, but he was quickly released. As we know that the ANTIFA and BLM are getting arrested almost on a nightly basis, and then they're being released without bail and without consequence. We'll just wait for Chandler to join us here. He's getting his phone set up.
Are we in?
Welcome, Chandler. Welcome to Shining Shadows, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited to have you here because Chandler was present. He was a friend, a close friend of Jay's, and he's here to give us some insight on what happened. And I want to thank you so much for joining us, Chandler.
Yes, I'm sorry for the location. I'm just leaving church.
That's okay. That's okay. It gave me time to tell everybody exactly who, well, not exactly, but just who Jay was, and then the killer. And I've got a little bit of information there too. But my research, I saw a video of you, and I know that you were there.
Yeah, there's a couple of videos out there, and I think ProPublica just dug up another one as well, showing some other perspective. I haven't seen it yet, though.
Well, what I do know is from my research is that the left wants to paint this a little bit different than actually what it was. And they're very soft on Antifa BLM because, of course, they serve them. And I've got the manual here, the Antifa manual, and some of the tactics are used in their riots. So I told everyone while you weren't here that Jay was murdered in the streets, and you were there. Would you like to tell us some things that led up? I know that the rally started in Clackamas, and immediately there were some scuffles going on. Yeah. Was there anything that happened with Michael in the beginning, and did he follow you? Or
so it was originally a cruise, and right up until the moment it wasn't, it was actually a really good day. We wrestled, we had a really good time. We met people, we saw people that we had known. Actually, as we were leaving the parking lot, Jay always had such a good attitude about everything. We were leaving the parking lot, some little string of teenage BLM protesters were out there to protest our cruise, and they hit the truck with bear mace. And I guess due to the aerodynamics of the truck, it all went over the top of it, and Jay was sitting in the back up against the tailgate. And so he was the only one that caught any of the spray at all. And he just laughed about it. There's a short video, I think, on Joey's channel, where I'm like trying to clean his eyes out with the antacid. And it was no big deal. It was fun. We were just having a good time. Let's pull over here. It was a good day up until it wasn't. When we left the cruise, we wanted to go see what was going on at the Justice Center because, it's always kind of entertaining to see a little 90-pound BLMer attack a 210-pound police officer and then just get thrown around. So, I just wanted to see what was going on. And we crossed the street and somebody yelled, "We got a couple right here." And the next thing I know, a couple shots go off and Jay's on the ground, dead. There's no confrontation. I didn't know who he was. The only thing I can think is he identified our gear. Jay had this, his Patriot prayer hat on. I'd lost mine earlier in the day. It flew off my head when we were in the back of the truck. And I think he had a blue line sticker or a patch on his shorts. I think those couple of things probably gave it away that he was not Antifa.
Well, I do know that Michael Reinhold had been arrested previously in July and was caught with an unlawful use of firearm, but they let him go. So, and I know that he had texted his son about, getting a gun and some weed and $100 or something, like he had $100. I have it written down here, but that he, well, I had it, that's okay. So this guy, they said was an Antifa like security. So I don't know if he was part or of a group of Antifa security, kind of like the Patriots are, but for Antifa. Like I know that at CHOP and in Chaz and in Seattle, they had armed militant Antifa security. And so I think that's what they were saying Michael was. I don't know if you know anything about that, but.
Yeah, I think Antifa's whole tactic is what do they say? They say be water. So they don't really like to identify anybody in any one position at all. So I think it would be hard to track down any concrete evidence that he was any kind of security, but I doubt he was any kind of security anyway. The guy was off the rails, and he's a drug addict. He had issues. He was out there looking for a fight. And then who's he security for? When I did security, it was for independent journalists. I had somebody that I covered. When I go out now, I have people that stick with me, and I'm their there's a word for that. Whatever. So they're there for me. Him just being security sounds like a pissed off 50-year-old that never got anywhere who's out there with a gun looking for a fight.
And so you think he was acting on his own and he was just there on his own?
I think a lot of nights that was the case. I don't think that was the case the night that he murdered Jay. That was a really well orchestrated attack. They had multiple vehicles involved. They pulled up, they stopped right in position. They had a whole car full of Antifa medics pull up right behind us. They had been stalking us for a while.
So when you say a while, how long do you think they were stalking you? Like
the
weeks?
The video I saw was like, I want to say, excuse me, I want to say it was like 12 minutes. That's just straight recording that they were following us. I don't know what was happening in the background. I don't know where those phone calls were being made to. I don't know how long, after that or before that video started that they had spotted us and maybe had been calling around and seeing where are these guys going before they could get behind us. I don't know. I can only speculate.
Right. Then there is some speculation too about the fugitive task force. There were no federal marshals that fired any shots. There were only when Reinhold was hunted down and killed. It was, and that was something that they were saying, but that didn't happen. They were deputized. It was Pierce County and then Department of Corrections and the Lakewood police that were firing when he was shot and killed. So it took them a little while to hunt him down, but they found him in Lacey, Washington, and apparently, I'm getting a little feedback, but that's okay. Apparently, he had some sort of a 22 AR like weapon that he was fired like 30 or 40 times at them. But that was hard to find. I had to look at a lot of different, here it is. He was killed between 6:45 and 7:30, September 3rd, 2020. Fired 40, 50 rounds with a semi-automatic 22 caliber style AR-15 rifle.
So he fired at them, is what you're saying.
That's one of the news articles that I read. However, if it was OPB or one of these other news reports, they don't say any of that. So.
Okay, I'd like to see the police report. So on those, I mean, it depends on what it is, but probably it was a Mossberg. They're based off of a different platform, but it looks like an AR, and they have 30 round magazines. So in order to fire 45 rounds, which is an even number, or it's not an even number, but it's anything that ends in a 0 or 5 is questionable. But for him to fire 45 rounds, he would have to have stopped and reloaded. The reports that I read said that they found him. Basically, they found him. They got out of the car and they made sure he died. One of the most consistent reports that I've seen is that his handgun was in his pocket. He didn't even have a chance to go for it, it sounds like.
Yeah, one of the reports I said. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't hope I'm coming in clearly, folks. I don't know what that's from. Let's see. Maybe that's a little bit better. How's that? Hold on. Okay. There's still going to be some. I don't know how to correct that.
It may be the feedback.
Yeah, there was a 3.
Kathleen, it may be the feedback from Zoom. Jay, if you want to continue on with telling us your story, Kathleen can just exit out of the Zoom and then she'll come back in.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, if you have another question I can answer.
Hold on. I'm having a little trouble with my audio. Just a minute. Okay, so hopefully I can hear you all right.
That didn't fix it, my dear.
Did that do anything?
Nope, it didn't do anything. If you ask Jay a question and then exit out real quick and then come back in, it may correct it.
Wow, the whole thing is just really messing up here. But Chandler, just go ahead, because you're all clear.
Yeah, I don't know what they're, like I said, I'm probably better off if you have a question you can ask me, because I'll just go on for hours about how kind of a person Jay was.
Yeah, and when I pulled out my headphones, now I can't really hear very well. So darn it, we're gonna have some complications with the show. That's okay. So now, when you were out there on the streets, I saw some video, and I saw you guys walking down the street, and Michael was hiding in the alcove, and that was right down there by the Justice Center. That was like 3rd and Alder.
3rd and Alder, yeah, a few blocks away.
Okay. All right. So I get it. All right. So Jay, Hey, Chandler, why don't you go ahead and describe the events of that evening in detail and how you felt about it when, Jay got shot. And then I'm gonna come back in just a second, okay? So go ahead.
So it takes a second. You have a number of thoughts race through your head within the time span of a single second. But that's all it takes is a second to process what happened. And my first thought was, did that really just happen? Did somebody just shoot at us? There was no, like I said, there was no confrontation. There was no real warning, just shouting and then gunshots. So, shock. Did that happen? Okay. Do I have any bullet holes in me? No. Where's my friend? And he was on the ground. It takes that span of a split second. A lot happens. And after that, all concern for my well-being, my own well-being, went out the window. All I could think about was how I could help my friend. And I couldn't.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Okay, hold on a minute. All the other shows have gone pretty smoothly, but not quite this one. But that's all right. That's all right. That's right. We're getting it out there. So I saw the video where you were walking next to him and you ran off. Or did you leave the scene after he?
So he hit the ground. I went to go. I remember looking frantically for a bullet wound, and turns out, I guess it hit his heart or his aorta. It's something, but it stopped his heart pretty quickly, so it wasn't pumping blood. So there wasn't a lot of blood to find. Turns out it makes it really hard to find a wound. And immediately, I mean, within 10 seconds, there was Antifa on top of him. And I don't know if they're there to finish the job. I don't know if they're there to finish me or to plant evidence or what the hell they're doing there. The enemy's upon you. So I pushed her away, get the hell off. And within probably 30 seconds or a minute after that, the police were there, whole group of them, and they pushed every single one of us off the body. And at this point, Jay is completely non-responsive. And all I could think about, now that I had accepted that my friend was dead, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I wanted revenge. And so I went looking for the guy, and I couldn't find him.
That's what I thought when I saw it, that you were going after the killer or the shooter.
Yeah, and in the Stumptown Matters video, you can see when they push us off, one of the cops is talking to me, and you just see it out on the side of the screen. And I was so angry, I jumped up before I took off, and I screamed. I don't even remember what I yelled at the cop. I yelled at her at the top of my lungs. I just remember thinking that I needed to get this guy. And, hindsight, I'm glad I didn't. I was so emotional, I don't know what I would have done. And he was armed and I wasn't. So there's that aspect. But like I said, all concern for my well-being was out the window at that point. So yeah, I did. And I went looking for him, and I couldn't find him. I came back to the scene, talked to the cops.
Well, thank you. I know that's hard to talk about These are details that not a lot of people know about. And I think it's important because what really disturbs me is the fact that they had arrested him in July for unlawful use of a firearm. And
Yeah.
so they released him. And then he went out and then later was able to, murder somebody with that same weapon. With the same weapon.
So he was arrested in July. He was also arrested in October for, I don't remember the exact story, but there's a police report that he made contact with the police in October, something like racing a car somewhere, and had a firearm on him then too. And he was also let go at that point. So as long before the riot started, they were letting these Antifa run around in the streets with guns.
And he says that he wanted in Baker County for driving under an influence of a controlled substance, reckless driving, reckless endangerment, and unlawful possession of a firearm. I'm not sure exactly when that was. I know that he had his 11-year-old daughter in the vehicle when he was driving under influence, racing his son. So, these are people that they continue to release. They catch them and they release them. And I've been doing a lot of. Go ahead.
The night before Jay was murdered, Rhino was at the mayor's house, and there's photos of him there with a bat, and I think with his daughter, on the mayor's door. And it'd be interesting to find out if he had made contact with the police, because it would be their responsibility on a failure to appear warrant. They don't have any discretion. They can't let that go. The cops do have some discretion on some warrants. If you have for this or that, any minor things, they have discretion. They can let you go, not on a failure to appear. So I'd be interested to find that out if anybody knows.
Yeah, we can take callers. If there's anybody listening, we can take callers. Let me give you that number now. You have to come into the Zoom at 522-657-2748. Let's see here. Oh, my show. So if anybody wants to call in,
it is also up on the screen right
to
now.
929-436-2866. 929-436-2866. And there'll be a Zoom, and you'll enter 522-657-2748. 522-657-2748. I was going to have a subject matter expert show up, but he has fallen sick and he couldn't make it today. So it's just Chandler and I talking about this, and that's fine. But I want to have another show because I think it's important that we keep connecting the dots to these George Floyd protest participants and the illegal, unlawful activity. So
I do think, man, it feels like they're playing games with us. They just keep pushing the boundaries, and they're waiting, anticipating, expecting us to do something back. And everybody's trying to figure out where they draw that line. And
that's important to bring out because I feel that there's a lot of good patriots and they don't know where they stand. When I did the interview with Sheriff Songer, it's pretty apparent that the law is not on the Patriots' side. They're soft for Antifa BLM. And so you can be actively in self-defense and still get arrested and still have to go through the process simply because you are defending yourself. In Antifa, we've got the manual here. They know exactly.
That's yeah. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse, right? The kid's facing like 3rd-degree murder for being chased, and the guy whose arm he blew off, the only one he shot that lived, as I understand it, was running up on him with a gun. And when he came out of the hospital, one of the first things he said was, "I only regret that I didn't get to kill him." Something, as a paraphrase, but to some degree, he wanted to kill the kid. And so it's very, very obvious and very apparent that he acted in self-defense. You watch any video from any angle that they have, and he's in jail. He's been in jail since this happened, which was like, that was right around the time Jay was murdered. It's been months now.
That's right. So I think we know where the feedback's coming from. After while I'm speaking, if you can mute, if you see the option to mute your mic when you're done speaking, then maybe we can clear up this feedback. How does that sound? Is that the way it works? Okay. Okay. So when we're talking, we'll mute our mics. That way that'll get the feedback off. It happens all the time. So thanks everyone for listening today. This is Shining on the Shadows. We're here with Chandler Pappas. He is a patriot. I've had the privilege of being out on the streets with him while we are doing the flag waving. Chandler shows up with other patriots, and he makes sure that the patriots are safe on the streets as they are waving and exercising their first constitutional rights. And that's one of the messages that I think, if I may be so bold, Chandler and Patriot Prayer and even the Proud Boys, they were down in Salem and they shut Antifa down big time. They are there. They'll protect BLM, Antifa. They will protect their right to First Amendment right to express themselves and freedom of speech. And they're also there to protect the patriots. They are there to protect the right to free speech. I mean, once crimes are committed, then it's a different story. But I've had the privilege of meeting Chandler in person, walking with him on the streets a little bit as I was doing this research for the show to try to understand where the patriots stand. I consider myself a patriot too, but I really wanted to know, what are these people all about? What do they stand for? And just from watching and being there, I was there just in Hazeldale and got to see Chandler and some of the other patriots, and they're armed and they are there and it's very serious. And they take their patriotism and their prayers and God with them on the streets. I just wanted to let you know, you should join your local patriot group, wherever you are. Find your patriot group, join them. And if you want to go out on the streets and exercise your constitutional rights, they're there protecting you and protecting themselves and protecting America. They're not white supremacists. They are not Nazis. I have not met, not once, zero white supremacists and these Nazis that they keep throwing these terms out there. It's just not existing. It's not true. And Chandler is a gentleman and he's a champion out there. And I just wanted to say that because we need to support our patriots, obviously. So Chandler, when you were there, who else were you with? Was Joey Gibson there too with you guys, or was he when that happened?
Joey was somewhere else. That was mine and Jay's own mission. He picked me up at about noon that day, and we had just been hanging out having a good time all day. We were kind of attached at the hip that day. So we headed down there by ourselves. Joey ended up downtown through, I don't remember why he decided to go, but he ended up in another area. I don't recall exactly what he was doing, but he ended up down there. We didn't go together though.
Okay, so was Jay a supporter of Patriot Prayer, or was he a Patriot Prayer member?
So I get asked this all the time, to some degree or another, whether, how do you join Patriot Prayer, or how does it work? The best way I could describe it, I think, is that Patriot Prayer is Joey Gibson's brand. We're not an established group or organization. Just if you support Joey and what he does, we buy his gear, we show up at his events. He's our friend. But it's not a group. We don't have membership. We don't pay dues. Like the Proud Boys have a whole hierarchy. There's none of that. Not with us.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because that was my hit. It's just that it says in all of the articles he was a avid Patriot Prayer supporter. And I know that when I was doing the interview with Sheriff Songer, he had some good things to say about Patriot Prayer. So I just want to put that in there, that if you are in the local area and you want to get with Joey Gibson, you can look him up on Patriot Prayer. He's active. We were just with him yesterday. Chandler was there too at Esther Short Park, where Antifa and BLM were starting to come over the bridge. Would you tell us a little bit about what they were doing? Like, I think the day before, even was October 29th, the 30th. I was down there on the 30th, and then they came back on the 31st and did some extensive damage. Can you tell us why you were there that night?
On the Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a black gentleman who was shot and killed by the police in Vancouver. Police, unfortunately, this is a pretty large country, and they shoot and kill people every day. And BLM Antifa like to ride on the backs of this BLM movement, and I won't get into the nuance of that whole thing at all. I will say, when these militants come over the water, when they make a presence, and they make their presence known, it always is accompanied by property damage. I have friends with businesses up there. We have bars that we like to patronize and restaurants that we like to patronize on that same road. So we were there. We staged, I don't know, probably a quarter mile away at a separate business. We had a flag wave. We just wanted them to know that we were here. And we didn't want to go disturb their vigil. They have a right to have their vigil. They have a right to assemble. They have a right to speak and say whatever the hell that they want to. And I support that. And to that point, a couple of people did peel off and decide they were just going to go right across the street to wave flags at, in front of their vigil, which there's no reason to do that. They knew we were there. We knew they were there. They didn't have to go across the street. So I made a point to go down there and bring everybody back, because I've always been consistent that everybody has the same rights. They have the same agency. They can make their own decisions. They have a First Amendment. They have a Second Amendment. I'm not going to try to take that away from anybody. I'm not going to harass anybody for doing their thing. Not until it steps out of the bounds of peaceful assembly.
Right, because I was down there, came to the flag waving, and I knew you were going to be there, and I was very excited to meet you. I met some other patriots too, and actually one time when I went to go get a coffee, I had one of the security, you can call them security members, escort me and protect me while I was getting a cup of coffee, because I guess across the street. Well, let me back up. So when I drove in, I saw that they were having their vigil, or grieving, they were grieving, and they had their shrine going on at the US Bank in the parking lot. And they were starting to gather there. And then we were down the street at the Fred Meyer parking lot. And so the flag waving, and we're all there. And of course, they were driving by numerous times, Antifa BLM peeling out and flipping us off. Actually had a couple young girls on bikes. So I'm kind of new to all this, really, but they apparently send in girls, young girls, to check out who's there. And I guess it's called doxing, where they videotape the crowd. So they sent two girls on bikes, and I was in my vehicle, and I saw them. So I got a video of them in their bikes. And when they saw me videotaping them, they turned around and kind of chased to me and threw rotten eggs at me. And then they took off. I actually chased them through the parking lot. I was running, and I did call 911, and I reported it because I thought, even though it's minor, they still know the time when they were actually starting to show up in our group. So I made that connection. And then actually, I wasn't the only one that they did that to, through rotten eggs at. So.
Yeah, I think it's a really slimy tactic to use to utilize women. They like to put them on the front lines where it's most dangerous, and then throw rocks from behind them, thinking that they're going to be protected. There's that whole wall of moms thing, for example. But I wanted to touch on this really quickly. When you made that police report, under what I've been told by several people, including a Washington state attorney, is that under Washington law, a sheriff has to respond to a report of, especially a violent report, or maybe they only have to respond to violent reports. But somebody threw rotten eggs at you, that was an assault or a harassment at the very least. And that sheriff, we didn't see a cop car from 3:30 p.m. when my guys started showing up there to 1:30 a.m. when I left. We finally saw one roll by. The sheriff abandoned us completely dropped the ball. Now I back the blue. I support my law and order. I support my law enforcement officers. I don't support mob rule. And when we have a sheriff that backs down, Sheriff Adkins in Clark County, is a coward. And we need to make sure we hold these guys accountable. The sheriff in Multnomah County, the DA, the governor, the mayor, that's what justice for Jay means. Those people, as well as the people that tracked us down, as well as the people in the cars, as well as the so-called Antifa medic, all need to answer for what happened. And it's bleeding everywhere. It's bleeding over everywhere. So make sure whoever's watching this, you hold your sheriff accountable to those things. He has to show up. And any report that you make that he doesn't answer to is going to strengthen our case, because we have an attorney now that's filed something against him. We're hoping we can get him out of office.
Well, I did make the report, and go ahead and mute your mic there. So I did make the report, and the deputy did call me back, and I was able to send a video of the young girls on their bikes, and I got the description of them and all of that, was able to report that. And then that was the last I heard of the deputy. Then they did send another 2 girls in to the group. They had their video cameras, and they were walking through, and I said, "Hey girls, tell those other 2 girls on the bike that their video has been sent to the sheriff's department with it." And they were like, "What 2 girls?" I'm like, the girl with the gray hood and the white bike with the blue trim. And I described them, and then we didn't really see them come back after that. But what I did see was Antifa BLM supposedly going to show their the grieving, they're grieving for Kevin Peterson, who was a young 21-year-old Black African-American man. He was robbing a bank. He had a weapon and he turned and fired at the police and he was shot. Apparently, he was a drug dealer, a drug addict. He was into drugs and different things. But they want to always make these poor African American people the martyrs for an excuse. And it seems like my research is suggesting that they need an excuse to have an altar or a shrine or something that they need to set up so that they can show up and then kind of make that a place to come back to, and it will grow and grow and grow until all of a sudden you have all these Antifa BLM who I think wanted to make Esther Short Park their home like they do in Portland across from the Portland Police Bureau is what it looked like to me. So my recommendation, folks, is that you don't stand for this kind of thing in your community. If BLM Antifa come to your small community, you should get them out as soon as you can because it will continue to grow. Go ahead.
Yeah, we Portland didn't stand a chance, right? But in Vancouver we did, and 200 of us the first night, roughly 150, 200 of us, made our presence well enough known that they only came back one more night. We've got, you've always got the little pockets of groups of them and stuff, but they didn't come back in force, right? I've had guys out there almost every single night since that last Friday, and they're not harassing people. They're not breaking windows. They're not setting shit on fire. Pardon my language. It doesn't take much. And the reason we're out in the street and the reason that we're out there with our guns, because they're killing us and our sheriffs are dropping the ball. Our police forces dropped the ball. All of our elected officials right now have dropped the ball, and they need to be held accountable. Yeah. Anyway, do not put up with it. Get your group together, hold the line, and stay consistent. All right. Everybody has a First Amendment. You can assemble. Just don't start breaking my windows.
Yeah. Well, I thank you so much for you and the other patriots taking the time out and being, disciplined and dedicated to keeping Vancouver safe. So I can tell you, people that are listening, downtown Vancouver did suffer some damage. I went down there last Monday morning, and took some pictures and saw that when a Christian Bible business got a couple windows smashed out of there. The courthouse, all the windows were smashed out at the Justice Center. The juvenile hall had several, the door glass was busted, and there was a lot of tagging. The Esther Short Park had a lot of tagging and a lot of graffiti. But the town was quickly activated. The downtown business owners, I was able to talk with some of them. They were down there cleaning up on their own the graffiti. I had come with some supplies just in case I found a business owner that needed help. I was going to go down and help them clean up. And we wanted to do that in Portland, but it seems like Portland's a little too far gone. But your small communities are not. And I always say, knock the nest down while it's small, because you're right, Chandler. You guys, Antifa, have not been back. Yesterday at the rally with Patriot Prayer, Joey Gibson was doing a speech, and other people. Then we did a flag waving to show support for America. And I only saw a few Antifa, BLM there. There were some reporters there, I guess, and a few others that were hanging around, but they didn't show. And I want to contribute that a lot to the good efforts of the patriots. They're not white supremacists. They're not Nazis. They're concerned. Chandler is concerned about Vancouver. Joey Gibson, again, concerned about downtown businesses, concerned that, businesses can't reopen. We know Portland, downtown Portland would be able to be reopened. Things would be getting back to normal if Antifa and BLM hadn't been allowed over 160 days now of rioting in downtown Portland. And guess what? The mayor and the governor, they all want to say it's from the COVID. It's not from the COVID right now. And it hasn't been for over 5 months. Okay, so with that being said, do you think that it's necessary for people to continue to gather and rally and show support? And go ahead.
Yeah, now more than ever. Absolutely. Now more than ever, because like I said, all of our elected officials have dropped the ball on us in Portland. They're doing more so in Vancouver. This is a disease that spreads. So, and not even to mention what's going on with the election, with the presidential election, which is just, it boggles my mind that they even thought for a second they were going to get away with that, coming up with 130,000 votes exclusively for Biden. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, absolutely. It is time to bear the weight, because the people you elected to do it for you are not doing it for you. They're going to let your city burn. We watched that in Portland for over 5 months. We've watched it in Seattle. We watched it, the Chaz in Seattle. We watched it in Chicago, in New York, and in LA, and. This is about the future of the country. This is about it's not about what they're taking from us. They destroyed so many hundreds of businesses in Portland alone. It's not about the business. BLM likes to say, well, people over property. Yeah, but when I can't feed my family because my business is gone, you're hurting my people. And that seems to escape them. So we have to defend this. We have to defend what's ours, because what's going to happen doesn't matter what they've already taken from us. What are they going to take from our kids and our children's children?
It seems like they use any excuse. I remember here when we had a couple of the BLM protests, they wanted to use racial hate. Before that, it was the killing of George Floyd. And anytime they can use any excuse whatsoever, and they're just saying, well, it's not a life. It's really no crime because we're just breaking windows. That's not really true, because we're here talking about the murder of Jay Danielson by this same organization, BLM Antifa. And that's why I wanted to bring you on. And Joey Gibson was going to come, but he's been called to speak. He's already done that. He's in Olympia. But I think it's important to keep this going with this narrative. And I think that it's important that we all purchase a weapon and learn how to use it, actually, because I'm not sure what's coming down the pike. I am not sure what is going to be in store. I mean, we are hearing that Trump is going to win. It's just a matter of time before they filter through all of the bogus ballots. And there's some other things, such as it may all come down to where the votes come from the states. And if that happens, then there's more red states than our blue states. And ultimately, Trump is going to win. What's going to happen to all these people out there right now holding Trump's head up in the air going, fuck Trump, fuck Trump? What's going to happen to all those people?
They're going to be emboldened. They're going to be called to action, just like they have been for the last 5 months, 6 months. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And as they have pledged to after the election, start coming into residential neighborhoods. And my big worry right now, actually, I'll be frank, we've given these governors and mayors and everybody these lockdown powers, these emergency powers for 6 months. They don't have 6 months worth of emergency power. They don't. There's no legislation anywhere. in any state that gives them that much power. And so we've forfeited that to them because we folded, we gave up. We said, sure, just make it go away. And now when Antifa comes into your neighborhood, where your home is, where your family is, and they start beating you down, hurting your sons, probably, I mean, if the Chaz was any kind of indication, they're not going to treat your daughter like a gentleman. They're not going to treat her like a lady. Which I think emergency powers are going to end up being extended to the people who defend themselves in their homes. And we're going to end up losing a lot more of our rights unless we stand up and do something about it right now.
Yeah. Those are some words to really ponder, folks, because Chandler's been out on the streets now for many, many, many months. Chandler, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I mean, how you got where you are right now. I really admire you for your courage. So anything you want to share with us would be beneficial for people that are listening.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know about courage. I saw a problem and I made a choice to do what I could to fix it. What initially brought me out into the street, and I learned this recently, Antifa, I've seen them throw a fit and they're doing whatever, but what brought me to the street was they were stopping Trump supporters in their cars, elderly Trump supporters, and beating them. And this is not new for Antifa. This was a couple years back. This would have been 2018. 2018, yes. So they beaten people down, and then the police commissioner here, who's also the mayor, gave a stand down order, said do not protect the citizens. And that situation alone brought me to the street. And what I learned recently that was a reaction to the killing of Patrick Kimmons, who was a known Hoover Street Crip, and he was also rightfully killed by police in their own defense. So that's what initially brought me out. And then I actually took a year off. I was in Florida. I did some other things. I went to a rally. There was like 2,000 people here. I'm like, okay, they got it. I come back and they don't. It's getting worse. So 2019, I see this flyer, and these Nazi white supremacists are coming to the neighborhood, and Enrique Tarrio, the chairman of the Proud Boys, is a black Cuban. So I mean, that's always funny when they say that. But here's this Proud Boy event. I think same thing. Okay, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Go out there, I get to know Joey Gibson, and I guess the rest is history. I've been out for about a year, a little over a year now, coming to these things, and it's gotten progressively worse. And we've continued to submit more power to them. I don't have any kind of, I have a little firearms training. I'm not police. I'm not ex-military. I saw a problem in my community, and I made a decision to do what I could.
Wow. You saw a problem in your community and you rose to the occasion. That's what a patriot does, Chandler. So to back that up, why I'm here and have extensively been submersing myself in opposition to Antifa BLM is because they came to my town. And, there's good, innocent people out there with the BLM sign here. I understand they think it's about racial justice. They think it's about these other things, but they just clearly don't understand who's backing it and how the New World Order and socialism/communism fits in with all this. But I saw them gather on the streets, and then we had some patriots show up to protect them and to protect others, because they knew that BLM and Antifa, these protests become, there's criminal activity. And they were not going to have any of that in their town. So we had some patriots show up armed, and there were people that were shouting at them, calling them Nazis, white supremacists. They even made some reports to the police. They didn't feel safe. They tried to drum up some lies about the Patriots because we have a lot of socialists in our town. In fact, there's a city councilor that's got 2 Facebook pages, community pages, and she uses them to cram her socialist/communist narrative down the throats of community members. If you go on and you have a conservative voice, she'll ban you, or then she'll say she's not, and she'll just use her status and her community pages, which is in true conflict of interest, in my opinion. So when I saw that injustice, and then there was supposedly a racial hate crime going on here, where there was a man that threw firecrackers at his window and told these people to get out of here, go back to your city. They just happened to be a family of color. But the police report the next day said that the man was having a mental crisis because he was so jacked up about the COVID. He had taped his windows shut, and these people were down there on the streets without masks on, and he wanted them to go away. And so, but the people of the town, the socialists here in town, thought they were going to form a lynch mob, and they wanted to basically hang this guy for this racial hate crime. And a BLM protest sprung up. So I went down there as my Skamania reporting page and got some comments and pictures of the attendees. And I found several figureheads down there supporting this racial hate crime based on a social media post. They didn't even have any facts to back this up. Well, needless to say, after that was all put on, they didn't show up on the streets. We had one more protest, but it was called a BLM meditation. And then after that, they haven't been back. And in the adjacent county, Klickitat County, we know Sheriff Songer, he was ready. He wasn't going to have any of it. And I really wish that the sheriff of Multnomah County and the Clark County sheriff would take counsel with Sheriff Songer and say, you know, if you think you've got a riot coming on, just line up the fire trucks and hose them down. If they start committing crimes, that's about all it takes.
You know, I spoke to Sheriff Songer, and he seems like a very reasonable man, and I like his idea about the fire trucks. That was actually something Jay and I had discussed. You know, how can we get these people out of downtown without hurting them? Jay was really a peaceful guy. He was a de-escalator always, but he also stood his ground. He wasn't going to just bend over for anybody either. So anyway, after talking to Sheriff Songer, I've tried to get a hold of Sheriff Atkins here in Clark County a number of times, and he's always nowhere to be found. It's really interesting for a sheriff. Holds public office. I think the way you communicate with men like Atkins, with Jonathan Young, the prosecuting attorney there, who went to prosecute a woman for opening her business during the lockdown, and then all kinds of other crap. I think the way that you speak to them is boldly. You're not going to have a conversation with them the same way you can't have a conversation with BLM, because they don't need facts. They just push their agenda. They're just full of hatred. You can't reason with hatred. It's impossible. So maybe showing up at Sheriff Atkins' house with a bullhorn at midnight wasn't the best idea, but probably I'm going to do it again until he gets the message.
Well, I have yet to have a conversation with Sheriff Atkins. I plan on doing that and asking him to bring those fire trucks if Antifa shows up again, because there was some damage done to Vancouver. I think that Vancouver downtown got off lucky, and I think that's contributed to the patriots that showed up telling Antifa BLM, we don't want you here. That's why I showed up in Hazeldale. And I was very pleased. Now, when I was down there, I did cross the street after the shuffle, and I went to the Saloon 99, and I was standing there, and there was a very strong patriot stance. They were standing there, and actually I had no idea, but BLM Antifa were threatening to burn the Saloon 99 down because he was supporting the Patriots. And I saw him, I met the owner. I saw two older men standing in the parking lot. And I walked up to them and I said, wow, what a scene. And he goes, yes, this is my property. These Patriots have literally saved my building and my property from being burned down. He was pretty sure that that night they were going to burn. And in lieu, I mean, the facade was that they're going to come and grieve for Kevin Peterson, but really it seemed like a staging area just so that they could go and potentially burn the Saloon 99 down. That would be terrible. That business has been there for a very, very long time. And we're not the only ones in America that are losing icon buildings that have been there for hundreds of years, like over 100 years. Just for instance, the elk that had to be removed out of that park, adjacent to the Portland Police Bureau, that had been there 120 years. And so they had to take that out. So, you know, the owner praised you and your people and the other groups. I know there's other groups of patriots that came. So I just want to thank you. And I think anybody that's listening to this should be thanking their local patriots. Support them. Become a patriot yourself. If you have the Constitution, if you've got the willingness and the desire to get out to the streets, if you have any military training at all, if you're ex-police, ex-law enforcement, we encourage you. We need more numbers out in the streets. And I say that because when I was there on the 30th, Antifa BLM were downtown. They came back on the 31st, so I didn't go. But on the 30th, they were raging, and it's not a fun sight to see. I mean, it feels bad when I hear their drums beating, and it seems so dark. It seems so satanic and cultish that I don't like it at all. So what can you tell people? What can people do, Chandler?
I think I'm past the point of concern with what the sheriff's going to do. He's made it very clear in Multnomah County and in Clark County and in King County, they're not here for you. In Portland, from May, 26th, I think, was the first day of the riot, to May to June 26th, there was a report that came out. There's an estimated $27 million in damages and lost revenue. $27 million that they cost the city in that month alone. Now, it's been another 5 months since then. I mean, if we went at the same rate, you could do the math on that, almost $200 million. That's insane. That's an insane amount of money. Now, you can't get insurance in Portland. Insurance companies will not insure you. So if you have a business and it's boarded up and you're waiting for these riots to stop so you can reopen, and BLM breaks your plywood down and goes and destroys the last of your inventory, and that's your last like 15 grand in inventory, guess what? You got to cover that. You cannot get insurance here. You don't want your city to end up like Portland is. People are leaving by the thousands. It's hard to get a moving truck. I'm trying to move just across town now, having to borrow my friend's pickup because I can't get a damn box truck. Come out, protect yourself, protect your businesses, protect your neighbors. Come together. You're a community. Act like it.
I was telling people, that's my message, to get legal, get safe, know your gun laws, join the NRA, purchase a weapon. You need I think everyone should have some sort of protection because I think it's necessary. You can get some professional training and learn how to shoot your weapon. You can join the patriot groups. I think people are scared. They're scared that what's gonna happen, what happened to Kyle is gonna happen to them. I know that there's specific gun laws that people need to understand for each town, county, and area. But I don't think that we should stand by and just let this happen. I think after all this time, I think it's going to get worse. I don't think Antifa, BLM are going to go anywhere. I just saw on my phone, there's a PNW. There's all my research is suggesting there are so many groups and organizations that are being well funded that are supporting Antifa, BLM. It's a huge, huge movement. And there's lots of people that have high profiles, influential people that are fueling the fans of the youth to join in Antifa, BLM, and they're getting coddled. They are not going to stop. And I encourage everyone to contact your sheriff and let them know that you're not happy. They won't get revoted in if they don't start protecting you. So what Chandler is saying, everyone, is that Sheriff Atkins may not have your best interests at heart, and he may be a soft sheriff, is what I call it. I'm not going to throw out any terms, but a soft sheriff is a sheriff that is not exercising his sheriff duties, which he's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be protecting all peoples. And so on Monday morning, when I was downtown, I came around the Juvenile Justice Center and just happened to see someone coming out of Juvie Hall that looked a lot like Antifa, BLM. I don't know. I took their picture. I took a picture of the license plate on the car. And this woman that was driving followed me all around the block. And as I got around the block, I went into the Juvie Center and I said, somebody's following me. I don't feel very safe. The woman inside said this was an employee. The woman that was driving, that picked up the Juvie, was apparently an employee. So this woman took it upon herself, because I took a picture, to follow me all the way out of town, almost all the way to Camas. That's over 5 miles, where they were strategically trying to, I guess, harass me. I don't know if this was a BLM Antifa tactic or she was concerned that I was taking a picture. It's not illegal to take a picture, but what she was doing was she was stalking me. So I was just wondering, what that was all about. But it seems like the same laws that we are governed by are not being used by Antifa, BLM. There's some different laws that they have to follow or get to follow.
Yeah, that's become very apparent. In Multnomah County, the district attorney has released an entire list of charges that he is not pursuing at all. Some of those include property damage, rioting, trespassing. I can't remember the whole list right now. Obviously, they're not pursuing for unlawful possession of a firearm. In Portland, in Multnomah County, the way the gun laws are, if you do not have a concealed carry permit, cannot carry with rounds or with rounds in the magazine or the magazine in the gun, as I understand it.
In downtown Portland?
Yeah, in Portland. So these guys are walking around with their AR-15s, mags in the gun, and if you look at the arrest records of a lot of these BLM Antifa, they're felons and they're not upstanding citizens, and a felon can't get a concealed carry permit. So I'm not going to say that they're necessarily breaking the law, but I would be stopped if I walked around with my AR-15 with a mag in it, especially during a riot. I think the way that we start to beat these people is we stop letting them tell us we have to play by one set of rules and they get to play by another. So maybe there is something you can do as far as, I don't know, Well, I don't want to break the law. I believe in law and order. I don't believe in mob rule. And we have mob rule right now. But perhaps there's a window where there's property that can be damaged in such a way that it makes it inconvenient for the DA to sustain that law, that policy of not pursuing charges for these things. Just a suggestion. I don't know. But I think that's how we're going to have to do it. We have to start playing their game with their rules. And our system is a good system and it will protect us, just not at the local level.
Yeah, so I do know that if you don't have a concealed weapons permit in Oregon, you cannot carry a gun and brandish a weapon downtown if you don't have a concealed permit. So what if we profile these people, because I'm confident they don't have a concealed weapons permit, but they're still carrying weapons downtown. That's against the law. That's a violation. It's go ahead.
Well, and something else too. The police don't have the resources to stop them. They their officers are leaving left and right. When your governor and your mayor are shouting defund the police, treating you like a bad guy, they're getting more than twice as many retirements as they were expecting. They're, like I said, people are just walking off the force. Seattle just lost like 100 officers or something ridiculous. When I was down there a month ago to do a memorial for Jay, it was his 1 month anniversary. I got hosed with bear mace. They just drenched me in a whole can. And then they began to surround us. And there's a whole story behind that. But the bottom line is there became so many of them. The police did not have the resources to hold the line. There were 5 officers in all of downtown who were on duty. And all 5 of them at one point were there trying to hold the line for us. 5 officers in all of downtown Portland. That's all they have on duty. It's absolutely insane. And so how do you go about finding these guys who are there with their guns and asking them for their permits? You can't. Police won't engage. The amount of times that we've called the police during our flag waves and stuff, a lot of them back to blue flag waves, they can't show up because they will just get annihilated. They will get run over. So that's also in your city's future if you don't do something right now. Hold your sheriff accountable if he's a rational man, if he can take the pragmatic approach to the situation, hold him accountable. And if he's a shitbag like Adkins, disregard. Take responsibility upon yourself, get with your community, and hold it together.
Ooh, it's hard to wrap my head around these soft sheriffs because I'm used to Sheriff Brown up here in Skamania County and then Klickitat County Sheriff Songer. And these 2 men are constitutional sheriffs. And then I went up to the Breaking of Chains of Tyranny Summit and was in a whole room full of constitutional law enforcement and sheriffs, and Sheriff Mack, who's retired now. So that was my background and intro. It's hard to imagine that there's sheriffs out there that are not doing their job, that they don't want to protect you, or they can't protect you, or they have been corrupted. And so these sheriffs need to be voted out, because we know that sheriffs are voted in by the people. The people are their boss. So folks, anyone from Clark County or Multnomah County, this sheriff, you're their boss. Sheriff Brown and Sheriff Songer understand that. And so people, you are their boss. And you need to put some pressure on these sheriffs, a lot of pressure. good American citizens, you need to be calling your sheriffs. And that's what I think for sure needs to happen. Because if they've got enough pushback, maybe we can, have a stronger voice than all the corruption that's going around them that has, created them to be corrupt and soft. I don't know if they're just going with an easier flow. It's easier, but it's not. So
I think the best way to put pressure on these guys that don't want to do anything, that want to sit back, is to keep showing up. Um, they I don't think they want to see citizens marching down the street with AR-15s on either side. And no rational person does. And we don't want to be out there, honestly. We would rather you do the job we elected you to do. But it makes them look, I don't think it makes them look good. I think it makes them look really bad when you have a group of a couple hundred people who have to come and hold the line because you refuse to. And I think if anybody is paying attention, they're definitely going to vote them out. But we also can't wait for the next election. We need to put pressure on them or completely disregard their existence like they've disregarded ours and take it upon ourselves. I say, if you live in Clark County or in Multnomah County or in King County or Los Angeles or wherever, and your sheriff is not doing what he needs to do, forget about him. Get with your neighbors, get with your friends, get with your community, and make something happen.
I totally agree. Now, you've been down in Portland a lot of those times, standing in front of the federal building, standing in front of the Portland Police Bureau with a group called Cops Northwest. Is that correct? Can you tell us a little bit about that group and how people can, join them maybe, or?
Yeah, so I actually don't know a whole lot about that group in and of itself. I know they stage the Back the Blue Flag Wave every Thursday and Sunday at noon, right there in front of the Justice Center. And I know quite a few of the guys that are down there, and I go to support the police. I go to Back the Blue. If they want to get involved, just show up or get on the Facebook page. It's just called Cops Northwest. They may have Twitter, they may have some other stuff, but I know the Facebook page is the big one. And if you're into flag waving and making some noise, flag waves aren't personally the thing that I like to spend all of my time on, but when I got little else to do, it's always good to come around and meet, if nothing else, to network, meet other patriots, people who are interested in the same thing, share the same values. So if you don't know where to start, if you don't know who to talk to, start going to some of these flag waves, man. If you driving by the freeway and you see people waving flags over an overpass, stop and say hi.
Totally agree. Yeah, that's the greatest way, is to find your local patriot group, go down to a flag waving, meet them, and see if they're people that you like. I know that I was down there one time doing my research, and I wanted to attend. So I went down. I stood on the streets, and Audra Price, with the Cops Northwest. I liked her message. They're not against anything or against Antifa, BLM. They're there to support law enforcement, which is what I like. And then, of course, that's always a good message, to support something rather than be against something. So I like that. And I like Patriot Prayer. I know Sheriff Songer is backed, has met Joey Gibson, and he was going to have an event, and he went and actually met with Sheriff Songer. So these are good people, folks. And wherever you are in any community, you're going to have patriots. You're going to have some good citizens, good constitutionalists. Hopefully that in your area, you've got a constitutional sheriff. Go talk to him. Get in alignment with your sheriff. And if he's got a posse, join it and get some training and understand and be part of that process, because it's very empowering. I know that whenever I'm with the Patriots and out there doing flag wavings, or even, that night when it got a little crazy, it felt good. to be out there supporting America and helping people to not allow, the takedown of our country, because that's really what this is about, is about civil unrest and, getting good patriots maybe to commit crimes or act in ways that Antifa BLM are doing. I know that they incite and they try to get you upset. They get in your face, they spit on you, they do all these things. And if a patriot fights back, then they're deemed a white supremacist or a Nazi, and then they're subject even to arrest themselves. But my encouragement is, like you're suggesting too, is to find a patriot group. There's good patriots that if you go out there and you don't want to have a gun and you're not wanting to be a part of the security, you need to show up on the streets, because we need numbers, and those patriots will do all they can to protect you, in my mind. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. But you should take responsibility for yourself. I do think you should be armed. And if you really, really, really don't want to be armed, get yourself a can of bear mace. This stuff sucks. Ask me how I know.
Where do you get that?
Right now, you actually can't buy it in Portland. There's they banned it for a while because Antifa and Patriots keep getting a hold of it and just hosing each other down. But you can go to just about any Cabela's or sporting goods stores will have it. I almost said G.I. Joe's. Dick's, Big Five, I think will have it. Go into a sporting goods store there. Depending on your area, I found them as cheap as $25 a can and as expensive as $50. But it's a really good investment. It will, it'll blind you. It keeps somebody off you.
When that night, August 29th, when I got caught in the rally, and I was glad I did. They saw my flag on the dash and they were waving me in, and I joined them, and I saw, Antifa coming to the street, BLM coming to the sides of the route and starting to heckle the drivers. And so later on, they were saying that the Portland rally pro-Trump people were spraying bear mace and using their paintball guns on Antifa BLM. Can you tell us a little bit about the facts on that and what was going on down there?
Yeah, well, I mean, out of context is what that is, but it's absolutely true. They try to make it seem like it was unprovoked, and it absolutely wasn't. Nobody, like I said, that stuff can be as expensive as $50 a can. Nobody's just spraying it because they think it's funny. It gets expensive really quickly. So when they start to come to the sides of the vehicles and they attack the vehicles and they set up roadblocks so that they can attack you. And I don't know if you've ever seen somebody be surrounded by 50 Antifa. They'll break your windows. They'll reach into the car. They'll drag you out and beat you. So it can very well be, as we learned that night, a life-threatening situation. So the best thing you can do is keep them away. And bear mace is a good way to do that. Paintball guns are a little bit more cumbersome. They're a good way to do that. You can get something called, they're called riot balls. They're made to shoot out of a paintball gun, a 68 caliber, and they're hard plastic. You can get them that are hard rubber, different compounds, different weights and stuff. But that's what I carry, and that's a pretty good deterrent. Because, that's a good point. Nobody comes out wanting to kill somebody. Nobody comes out wanting to have to use their firearm. Not on our side, anyway. We would rather be at home raising our children, watching our favorite football team, right? But everybody in our local governments has dropped the ball on us. So here we are protecting our own businesses. And for a long time, actually, up until the day of Jay's murder, I had a rule about not taking my pistol downtown because I didn't ever want to get into a scrap and have to fight for it or have it used against me or used against my friends or anybody else. If somebody stole it and ran off and killed somebody with it, I mean, I carry an 80%, so not that it could be traced to me, but I would still feel responsible. Especially mine's kind of unique. I would know what it looks like. So I'm glad you brought that up. The less than lethal options are really good. Another thing I really like is called the Stinger Tactical Whip. It's just a piece of steel cable. You could actually just go buy 2 feet of steel cable for about $2 from Ace Hardware. And that's a really good deterrent as well if I had to use that. So less than lethal options, really good. I would say get armed too, because we are getting to that point. They're armed. They're very emboldened, walking through the streets with ARs and shotguns. So I would suggest you don't bring a knife to a gunfight. But as you know, as we've always tried to do, always less than lethal options first.
So we do have a little clip of the memorial. It's about 50 seconds. I'm going to have the producer throw that up. That's the memorial that you had. Just wait for that to come up. Takes about 40 seconds.
I'm not going to be able to see it on my screen. You want to tell me which clip it is?
I can't see it either, but it's going to be the one. Just
He was a proud American and a proud Portlander who absolutely loved this community and the people in it. Aaron J. Danielson was not a radical, he was not a racist, and he was not a fascist. He was not an inciter or an instigator. He was a freedom-loving American who died expressing his beliefs, a right which is guaranteed to all of us through the Constitution.
We believe that the Portland Police Bureau is going to do everything in their power to bring the person who did this to justice, and that's precisely what we want for our friend.
Okay, so it's very short. Our viewers will be able to see that. Just wanted to throw that up because Jay Danielson was a patriot, a constitutionalist. I didn't get to meet him, but he was tragically died. I think he was 39 years old. He wasn't married. He had no children, but he would give you the shirt off his back. He was a de-escalator, like Chandler said. And I just wanted this show to be about his calling and his sacrifice, and bring Chandler on, who was a good friend of his. He was there when Jay was murdered in the streets. And you saw in the video, this was before they caught Michael Reinhold and they shot him in Lacey, Washington. It breaks my heart to know that this did occur. It breaks my heart to think that we have law enforcement, we've got governors, we have mayors, people that are supposed to be in positions to protect the citizens. But that's not what's happening, especially in downtown Portland. And I focus on that because that's the biggest city next to me. It's in Oregon and I'm in Washington, but still I've been watching Portland go down, down, down to the depths and watch the destruction. And Jay was a part of that. So I want to thank you for coming on, Chandler. Is there anything that you would like to say? We've got just a few more minutes.
It happened before. It will happen again. They were looking for somebody to kill that night, and they found Jay. And until we put a stop to it, until we do everything in our power to put a stop to it, we are going to continue to lose brothers, friends, fathers. And nobody likes to accept how much responsibility really falls on us, but it's all of it. We're at a turning point here in this country. I would just encourage everybody to come out, to wake up, to do your part. Thank you for having me on.
Well, it's a privilege and an honor to have someone so courageous as you. I've seen you out on the streets, and I know that you've got a heart of gold. You're a real champion, and I just really respect you a lot. And You know, I've read this, folks, this Antifa manual, and in it is clear instructions. It looks like it's written by the Zionist New World Order themselves, although Antifa BLM wanted to tell you that they're against all that. But yet their whole manual is based on a regime to simply take down America. And I encourage everybody to do as Chandler is suggesting, to come out to the streets. Imagine if you all come out to the streets in Portland and show up. What kind of message is that going to tell Antifa BLM? Most of them, they're not very strong on their own. When they get into a mob, they become very aggressive and they act in criminal ways. But I believe that if you are all out there on the streets, just come out of your houses, go down to the federal building, the courthouse, not the courthouse, but the police, the Portland Police Bureau and the federal bureau building. What's the name of that park across from them? Do you know the name of that park?
Terry Shrunk Plaza is across the street from the Justice Center.
Just to come down there and join people, join the Patriots, find your Patriot group, join them, become active, go talk to your sheriffs, because the days where, I don't know, it just feels like there's a lot coming down the pike. I mean, if BLM and Antifa become emboldened, they're going to do worse now. If Trump, they find out, and when they find out that Trump's going to not be leaving office, then they're going to go and cause even more damage. I've checked Twitter accounts all the time, and they are actively calling for action, Antifa BLM, right now as we speak, on the networks, on their Facebook, Twitter pages. They are telling people to get ready. Are you going to say something?
Yeah, they've said the same thing that you're saying. Big things are coming. And that's, from where I'm sitting, that's rather menacing. Be mindful when you go out there. Yeah, be mindful and be safe.
Yeah, I want to make one more comment. So a lot of people are like, well, I'm not going downtown. I'm not going to get into the middle of that. Well, okay, that's fine. Then just prepare for when it comes to your town. If you want a way for Antifa to come to your town, then you'll be ready. Great. That's fine. That's what we did in Vancouver. That's what we did here in Skamania County and in Stevenson. But if you want to just wait, you don't want to get involved with the bigger city stuff because that's really too much, then get together with your people in your town and have a plan. And if Antifa and BLM come, chase them right out of town the minute you see them show up, because they will just keep coming back and they'll get stronger and stronger. And that's what my message is.
Yeah, I guess I would just add to that. If you don't want to come into the city and go into the firefight, that's probably wise. I don't go downtown. There's nothing for me to do there other than get stabbed or shot. And frankly, they're not a big fan of me as an individual. But I would implore you to stop it when it gets to your town, not when it gets to your door, because then it will be too late.
Wise words by Chandler Pappas. He is a supporter of the Patriot Prayer. He's also a constitutionalist and a champion in my mind. I want to thank you for being on the show, Chandler Pappas. This is episode 10. Signing off, Shining on the Shadows again. Thank you, Global Enlightenment Radio Network, for giving us a platform to share this information. God bless you all, and we'll see you around the horn next time. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
He was a proud American and a proud Portlander who absolutely loved this community and the people in it. Aaron J. Danielson was not a radical, he was not a racist, and he was not a fascist. He was not an inciter or an instigator. He was a freedom-loving American who died expressing his beliefs, a right which is guaranteed to all of us through the Constitution.
We believe that the Portland Police Bureau is going to do everything in their power to bring the person who did this to justice, and that's precisely what we want for our friend.
Sharing your gifts.
I have been sharing my gifts since officially last May.
Wow.
Officially last May.
Short time.
Yeah.
So right when you came on is when I really met you on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much when I met you, Angel and Crystal Swim
Yeah,
Shop.
we did.
Wow. So there's a group in Facebook that does free pendulum questions, and that's where I met her. And she was wonderful, and they give free mini reads, and I noticed her accuracy. She noticed mine, and so we started talking. Okay, and when did you first discover your gift in your own life?
That's kind of tricky because, see, I would hear things like back in my 20s, but I wasn't sure. So I never said anything. And then, of course, before that, so I would say actually paying attention would be like right around after my last kid. So that puts me like right around my 25th birthday.
25th.
That's when I started like kind of paying attention, but still kind of scared and nervous.
Yeah, it is. It's nerve-wracking. I know. You wonder if you're going crazy. You wonder if you're just being big-headed about it. I know. I get it. And so one of her special gifts is to take a very simple toy and to come up with a very wonderful divination system. And she's actually advertised it on Facebook. I've done a reading with her. It blew me away. It's called Dominoes. You want to tell them how you came to divine with Dominoes?
So yeah, it's really simple simple to me, regular dominoes. Like I was just reading a book one day and it was talking about different tools you can use for divination. Right. So I was like, I'm looking at my corner because I still haven't unpacked in my apartment yet. So I'm like, hey, I got dominoes. So I get on my floor and I'm like reading and I'm like, oh, let me try this. So when I started doing it, I'm like, this feels weird. And I was like, I got to try this on somebody. So I called a friend and I was like, hey, let me give you a reading right quick. I think I'm onto something. And that's how it happened. Like I did it to her. And then I called up 2 other people and I said, hey, ask somebody would they let me give them a reading with the dominoes. And it was like, oh, you're accurate. And I was like, am I really? She was like, yeah, it's like, that is exactly what's going on. So from then I just started doing divination with dominoes.
Right. And the dream, do you want to tell them about their dream?
The dream.
You told me that you had this dream that kind of just gave you all the information and it was wild. And then the next morning you just jotted down notes and then it was all over and you were all over it.
I can't remember the dream, but I know I was in a dream.
Must have been a special time.
Yeah, I can't remember.
You told me that and I was like blown away. I was like, wow. Maybe this was like from a past life, you know?
Oh gosh, Lily, I can't remember.
That much has happened. This year's been that crazy. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, righty. So that I can understand that. This year has definitely taken the toll on everybody.
Like I'm practicing other things, so it's like so much is in my head. Like I'm practicing rooms now. So
I'm sorry. I have a dog right here. Let me just put her out so that she can go. I'm gonna just let her out. All right, Sunny, down. Hey, Cassidy, can you just let Sunny out? And then just get her back in like 3 minutes and like down. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. So I didn't want them in here and then they barged in. Okay. So have you seen anyone who's deceased?
Yes, it happens quite frequently when I'm doing personal readings or just like when if like, of course, with you or anybody, if I'm having just regular conversation with you, someone would just pop in. I'll go like, I'm just talking to you like now, and I'll just go, yeah, do you have somebody who looks like this, maybe this, age, and they're this high? And they'll go, yeah, or no. And I'm like, yeah, I think they're here talking to me, like they're sitting on the couch with me, or they're sitting at my table with me. And then it just happened like that. It never really happens when I'm like out doing my regular routine. It always happens when I'm
with
home.
Yeah.
Like when I'm
Same,
home, they
same
usually
for
do
me,
that.
usually. Or when I'm visiting a place and then I'm alone and then I notice that there's someone there.
Now, I will say this. It has happened in my car.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that. It scared me.
Mm-hmm.
But I got used to it. So
what did they say to you in the car? Tell us about that time.
oh my God. Okay. So in the car, it was a friend of a friend, my sister's friend.
Oh, wow.
And this is weird. This is so weird. Like, it was a friend of a friend. I was going to give her a reading later on that evening. So I'm taking my oldest son somewhere. Yeah. So all those hours were passing by, and I'm like, why is this person still in the car? I'm like looking at the back seat, like, why are you here? Like, what are you doing here? So when I go to give the reading, I find out that the person is actually somebody that dated my uncle.
No way.
And yes, and they have a child, and we're cousins, and we knew. And I was like, why is she here? And then that person I was giving the reading to, they was like, I described her and I said, yeah, I know she dated him, but I'm not really sure. And I was like, they have a kid. She said, oh yeah, you didn't know we were cousins? I was like, and we're all from the same state. And I'm like, no, I never knew that. I never knew that. And she was just riding in the car, and she had this like this in the back seat. And I'm like, is she mad at me? What did I do? And I found out that they were related. So it was like, I left home early. Like as soon as I hit 18, I left. I was gone. I wanted to see stuff. And then my sister behind me, she told me, yeah, they're related. And I never knew. Her friend and this lady that dated my uncle. Who knew? Small world.
Wow.
Yeah.
The gift can blow you away. It really can. So were you scared the first time you saw a spirit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It happened after my stepfather passed.
Okay.
I saw him walking on my balcony. Wow. I was in the military. I called my mom, told her, she didn't believe me. So I was like, okay. Now she does, but then I don't think so much. Right. So that was the first time. Like recognizing the spirit, I would say that was the first time. So that scared me, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so do people in your family, other people in your family, like your extended family, do they have the gift? Yes,
other people have the gift, but they don't explore it as much, or they keep it under wraps. The stigma, and
I can
probably afraid. Yeah,
I can totally.
So they really don't talk about it.
And I swore my mother threw me out the door, and then I was like, "What? Everybody can do this?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Mom, you could have told me this." Oh my God. So how do you read intuitively?
Okay, well, basically like how we're doing right now, I'm talking to you, I connect with your energy. Right. And of course your ancestors or whoever guides come to me, and I'm able to see, hear, and feel just by connecting to you like that, and just regular conversation.
Okay.
Like really no tools.
Are there any ancestors that you see? I'm just sort of curious because my family, there's a lot that's passed.
Yes.
So who are you picking up on?
Are you talking about for you?
Yeah.
For you, it's feminine energy. Can't make out who it is, but I get feminine energy.
Okay.
And with whoever this gentleman is, I feel like an older male. Like
for Daryl?
Yeah, there's like an older male.
Okay.
That I can kind of pick up.
Okay.
But I can't see, I can not clearly yet, but I pick up an older male, and with you, a lot of feminine energy around.
Yeah. So I have a grandmother and an aunt that have passed, that are close to me, and then a great grandmother. Yeah. So 2 grandmothers.
Are you short, Lily?
I am.
I'm looking like this because I'm thinking
Are they
they gotta
making
be
fun of
short.
my height? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? That is so crazy.
I had to ask because I'm like, why am I looking like this? Okay, so yeah.
So what are you, like 5'9"?
I'm only 5'4".
Oh, okay. I'm 5'1", but people tell me my voice is booming and they expect like a 5'7" woman when I come in the room, and I'm like, dang. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well,
yes.
Why? So if they're making fun of my height, that's because all my cousins are tall.
No.
I'm the shortest. I'm serious. Everyone is taller.
I just felt like they were short too.
Not all of them. Not all. The aunt is taller, and trying to think of who else. Yeah, the three grandmothers are. The two grandmothers and the one great grandmother is short. Yeah.
Okay.
And then do you perform, what kind of services do you perform?
I do, well, of course, reading psychically, intuitively, and mediumship. So, I mean, if you're asking like services like love and relationship, that's the most talked about topic ever.
Yes, it is.
And then, believe it or not, this whole year has been mostly business related stuff. Alongside of love and relationship was business.
Agreed. Yeah.
For some reason.
Well, because of money. It was crazy with COVID, and then people being laid off, and then the stimulus check coming out, and then nobody not having the check, and then people having to go to the food stamps, and then having to go to food places to get food. It was crazy. Yeah, no. It has been a very, very harsh year. It felt like war. So I felt the same thing with my clients. There was a lot of that. And do you do this as your full-time job?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what motivates you to do so?
I think what motivates me is just the sheer knowing that I was a medium to provide closure in some way or form, or to ease tension. Because like you said, money was a big topic for this year. A lot of people lost homes and
it's been hard.
Their income. So just to be able to tell them that, okay, I'm practicing my timing. So just to be able to tell them, hey, I'm trying to nail that down. Of course, I'm not going to be perfect, but I can give you some kind of general idea.
Right. I'm new timing, so I'm like, woohoo, good times. But let me, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. So this was an interesting contrast. So you mentioned to me that you were just learning about the indigo children, chakras, auras, and all that stuff. So my question to you is, was this through books? Was this through going on the internet, through Facebook and Twitter and Instagram?
All the above. And then I have a really close friend who's like real down and deep into it, like taking me to levels that I'm like, I'm not there yet.
Right.
And but she's really good at finding a lot of books that will, how someone can, like, you could teach me something, but I can't grasp it, but then someone else can tell you and it's like, it clicks.
Right.
So she's like that teacher, like whatever I don't understand, she can, like, I don't want to say dumb it down, but she brings it to whatever wording to make me understand.
On a good level. I get it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That really does. So that's totally okay. So while we're on that topic, okay. So have you read Doreen Virtue's stuff? I guess that's my question. Because a lot of the questions, some of the stuff that you are learning about, I would say, whereas I've known it because I read it years back, like way back, like in 2003 or 2000, has like told about all that stuff. And some of the stuff I was lucky enough to find out about it through my dad's, my dad had this extensive library that I read when I was a child. So did you read her stuff? Because she explains it really well.
I will not say read. I've touched on it, but like I said, I couldn't like grasp it. So maybe I need to go back. Now that I have a little more time and practice under my belt, then it may be resonate now.
Real to you? Yeah. Definitely.
Because when I started doing it, that was like, I started in 2017, then I stopped. And then I didn't touch it again until like the end of 2018. Then I stopped. Then the middle of 2019, then I stopped. So,
wow, interesting. So your story is very different. And you went to the military, so you've got the discipline. Congratulations. Thank you so much for serving our country and helping us.
Thank you.
No, I'm serious. I don't think I would ever have that. That's just not, wow. So yeah, that's just really rough. But yeah, so I think with all that stuff, so I would suggest it because she explains it really well, and then how it relates, like the chakras and then the auras and the different levels that people are at. And Carolyn Miss too is wonderful. Carolyn Miss explains, yeah, MYSS. She explains like the different levels that you're at spiritually, and then how the Kabbalah is the same as the Tree of Life, and the Christianity sacraments are the same as the Hindu, you know, the theology behind it. And then it's just wonderful. It's just like, she explains it all, and it's comprehensive. And then you might be able to use it with your clients, like in terms of helping them understand where they're going through and where they're at and why their partners aren't quite getting what they're getting.
Okay.
You would love it.
That's Carolyn Miss. All right.
Yeah. And yeah. Okay. So I bring up Dory Richards. I know she's really controversial, and I know in past with like her past, she was wonderful with the New Age movement. She was super supportive. She gave so much. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something that's pretty, I know people are going to like jump all over me. Without her work, I don't think I'd be here doing this, because she was that supportive. And yet now she's this controversial person because she's kind of reneged on it. She's gone ultra Christian and she's denouncing it. And denouncing it is one thing, but she's gone like super, like she goes every week on YouTube and blasts us, you know, psychics, mediums, people who are spiritual, coaches. And that I find unacceptable. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
I heard about it. I'm kind of staying neutral ground. Maybe she's having a different awakening experience. I'm not sure.
She might be. I think with her, I heard her son was pressuring her. She'd had some pressure. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And that's been, and so that brings me to, yeah, there's family pressure and there's definitely peer pressure. Did you explore different religions growing up? Did you explore different paths?
I was just about to say that about her. Maybe it has something to do with her religion, her background, religious background. Maybe. Mine, not so much.
Okay.
Well, I would say not so much, but is it kind of what will kind of put a halt to me doing what I do? Yes, because I have some family members that are over the top religious, and you just can't. So, and I've always been kind of, believe it or not, rebellious. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna see what this is about. So I went on, and now it's like I don't understand it. Like, and it's crazy to me because you don't want to practice, or you don't want to talk about it. You trying to cage it, but at the same time, it's like you come to me for confirmation. So I'm confused. Like, but if you're asking me a question, it's the same thing. You're wanting me to open up to give it to you. So I'm
yeah, it's two-faced. Yeah, I get it.
I don't know what you want.
Yeah, it's totally crazy. So, did you have any questions for me or for this network or for Daryl? Daryl, did you have any questions for her?
Actually, I'm sitting here and I'm listening, and I am impressed. I mean, I would say first one, thank you for your service, as everyone would say, but I would actually say congratulations for your service. On the other side, when you first noticed let me start with this one. My Aunt Sarah down in North Carolina used to read people with her domino cards, with her dominoes, but like you're doing. And it's kind of unusual, and it's rarely seen. Mostly the old school from North Carolina, southern states do that. So do you think an old spirit might have taught you or shown you a way to see more?
Yes, I can say yes, because when I do divine with the dominoes, I get a better picture of what I need to see concerning what the sitter's desires are. Like if it's like I can already feel if they're gonna ask me something on the lines of love. So then I just go straight into it with the dominoes. It's like it just gives me a base and then the intuition just kicks in. Like I know where to go, like right here. It's kind of like walking in the kitchen. Okay, where's the problem? Just looking at the kitchen, the sink is messed up, but you don't know that. So I go, no, the sink, and then I break down all the pieces and the inner workings of that right off of the domino.
Right.
It's like I just get it just like that. More so than when I just go in with straight intuition. I would say that it just takes me right to it, if
That,
that's what you're asking.
yeah, that's that where I'm asking now. Your psychic encounters. Have you said you've seen spirits as well as um other things? Have you actually had a commune a with any types of spirits that are, as I would say, otherworldly? A lot of people are saying today that they've talked to Sasquatch and all these things, and I give that a hill of being dropped. But on the other side, do you feel that extraterrestrials are actually transmitting signals and we are enhancing and growing beyond such in an ascendant way so that some people are gathering and getting to the point where they're ascending mentally and spiritually and able to do readings better than they did in the past? Or
I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
as I would say for the last part, or do you think those of the past are giving more accurate readings than the present? Most of it back in the past was done through birth rights, as they would say in more places. Um, I come from North Carolina, and I've traveled the South. I've seen it. I've dealt with a lot of quote unquote seers and spiritualists and people that do other, as they would say, spiritual journeys. Trying to be polite with the terms because they can't call it hoodoo anymore, and they can't call it voodoo, and they can't call it they can't call it a lot of things. Santa Maria, they can't call it either that really anymore because it's more ancient. But have you discovered that more people have discovered additional psychic abilities, and do you think the psychic abilities of those of the older generation is stronger or more cohesive to today's society? And is yours generational?
Um, I would say that mine is somewhat generational, only because I don't have the full background because of the fact that members are disclosing. So I can't get what I need to get all that I need for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Because if you don't open up, then I don't know.
Right.
And it's kind of hard, like digging to get it, and then I don't want to have to like go in other ways to get it. Now, you say you're from North Carolina. I'm originally from North Carolina, but I moved to Florida. So I will say this, that being in Florida, I've seen a lot of different practices in Florida.
I used to live in Florida too.
So
I lived in Fort Lauderdale for a year.
man, I don't even know how to even answer your question because I'm like, I really don't know because I've been seeing and touching and seeing and touching a lot of different cultures and practices since living here.
Mm-hmm.
I have became friends with a couple of people who, with the naked eye, I've seen exactly what they've seen. It kind of, I wasn't ready for it. It was something beyond human. So I wasn't ready for it. Now I don't know what they particularly done, but I don't want to ever experience that again. I wasn't ready.
Okay, I got
I wasn't ready.
I got your point, cause when I was down in North Carolina, there was an old backwoods lady. You know what I mean? She lived on an old farm road. You got my point. And
Yes.
I mean, people used to come to see her via helicopter.
Wow.
That was my aunt Sarah O'Neill in Maxton. Yeah, even the governor came to pay a visit. That time it was Jim Hunt in North Carolina. She died back in
Ooh.
2006. She passed it on, and she had to pass it on to a blood, and she
Uh-huh.
had to pass it on through blood as you go. So the aspect whether the gift is passed on, yes, it is passed on through blood. Everything is done through blood. Have you ever wondered why, even in the earliest belief systems and ideologies and religions, it's always dealt with blood, from Mithraism, Zoroastrianism, all the way to the Christianity belief? And when you were talking about the lady that's now denouncing psychics and seers,
Right.
she could be one of those souls that just said, I quit. I gave up. And the only thing I got left in the industry now is to get out the industry because it seems to be something that's putting a stigma upon my family. But on the other side, did she really believe is the question? And did she really have the gift?
Yeah, she seemed to, Daryl. I'll answer something, but you know what was interesting that I did notice, and a number of people I'm sure would notice this. She made a number of really innovative decks, and then at one point, it seemed like she would come out with a deck every 2 years, and some of the themes were repetitive, so you didn't need to get the later decks because the same messages were contained in the earlier ones. She just took it into a different theme, like fairies, mermaids, dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like she was under contract and she was under pressure to create.
It sounds like Harlequin romance, or maybe
Yeah.
what's the ones, those
And-
guys that do the greeting cards who got to do a new one every year. She
Right.
was making money. That's what she was making. And you can
Right.
call that a fraud if you want, or someone that's using the system to generate additional income. But the ones I know of down south, I've seen a lot. I've seen shaman raise people. I've seen Tibetan. Oh my God, a Tibetan priest that I used to stay with when I was living in Thailand. And when I went to Harbin, China, I met some monks and they were just incredible. I've seen them levitate. I've
Right.
been in encampment with witches, and I've seen it, a lot of people do a lot of different things. These are the powers of being exposed to this new generation, and people are taking not advantage of these powers. They're fearing it more, just like they're fearing
Yeah.
the seers. And then you have the abundance of people coming out saying, I am psychic, I am a Torah reader, I am,
Right.
but if one person tests them versus 20, how many of them they're going to get right?
Yeah.
That's the question. I mean, I know the Domino's one very well, and I've seen it. Oh my God, this woman told this man his entire life history through it. And I was sitting there. I was a little boy. I was like 15, and she wanted to train me. And I'm 15 years old. You don't want to get trained by anybody. You want to go out and have fun and chase the girls around. Voila. Okay. After that, I was sitting in the room with her, and she had her sage burning, and I saw my history. Well, not my past history, my future to be history, because I'm in the present now. And I saw the ways things were going to go. I saw the steps I have to take to get back to where I was supposed to be. And that was at a young age. Seers, psychics, whichever you want to say you are, call yourself, even Celtics, they have a way of seeing through the veil. That veil is never thick for them, and the energy is given because it's in the blood. Like they said, if you want to go biblical wise, we are all children of God. We have God in our DNA. So what makes us not able to perform the acts of a quote unquote God? There I am talking the religious aspects and jumping from pillar to post because I'm going to bring it all together. Here's the statement. In today's society, we have a lack of trust. We had, Miss Cleo that really screwed it all up for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And that was one inference that destroyed a lot of people wanting to see and be amongst the psychic, the new agers, if you want to say that word. I don't believe it's new because it's all the same. Nothing's really new. Only thing new is the way people want us to view things. But once you've accomplished the act of being able to give yourself and find someone that is true, I will say, people, stick with that person, ride that pony, because, and here's another statement, not all seers see alike.
That's true. No, they don't.
But back to your show. Go ahead. Y'all talk.
No. It's so true. So what he's saying is very true. That's a very valid point. So there's some seers who basically deal with the present, and they won't even go like 3 months ahead. And so, and then I've seen other people who are able to do that, where they have that ability to kind of look a bit ahead, and they'll tell you how far out they can go or how far out they feel comfortable. And everybody's gift varies. I knew an Indian priest here in San Diego, phenomenal guy. I walked up to him. I gave him my name. I gave him my date of birth. He immediately saw my whole chart in his head and knew about a certain meeting and told me about it. And he was really upset. He's like, "You said no to this guy?" And I'm like, "He wasn't right." And he's like, "Oh my God, Lily," but I was blown away that he got all that information off that, So that's one example where the gift is very different. The other example that I can think of that you had mentioned about people levitating. So my great-grandfather, my mother's grandfather, this is a true story. He was 33. He used to meditate. He was a young guy in his 30s. He was meditating, and he was levitating with the chakras that seemed to be glowing, apparently. And my great-grandmother must have looked shocked or surprised. So she disturbed him, and he said, "Don't do that, because if you do, I'll die within 21 days. So she did, and within 21 days, he was gone. So there's something to the old lore that people need to respect, and they don't. And I'm hoping with the show and with other people, we can bring some of that back so people can learn to respect those ways and not, disrespect it, because we really don't want people to get hurt.
The biggest issue with people doing the research on the chakras is that, one, if you pierce a chakra, damage, that just damages. Well, we all live on a battery. I mean, our life is a battery. Come on, people, we're no better than the Duracell, like they said in the Matrix. Okay, let's keep it simple. And if you disturb that battery, you leak its core in any form of way, the life drains. And that's a fact. And I always tell my mother is always the one I love to just sit down and have a giggle with sometime. And I tell my Mom, don't go out there and work so hard in the yard. She goes, "Why? I like to work. I've been doing this for over 60 years. I'm like, "Well, because, Mom, your battery is going to slowly drain. I need you till you're 103. Well, my grandpa passed away at 104.
Wow.
And I need her to 103. I got a long living family. My father is in his 80s. Just talked to him yesterday. So, I mean, our lifespans are very long, and I hope to be 200. Yeah, I don't waste the battery energy, and I keep myself as happy and as clear as possible. That's why you always see me just giving a good giggle and a laugh when I do shows or I'm on a show, because, something, people take things too seriously.
No, probably.
And you said the little boy in me. Yeah, that little boy would never leave. You know why? Because the little boy has to see. And who better to see everything around you than a child?
True. Yeah.
But the adult in me always overextends his energy, so I don't really care. But we drain a lot of energy because we have the stress.
So let me ask you something. So this is kind of an interesting fair. So back here on the West Coast, we have something called the Gem Fair that comes out, and it goes what looks to be Midwest and then all along the West Coast. Do you guys have something like that on the East Coast? A gem fair that comes out every 2 months, and you get to see different various gemstones and get them at a discounted price. And they sell beads and jewelry.
Yes, I used to go to gem fairs in Virginia. They used to come out in the mountain regions areas because they dig them out themselves, polish them, and get them ready. Also, in upstate New York, I went to one. I had to go to this one. I have actually, from upstate New York, I had two wands made of ciliite. And then I have, when I went to Arizona, I was at a Wiccan commune, and I kept my bloodstones. And
Okay.
those are they're very beautiful. And I have those put away as usual. You know, you put yourself into something that cannot be destroyed.
Right.
Last but not least, they do have them. They have the gym fairs, even in Florida, Georgia, and I know for a fact there was one in Tennessee a few months ago before COVID. Actually,
Yeah,
so
I
I
know.
mean,
COVID is bliss.
COVID killed everything, but
Yeah.
gym fairs are cool, and you'll see mostly a lot of quote unquote the youthful new agers running through, singing and doing and then you sit back and you're wondering, what are these idiots doing? They're just buying things and don't know what they're used for.
Right.
The problem with gym fairs is people buy gyms, they put them all together in a bag, and they don't know what they are doing. You don't put certain gyms together, um, it causes a reaction. I mean, two powers cannot be together. Here's an example from what I was taught when I was in Arizona. If you bring certain gyms together, it can cause certain patterns in weather, or it can cause certain things to occur within your body. Um, People need to be weary of what they bring together, meaning
Okay.
the stones of the earth. Also, people also need to learn the proper usage of a lot of things. Hey, I was gonna go say about using frankincense, and then on the other side using another scent. You cannot combine them; it neutralizes itself. But there's another. Sorry. Yeah, I'll go. I used to teach a class of this.
Okay, all right. Well, so
No.
I'm curious. What are the two that can't be mixed that cause problems in the body?
That's what I wanted to know.
For stonewise,
Yeah.
I could never put silver with hematite.
Really?
A block of
Okay.
silver with hematite.
He-
Silver has almost zero magnetic properties. Hematite
Okay.
has a magnetic property, and it actually is a
Mhm.
repellent.
Oh wow. Okay, that's good to know. Because that's a common
Everybody grabs it because they like to put the markings on the sidewalk. You see the red writing when you use the hematite. No, it doesn't work that way.
No, I mean like hematite earrings, or like you see a lot of silver with the hematite.
Yeah, because it's pretty.
Yeah, it is
It's
pretty.
pretty.
I didn't realize that.
You know
Thank
what?
you. See, I learned something today. So this is great. Thank you, Daryl. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, well,
So do we have any callers? Is anybody going to call in? I just kind of I was hoping somebody would call in and we could do some reading.
callers, call in. Your telephone number is on your screen. Area code 929-436-2866. Meeting ID 522-657-2748. And yes, this is her maiden voyage today. So give her a call in. And I know the Global Enlightenment family should be ready to jump on if they're not still tired from a full. Ooh, that Halloween extravaganza we did drained everybody down. Believe it or not.
I know.
We had
So
a
it was
lot going on.
929-438. What was it?
All right, it's meeting ID 929-436-2866 and a meeting ID of 522-657-2748.
Okay. All right. All right. Good information.
Well, it's the maiden voyage, and it was like I should have
understand.
promoted like crazy in front, but I never had a chance to because I also had a show before you, and most of the listeners are, well, let me check the listenership. And while y'all talk, go ahead, have fun.
Yeah, no, I get it. So, Melody, was there anything else that you care about or want to learn more about that maybe I could help you out or point you in the right direction? Or is there a favorite deck you have, a favorite book that you're reading right now?
I'm actually going to be getting a new book tonight after we get off here. I don't know what it is. It's going to be a surprise from a friend. My
Oh,
God,
yeah.
this storm is so bad.
I know. There's a lot of wind here, too. It's raining really badly.
Yeah, it is here. What was I going to say? I got distracted. Okay, so we're doing, I know we're touching on chakras and energy healing.
Right, and
I'm
auras.
doing this with a friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
So we're going to be doing like a session on that later this evening.
Okay, cool.
So that is where I have most of my questions. Like, do either one of you practice that? Do anything with that?
I do, actually. So I'm just hoping my mother picks that phone up. Okay. So I've done it a number of different ways. Usually when people come to me and they have chakras unbalanced, we talk about what's going on in their life. And then as we do, the chakras sometimes change. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can use the pendulum to see which chakra is blocked, or you notice it will stop. It won't move at all, or it'll move really rapidly, which means like it's going well. And then what we'll do, because and Daryl knows about all this, because the different crystals correspond to the different chakras, and you'll recommend that.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, is there a particular one that you need to use? We haven't touched on that yet.
There's usually several, like the colors correspond to the aura. Okay. So like for purple, it would be sugilite, amethyst, purple quartz. For blue, it would be, for clairaudience, it would be things like, what is that called? I'm trying to think. Celestite. I don't know if that's what you were talking about before, Daryl. Celestite. I didn't know if you meant celestite or selenite. Celestite, azurite, but blue stones basically. Turquoise, that would really help the blue chakra, the throat chakra. Then you go down to green, your heart chakra, and then you're thinking more of malachite, azurite, emerald, green jasper, and turquoise again, because there's some turquoise that's green. So it really depends on the color of the stone. Then you go to yellow, and it would be more like yellow jasper, amber, what else is citrine. Then go to orange, which is like the enjoyment of life, the sexuality, and the creativity. And then what you're going to be doing is like the Madeira citrine, or orange imperial topaz, carnelian. Yeah, so you recommend the stones based on what's going on. And they can use it in all different, they can have tumbled stones or a huge stone, or they can be wearing it on themselves. Like I'm wearing this real turquoise. I tend to have real stones in my jewelry, and then I've got it all over my room, and then I've got the large stones. I've got this really cool, I should have shown this to Reverend Ed. Daryl, this was the turquoise cross that keeps that bad spirits away.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's my style. Big.
That's huge. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. But I keep that because I feel like so many spirits come. Yeah, I mean, and then I have selenite, large pieces of selenite, because that amplifies your ability to pick up spirit messages from both angels.
Yeah, I have a few of those around in my room. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I really like that. I'm sitting here like, yeah, that's the kind of stone I need. Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, it costs a pretty penny.
I like the yellow jade especially. For some reason, it's just something that attracts me. But on the other side, one of my favorite stones. Okay, one of my favorite stones is the red jasper, and my birthstone is a ruby, so red is always going to be predominant in me. And I was born during a lunar eclipse, so I do have a love for, as they would say, the moon itself. I mean, a lot of people forget that not only. Oh, you got a phone call. Daggone it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Let's see who this one is. Hello, Carla. Hello.
Who do we have?
Carla, Carla, are
Hello.
you there, Carla?
This is a fan of Lily's.
Oh, nice. Who do we have?
Hi, Lily. This is Ramona.
Oh, hey, Ramona. How are you?
I'm good. I would like, if possible, a round table reading from the both of you together.
Uh-huh.
And I think it will maybe concentrate on like the next year. What should I do?
Okay, so can you narrow that down? Because the next year is huge, and then we could be doing 12 cards. So do you want the next couple 2 months? Like, let's.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Are we looking at love or business or both?
Both.
Both? Okay.
Both.
Are you in a relationship or are you pursuing?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not even looking.
You're not even looking. Okay.
No.
Yeah, cuz you better not be looking. I have to come down and test and kiss your butt.
All right, Ramona. Give me your age and then I'll be able to tell you when I see a relationship coming in.
66. My birthday is on the 17th.
Okay. Happy birthday.
Okay, you can have a relationship now.
But I will tell you this,
that
for 50 years I have been searching for my birth father's family and my father.
Okay.
And 3 weeks ago I found them. My father's passed away. But the cousin that we connected through the DNA has passed away last night.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's so sad because it's almost as if God kept her hanging on until our paths crossed.
Yeah.
And, so I would love to see them. I just don't have any idea what to expect in the next.
So here's what I'm getting. Can I tell you what I'm getting?
Sure.
So I feel like you have to be a little more specific with what you want in a partner. I need you to write this down. Do you have a piece of paper and a pen?
I sure do.
Okay. Can you write, I am so happy and grateful that, and then put everything you want in specific terms, how tall he is, his cultural background, that he's loyal, that he's heterosexual, that he's completely crazy about you, that his friends are liking yours, and that his family gets along with you, and that all that good stuff. I need you to put all that he lives locally, that he drives, that he has a car, that he's a house, a lot of friends and a job, all that specific stuff. And then the interest that you're into, you need to put that down. And describe him, that the physical chemistry needs to be there, and then put thank you God for this physical manifestation, because he's out there and he's coming within 3 to 4 months. And part of the reason why it's not, it can happen sooner than that, but part of the reason why it hasn't happened is he's had some issues and you've needed to learn to get more clear. You are so busy looking at all your choices, you never decide. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to kind of get a little more selective, and then things will start to pop for you.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah. And I feel like you have a job, and I feel like business will definitely pick up right around February, I'm hearing. And I think it's because of this whole COVID thing and because of bonuses, they're trying to get money, but they need to save it up first, and then they might give you like a delayed, you might get a raise or a delayed bonus in February.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, but I'm open.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
Okay. Right now, I write, and I do contracting out when I do it, but mainly I'm really taking care of my parents and
I can relate.
Taking care of the property. I have a business that I'm getting ready to close. It was a film video production company. And that's about it, actually, and then just deciding what I want to do next.
Okay. So I see you getting a lot more articles in February, and then I see you closing down the film production place. And I see you getting a solid part-time gig at about March.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, that you'd really want to consider. And by the way, this new guy will sweep you off your feet. He's around.
Oh, now that's it.
Yeah, no, he's really nice, and he's what you've been waiting for. So the wait hasn't been for nothing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I've been waiting a while. Really? Yeah.
I know. It can really be a pain in the ass. Those of us who are on the spiritual path, it's not easy. I know.
No. It's not.
So the good news is that you're tall, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
5'10".
Yeah, that's what I was getting. Okay, so he's tall too. He's about 6 foot, 6'2".
Oh, good.
I feel like he might have a mixed background. He's kind of well-traveled. He writes a lot. He likes music. He might even write some. Yeah.
Already we have so much in common.
Yeah, so he's also a little bit of a history buff. So he's an interesting guy. And this is someone you meet through normal, your everyday life. You might meet him on a dating app if you're brave enough to try one of those, like Match or senior dating or whatever the hell it is. But if you don't want to do that, don't worry about it, because you have to trust that God is going to show you this person and that he's out there, and you're going to find him when they say the timing's right. So every day just say, okay, God, it's in your hands. I'm totally doing it. And you live your life and you do everything you're supposed to do. You go out, you meet people, you take care of yourself, you take care of your family, but know that they're looking out for you. And because that intention is there, and I want you to say, I have a boyfriend. I have true love. True love surrounds me. And when you say that, he's going to just show up.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Does the guest have anything to add to that?
Go for it, Melody.
I preferred if you asked me I was picking up on some of the same things Lily was. Do you have like a specific question you want to ask? Like go in with a yes or no format, and I can go off of that.
Okay.
If you do.
Will my finances increase by January?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. That's alongside with your business details that Lily was giving. So yes, that's going to increase.
Okay. And the second one is I'm working on a book. How successful will that be? And will I end up publishing it myself, or will I find a publisher? How's that?
Well, I would say since I picked up, it feels more like publishing it yourself more than getting a publisher.
Okay.
The way I'm seeing it. So that in itself is like a success to me, because it's like more hands-on, like more control. That's what I'm getting.
Okay. That sounds good. That's really the only thing. Oh, I know. Do you see any problems with an inheritance?
An inheritance. Okay. Could you say your name for me again?
Ramona.
No, I don't see a problem with it. Is this something that's currently pending?
There's just some issues, family issues going on. And if I walk away, I could lose. And if I stay, I'll be miserable but gain. So that's basically.
Can I jump in?
And if you don't see anything, then that's fine.
Yeah, that one's pretty hard for me. It's kind of tense.
All right, Mel, can I jump in? All right.
Yes.
So, Ramona.
Yeah.
I'm hearing to wait 3 weeks, and you'll get more out of it.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, because I feel like people are baiting you and making it uncomfortable for you. So I'm just saying, if you can hold on for 3 more weeks, something will change in your favor.
Okay, yeah. Just a threat, holding it over my head.
I see.
That type of thing.
All right.
The bullying and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And if you don't, then I'll,
Yeah. Well, it's empty threats, so
messy.
just keep praying and picture blue light all around you when you go deal with them.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, does anybody have anything else for me? I it's hard for me, and it's bad because I used to tell people how to get a reading and stuff, but it's just, sometimes there isn't a lot that is really weighing on me, because I feel the future is the future, and I just walk my path. But I do know that obstacles come in the way, and there has been just, like meeting my new family has been so overwhelming. But everybody seems to be passing, and I want to get a chance to see them, see someone, see my face and someone else's, that type of thing. And the business-wise.
You're doing better than you think. That's what the angels are saying. And they're saying, trust your gut.
Okay. I'm learning too.
Good.
I'm learning. Yeah.
Good.
Okay, well, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lily, I'm such a fan.
Oh, I know. I'm so happy. Honestly, I am so glad that we met last night and that you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I really did. Great show. Great. And I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was interesting. I like. So, ladies.
Yes.
What do y'all got planned? I mean, y'all got teachings to do, and y'all have a lot of work ahead of you because these people need you. These people need to have the knowledge.
Yeah, I know.
What do y'all have planned to bring this knowledge to the people?
Right. So I was planning a workshop, but then COVID hit. So as soon as we can do it safely, I will do a workshop at my house.
Wow.
For the public, like maybe 5-6 people.
Yeah.
At a time. And maybe we'll do it that way. And I'll teach some stuff.
That is cool because a workshop would help people gain more knowledge, and also, it'll give chance for people to open up to a new way of thinking.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it all.
No, totally.
Well, you have another hour if you want to use it. It's up to you.
I don't know. I mean, I was hoping more people would call in, and I was hoping that maybe she had a book, but if not, we may have to just sign it off. I'm not sure. Just for tonight. Next time I'll hope to have a co-host. I need to talk with you about that, but then
go ahead.
And then then we'll try to get different topics and different people coming on, and some of those people have more to say and a little bit more experience. So I think we might need the 2 hours, but as for today, it was the first run, and so I'm just excited to be here. Honestly, it's just a wonderful experience, and so.
Well, they are listening, and I wonder why people don't call. I don't know. Maybe they're still going over this election and all this crap that's going on in their life. And yeah, I know they're tired of asking psychics, what's going to happen next? Jay? I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I'm going to rest. I'm going to take a break. I'm not going to go on my rants like I normally do and try to get people to think a little bit about the world they're living in. I'm not going to talk to them about other countries, what they're going through, because it's been blocked all around the world, most of the news, and I don't want to deal with news. That's the problem with people today. They want you to spoon feed. and I'm not a spoon feeder. I got two little boys. I can't do, spooning. But what I do is I will make sure they listen, and I'll make sure they will listen, and that's all I can do in this world. Just listen, please listen. But if there are any more callers out there, you can call in. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
really.
impossible.
We'd love to hear from you. It's a Zoom ID. Like dead silence, crickets.
It's like,
Oh my God.
well, if you want, you can take the break since you can take the break off. I mean, it's your maiden voyage. You had your first caller. You had this wonderful show, and you're doing great.
Oh, thanks so much. No, I appreciate it. I really appreciate all your help, and thank you so much for everything. And thank you, Melody, for coming on and sharing that wonderful domino knowledge. And it's fascinating. I think there's a whole show to talk about the Southern traditions.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something. I put an ad in the Inquirer for 1 week that I was a psychic. Do you want to know who called me? The whole entire South called me. Nobody had money. Nobody could pay, and everybody wanted me to put a curse on somebody. I was dying. I was like, this is hysterical. I don't do curses. I don't do spells. I was like, this is hysterical. And I'm like, are you serious? And I would say, can I get your payment? Because I would do the Square or the PayPal thing. And they were like, oh, my money's not good right now. And I'm like, oh my God, why are you calling? People kill me. People absolutely slay me.
Well, people look for things that
I know. But that was a learning experience for me. It was like, don't do it, Lil.
In the National Enquirer, my God.
I had to try. Because people constantly who read that, I thought, they might go for readings.
I'm
Wow.
How much was an ad? I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask.
Like $100. It was something ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
well, it is the National Enquirer. It's called the Hot Sheets for a reason. I know we all saw Men in Black. Don't worry about it. Come on now. Come on, people. You know Men in Black. You know the movie.
Yeah, right.
But the fun thing is, at least they responded to your call and your advertisement, so that made you pretty happy. And
totally.
But who knows? During that time period, you might have actually touched somebody.
I hope so.
And that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, I give of my time, and everybody knows I give a lot of my time out. And it's not for me. I mean, my time is given freely. And in the end, all I can say is I know what I'm going to be blessed with.
That's right.
But, hey, since I don't see anybody else up here on this wonderful screen, and it is exactly 1 hour, you survived your first hour show. Come on now, girl. You survived. I give you your credit.
More callers. We'd be doing other readings. My goodness. Okay.
She's waiting on another reading, people. Come on, call in.
Come on, call in. Hit the button.
Hit the button. Hey, pick up the phone. Give us a call. I'm sorry. That was the wrong show. I'm sorry. I live on I love those old commercials, so that's what really gets to me. And also when I sit back and I think about, radio shows, a lot of people say, well, they just sit back and they want, well, that's why it's called radio. They like to listen because they hope you can give them something that's going to guide them and give them a state of mind. The video aspect is just an additional, to be honest, until the next program comes up. We got a person that will be probably calling in a few seconds. So why don't y'all talk about souls? How about that?
Souls.
Yeah,
Okay.
Souls are a very good topic to talk about. I mean, think about this. For every human living body, there is a soul, and there goes still running around.
That's true. Soul never dies.
But where does it go?
You hear that soul energy. Did the person leave?
Nah. No. Not yet. No one's coming yet. I was given a message to hold on.
Oh, really? Okay.
There we go. All right. So I said I'll hold the show open. It's gonna stay open until that time. Okay. But the funny thing is about people in today's world is that we have lost our own bloody minds in a lot of ways. And that's the obstacle everyone has to overcome. I mean, right is right, wrong is wrong. And if you start making excuses for the wrong to be right, you're losing your damn brains. Excuse my language, but I'm normally the one that will sit there and chew people out for not thinking.
I see why the thing didn't work. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the thing. Hold on. I want to see if we call. Because I think I called by the wrong location. That's why it didn't work yesterday. Aha, it did work. Okay, because I dialed by the wrong location yesterday.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I was dialing by the New York number, and Reverend Ed should have given me the San Jose number because I'm in California. So it says dial by location. Yeah. Good to know. Good to know.
And not yet. And I gotta drop this into Twitter.
So do these get posted on YouTube or
YouTube, Twitch, Twitter,
and then our Facebook page?
Facebook, YouTube, SoundCloud, iHeart, TuneIn, TalkStream Live, the works.
Okay.
There's actually 68 locations it goes to.
Okay.
Nothing small. Not for this network. We don't do anything small. We're always making sure everyone has adequate touch.
Right.
Okay, 1 minute. I just love it. But no, what do y'all think of soul energy?
Souls are incredible. What they can transmit in the afterlife, I'm blown away. I've just been stunned by what my own family has managed to accomplish just by demonstrating to me that they're there. I'm really touched by their love and by their trying to, show their loyalty. It's to me, it's amazing. And I know that there's other stories too of other people having the same experience. Was that a caller or was that?
I don't know. Let me check. Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Dee. See, I got my smile on. Dee.
What is interesting though is that everybody can feel. Not everyone can see and hear spirits, but everyone can feel whether the energy of a person is good, positive, neutral, or bad. That's what fascinates me. Everybody can sense that, in living or dead. The soul is that clear. So it's pretty fascinating.
That is. And another thing about the soul being a constant energy source and supply for the body,
right,
makes it kind of unusual because the body at some point in age or whatever rejects that energy.
No.
Okay, so the person has the number. Excuse me. Yeah, they were dying to call in.
Who is this?
Well, it's called from Canada. She messaged me and Well, we got another call for Canada soon. So, what are y'all's favorite stones? I hate dead air.
Amethyst and selenite and turquoise and sapphire. Woohoo!
Sapphire, very usable.
Sapphire.
As do
Me
you
Pink
is
diamond.
lapis lazuli.
Yeah, lapis lazuli is the best.
Yeah,
And pink
that's my
diamond.
favorite one.
Woohoo!
you know, there are many articles about combining stones that people can read, and I was telling people that the key to is to know the stone that you're using. Help, we got a phone call. Here we go.
Okay.
Caller. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Who do we have with us?
This is Lorraine.
Oh, hi, Lorraine.
Hi.
So how can we help?
Ramona just told me that you're a really good reader and said if I wanted a reading to call in.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, did you have a question or a concern on your mind?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of making a big decision, and I just wanted to see if you can give me any insight to the changes coming in the next few months here.
Okay. And can I just get your age?
Uh-oh. You really need it?
I do, because it helps me hone down your energy.
Okay, I'm 62, but it doesn't have anything to do with retiring.
Okay.
So,
right.
yeah.
I feel like you're leaving somebody a relationship. Is that true?
You could kind of put it that way, yeah.
But it feels like it's a mutual thing. Both of you feel like you've both grown apart. But this is very scary for you to be alone on your own. Is that what's going on?
It's more like I'm looking at leaving a business.
Ah, okay.
Or a group of people. I guess you could put it that way too, because
and there's history there. You've been with them for 13 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's been some good friendships there that have really helped you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can still hold on to the friendships. And are you wondering about your next step? Like,
well, I'm just wondering, like, I've got some choices, and I could go the other way. I could just stay and keep doing what I'm doing, and because I'm very good at what I'm doing. I not sound conceited, but I am good. I get a lot of really good feedback, and it is a really tough job, and I know that the people that use my services don't want me to quit because they all of a sudden are giving me everything I want, after a long time. Yeah. But
so here's what I get. Can you hang on till March?
Well, that's what I was kind of planning on.
Okay. So I would do that, and then a better opportunity shows up, and then you might have to choose between two really good choices. And I would choose based on the people, not so much the money. Because it does matter to you how you are treated.
Very much so.
Yeah, so I would really go with that, because the money will be sort of competitive with each other. So go with that. Yeah. So in about end of March, beginning of April, there'll be a new job. And you'll notice one staff is warmer, more personable. They seem to be more cohesive. Pay attention to that, because that's where you're going to want to be.
Okay. Well, the other one, the one that I'm not doing now, would involve a lot of travel. So can you see much travel for me?
I see more short trips. Is it trips? Is that okay? So yeah, I see short trips. I don't see like a big a big like long travel or anything like that. You'll be really happy. It's an adjustment, and next year will be easier. And one of your good friends from this company might end up going to like a job nearby, so that might be a nice change for you too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, that is something.
Do you have a
that,
son that I'm sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to. Do you have a son that you're concerned about?
yes.
Okay. What's the story?
Well, I've actually had to block him on my phone and break all ties and not communicate with him whatsoever because he's going through. Well, he's not very nice to me for one.
I see.
Unless I'm giving him things, he's kind of manipulative, and he's like, I think he's in the drugs.
Okay.
We're not sure if it's drugs or mental illness because, like, I actually work with mentally ill adults. That's what I do, and I don't know. I really don't know if it's a drug addiction.
It feels like drugs.
And
Feels like there might be a little bit of mental illness in there. I was a prior psychologist for 23 years. So
yeah, and a lot of the times, and most of the time, it is a mixture of both, isn't it? If someone is going to be...
It is. But he really is into strong drugs, so I can see why you're so scared.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I would keep praying for him, and he may hit rock bottom like within 8 months to about a year. It's going to take him a little while. He's pretty stubborn.
Yes, very strong-willed.
Yeah, and then something may happen to him that might be a changing point for him. And then there may be some hope for some sort of future relationship. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about that.
Well, it is what it is.
Oh, it is what it is. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to be nice about it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. But otherwise, I mean, you yourself are doing really well. You've worked really hard on your spiritual path. I feel like you can start to hear your angels. You hear them as you're falling asleep. You get a lot of strength from seeing spiritual stuff, affirmations. Just ignore the negative people. You know, I know that gets to you. Don't really pay attention to that.
Yeah, I tend to stay away from negativity.
Right. Definitely. Did you have any other questions?
Health-wise?
See, I tend to stay away from health because I really prefer you go see a doctor. But what are you wanting to know about your health?
Most my health problems right now is got all to do with lifestyle choices and things, and I probably could get it all under control just by making a few changes.
Okay.
And and I'm just wondering if you see that happen.
Yeah, by summer you're going to be looking a little bit better. You're going to be feeling a little bit better. Yeah. So I think just keep it up. Just keep consistent and keep trying. Don't give up. You know.
Okay.
Half of life is to show up, and then the other half is not to give up. I know.
Okay.
It's a pain in the butt, but it's totally the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The simplest of things, and it's the hardest to do, right?
I know. Seriously, right? Tell me about it.
Yeah. So, okay, and unless you can see anything else for me that I haven't asked about, or
just that a friend that you had lost a while ago, about 5 to 7 years ago, may come back and try to make amends. Just be open to her. See what she has to say.
Okay. There's a couple of friends that's possible. One is an online friend, and one is a everyday, like a real, like everyday life friend.
It feels like the everyday friend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I was really surprised you got the 13 years.
Well, I tend to, there's something about time. That's why I asked you for your age. I tend to see everybody's lifespan as a timeline, and suddenly it just chops it up and it shows me things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's one of my clients that's been with me for 13 years, and like we're very close. I gotta say, because what I do, I have a home and I have people with schizophrenia that live here. And the 13 years, that's one of my people he's been here 13 years. We just we have our little anniversary on November 3rd. So, yes, we just hit 13 years.
Yeah, congratulations. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah,
you. He's so compassionate.
Yeah. Well, he's more like a son to me, so.
Oh, nice.
It'd be hard to walk away from that one. Yeah, so. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Sure. You're welcome.
And if Ramona is there, thank you for telling me about this, and maybe we'll talk to you again.
Oh, sure. Of course.
Okay. Bye.
Bye, Lorraine.
Well. That was another successful, good, happy person.
Yeah.
It feels good, doesn't it? That's what I look forward to. That's exactly what I look to see. Happy people getting that information that they need. And I was thinking, I would love for you to do a show about stones and gems. That would be really interesting because a lot of people wear these items and everyone has a different property. I mean,
yeah, I know.
And people do not, they improperly keep them. I mean, I personally, I have a dislike for rose quartz, personally.
Why?
Me and rose quartz, I could never do a single true spell with rose quartz. I could never do it. And
are you kidding me? Put a piece of rose quartz in water and drink it all day? Oh my God, you'll be on the top of the air. For crying out loud, Daryl. You'll be so stoked.
I might try that, okay?
All right, you know what? Because you've got Angry Odin, put the turquoise in there. Put a chunk of turquoise in there and see how much more calmer you are.
That would be an opposite reaction. I do not want the Angry Odin to have anything that would... Yeah, I'd rather be the person to keep him under control.
Okay.
I'm being... Yeah, I have to be the one to keep him under control.
Go for it.
I mean, Tiger Eye is good. Moon Quartz is good. Amber is always good, especially when you're using it for protection. Amber is always great for that. It's a good stone. Moon Quartz is always good. There's a lot of them. I used to like citrite, but it's not used a lot anymore. And there are other stones that have the same properties or the same scalene properties, as I will say, that can be used for it. More so that moon quartz. Citrite is okay, but it's more so used for blood rituals, and I'm not really happy with them today.
Citrine brings about abundance.
Yeah. And it brings about a lot of energy.
Yeah.
A lot of energy.
You've really seen the wild side of psychics, man. I can tell.
Like I said,
he really has. He's seen some wild, crazy shit, and that's why he's like, "Damn." He's like, "No." Okay, fair enough.
I've lived.
I've seen the other side, so I'm just like, okay, whatever.
I've lived in the commune with witches, and I've seen it from various point of views, from the view of those doing voodoo to the one doing hoodoo to the ones doing straight Wicca. I've seen it all. I've stayed amongst the people. I've taken the training and learning, so it gets even deeper than that.
Gotcha.
So I know what's good for the being that's within me, and yet on the other side, I know that if I don't maintain the control, then I start to sweat.
Okay.
And I know what that means because he senses something going haywire and it's protection mode.
Mm-hmm.
But this show was dynamic, and I have to give you your credit. Credits to both of you.
Thank you so much for helping us.
And you know something?
What?
Bring the power, girl. Bring it.
I will bring it.
Yeah, he came out. Okay, bring the power and bring that energy, because next week I know you gotta blow people away.
I am planning on it.
See, this was impromptu. This was kind of short notice, but it was fun.
No, totally. We did the best we could. You know, we're making the most of life.
Hey, it's called destiny. No controls, baby. No controls in destiny. And that's the key to life. Well, give everybody a shout out and say goodnight to them.
All right, everybody. Thanks for
good night.
Thank you so much. Please join us next Sunday, 4 to 6 Pacific Standard Time, 7 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. We love you all. Peace out.
Oh, yeah. Say goodnight, Mel.
Good night.
I like Mel. Mel sits there. She's so quiet. I like her.
Brand new shiny car. I got money in my pocket. Gonna be a star. I'm a mighty, mighty, mighty man. Woo! I'm a mighty, mighty man. Yes, I am. I'm a mighty, mighty, mighty man. Woo! I'm a mighty, mighty man. Yeah. And I'm gonna get to you now. Get to you if I can. Take you around the hell. I'm a mighty, mighty man. I'm a mighty, mighty, mighty man. Woo! I'm a mighty, mighty man. There ain't no doubt about it. I'm a mighty, mighty, mighty man. Woo! I'm a mighty, mighty man. Yeah.
All right. Hey, y'all, welcome. Y'all with my man, Christopher Wayne Fisher.
Hello,
Mighty
everybody.
Man.
Mighty Man's in the house.
Mighty Man's in the house. What's up, people? What's up,
Yeah,
Mighty
what's
Man?
up?
Yeah, what you doing,
It's
Mighty
the
Man?
first Sunday of being able to deflate. Oh, I can breathe.
What are you feeling? Freedom?
Yeah, I'm feeling free, but I don't have to deal with a freaking election on the news and people call my damn phone all the time. Sometimes in the middle of the night.
So you've been stressed out too, huh?
Yeah, I think all of us have.
Yeah, I haven't had enough to drink, man. So, I was trying not to drink tonight, but, they keep talking about voter fraud, the comic book mythology of white America, blah, 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 is coming through.
I bet you get sick of hearing all the rhetoric.
You know something? I'm about to literally one day I'm going to end up throwing this phone out the fourth story window. Don't worry about it, everybody. It's gone. And then I'm sitting here, I'm looking at my girl DJ Mayhem, dag, it is snowing in AZ.
What the hell? But ain't normal this time of year down there.
Yeah, nothing's normal anymore. Alex Trebek died
We-
at age 80.
Yeah, I miss him. I grew up watching a show right after school.
Yeah, poor Vanna. Vanna, I know you're missing him, but don't worry. You got Mighty Man.
You're my generation. I bet you watched some of his shows too.
Yeah, I did. I used to watch This is Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Alex Trebek was cool.
Did you used to watch him almost every night when you were growing up, I bet, like I did?
Yeah, I had to. That was probably the only thing I can recall that gave me information outside of the dumb books I was reading.
Yeah, back then you didn't have much choice because you only get the local on-air stations back in the 80s and 70s.
Yeah, but those are the good days, man, when things were really awesome. I mean, the 80s, you could actually meet people, you could hang with anyone. And nowadays, they decide to say, whoever you meet is up somebody else's grab. I don't understand. Life ain't. Life has changed.
Even though I kind of don't like both the guys that ran,
What don't you like about them?
their behavior.
True.
I don't like sore losers or sore winners. I don't.
I don't think anybody's won yet. And I don't think anybody really cares. I mean, I'm sorry, you got a bunch of people running around that are globalists thinking they're going to rule the world. But on the other side of the plate, you got a bunch of individuals out there that honestly have no idea what's really going on around them.
They want somebody to win so they can continue
Their game.
agenda.
Yeah, the game. That's all it is. One big happy game for all.
They'll be able to play the game no matter if either one of them gets it.
It's a shame, ain't it? Well, actually, I don't know what Biden has to offer us. I don't know. I mean, Trump was killing the swamp hard. I mean, I'm sorry. He was killing it hard. And people.
But you know what, though? I'm willing to give him a chance if the voters said yes.
The question is, do you believe that dead people
I
can
gave
vote?
Trump a chance.
Do you believe dead people can vote? Is the question.
No.
My grandmother did, and she did. That's North Carolina. Thank you very much, people. I've got that information.
You know what I don't like about North Carolina's election laws? I researched this. In Pennsylvania, if you die between an early vote and election day, your ballot's thrown out.
Of course, it should be. You're not there. One man, one vote. But now
That's right.
now you got dead people voting.
North Carolina allows it.
How can a person vote if they're dead?
Here's how North Carolina treats it. It's what they call an in-between vote.
Okay.
If you die after you vote and it's not yet election day, it's still counted.
But
it's always been that way. And what is surprising is a very, very red state.
Hold on. If you die.
Yeah, like if you vote in October, right, and you die before election day.
Right. And your vote's for the presidency, right?
Yeah, it'll still count.
Of course, because you voted.
But in Pennsylvania, it gets threw out.
That's if somebody reports to the state that you died. Yeah.
Yeah, here they use automated processing if you die. The state uses federal matching systems to basically scratch your name off of registration and benefit rolls. They're very, very tight. You know what I mean by tight?
How tight is it?
They don't want to give you anything.
Hey, I would like to get paid to vote. I'm up for a new job. I'm a voter. I want to get paid. Oh, my God. Here we go.
What I mean is benefits like getting Medicaid and stuff.
Yep. And we got a caller already.
832, who's this?
Oh, this is just someone that's calling in to say hello.
Hello.
I think I remember your number, but I don't your area code, but I don't remember who you are.
Oh, I know who that is. I know. Is that who that is? See, that's that girl with that long
you don't
hair.
know who I am.
Oh, Ramona.
Oh, shoot.
I'm a little bit of a fog still, but I'll be okay.
Yeah, Christopher Wayne, he got me up just to get on air tonight. I was getting ready to do the lay down, throw the feet up, grab a couple bottles or something, and
Oh, Lord.
do the little snug. Hold on, I'm wondering if Amanda's gonna be next. See,
I hope so.
Is she around?
Oh, she's always around. Amanda's like a ghost.
You know what? Anytime I want to talk to her, all I have to do is just think.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We all in trouble now. No, don't be thinking, Chris. Don't do it, Chris. Don't
Think, Chris.
Amanda.
Hey, we ought to have a theme song when you say that name, okay? And you know, yeah, that'd be so
Amanda. Oh, make that part of my sounds for the show.
Yeah.
Your theme song, huh?
Amanda.
Oh, wasn't there a song by that name back in the day? I think it was. I know it was
So
Rosanna.
how is everybody doing?
Man,
I'm all right.
I haven't seen this chat so quiet. It's like church mice. People sitting there conspired. I got my Agent On going on. My PTSD is kicking in.
Just people have been so quiet.
People are tired.
Because they were exhausted from the last 10 months that, you know, it's just like
this is too much.
Cloud has been lifted over and they can sleep peacefully. I mean, it's just weird.
When I sleep now, I get a lot of information. I get so many dreams. I wake up in a fog now.
Wow.
Like yesterday, I was in a psychic or empath sense last night. I talked to you, knew I was drunk, mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like I was high on life.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
So good, huh?
I'm trying to get there with them. Pass me
You
a
said
bottle.
high off of life, not off a drink.
Oh, well, what's the difference? I'm trying to get there with them regardless. Oh, shoot. Here we go.
203. Oh, that's Amanda.
See, you started this shit.
See what I can do just with my...
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Fine. I'm relaxed.
Hold on. Y'all, you know something? Now, Chris, you know what you just did, right?
Yes, I do know.
You just summoned the woman herself to come up in here. We in trouble. We got, look. 2 men, got 2 women in here, and I'm scared because I haven't had a drink. What's wrong with you?
Ian, you heard me sing my favorite
Amanda song.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to think of a melody and create a melody for you to play on there. Call Amanda.
It's like that saying, ask and you shall receive. Well, you asked, and here I am.
I didn't know you were listening.
Listen, I told you, I am always there for you. I'm always listening.
Yeah. Christopher,
and like Daryl said, I'm a ghost. I'm around. Trust me.
See, I told
I'm very
you
quiet,
she's a ghost.
But I'm around.
I told you she was a ghost.
A ghost in the machine, huh?
Oh my God! No, you didn't say that. Now I got to shut.
Yeah, I
up.
did.
I'm scared now. Amanda's on.
Yeah, I did.
I can't close my eyes now.
That's all right. I know. I've had a couple of good nights sleep.
So did I. It's been weird.
I know. I mean, wow.
What is?
Actually getting tired at night, and just for the last 2 nights, it's like a weight.
It's been blissful.
Yes.
Have you been sleeping better too, Daryl?
Man, I don't even know how to sleep. Y'all work the shit out of me. And it's just going to get worse.
That is true.
And it's going to get worse. And you know something? I'm going to the Galactic Council next week, and I'm going to ask to get beamed the hell up, okay? I'm going to get beamed up, and ain't nobody going to bother me. I'm getting beamed up, and that's the end of it. I'm going to another UFOs. Where are you? Beam me up.
Okay, here's a question. Here's a question for you guys about the Galactic Council. It's possible that, if this Galactic Council exists, that a person could be a part of it and not realize it, be down here in this realm and time and place, and during sleep hours or whatever, end up actually on the council doing some kind of work. Is that possible?
I believe that that is very possible. And the reason why I believe that is because the simple fact is that we all are a part of everything, if you think about it. We are a part of everything and anything. And some of us are, privy to certain things, and while others aren't. But we all have an equal part to play in creation in general.
Okay. So how could I possibly be a high priest on that council and not be aware of it?
I want to
And
be
I've
a
had
janitor.
several people tell me, and I'm like, I think that's above my pay grade.
Well, it's also whether or not your mind
idea.
wants to, your mind wants to tap into those things or not. Like some people willingly shut off their mind. Like me, I shut off my mind because if not, I won't be able to get anything done in life. And so I have to turn that side of me off. And then there's others who, honestly, only way it does get activated is when they're in their subconscious and they're sleeping and they're off to dreamland. That's like that saying, sometimes people have dreams and they're like, wait, I just dreamed about something similar happening like a week ago, and then here it's happening. It's like that deja vu thing. So that's you getting that information and the universe providing you it. And there's also that informed decision that you have is when you say, you know what, I'm not going to go out today. Something's telling me to stay in. And then you stay in, and all of a sudden you hear on the news something bad happened. You're like, man, I was just going to go there.
Yeah.
I'm glad I did it. So there's always something at work. It's just whether or not people want to understand that. And we're all connected, kind of like what I was talking about last night on my show. Yeah. We're all connected. We're connected, and people don't like think of this in this sense. We're connected to the animals, the earth, the trees, the ground. We're connected to each other in many ways, but we allow societal misinformation and misguidance to cause this great gap in between all of us. And unfortunately, it's sad, but it's up to whoever to decide not to fall in between those gaps and allow it to cloud your judgment.
Do you think society does that on purpose? I've wondered about that.
I do. I think it's a power thing. It's a way to keep power, control in order.
Yeah, because think about babies, for instance. How they
they're not born racist.
No.
Babies are not born racist. They're not born religious. They're not born with anything. And these are the things that we give
without even talking. They communicate.
Right, exactly.
Without even talking for the longest period of time, for years. And then once you start, putting verbal things into them, they are starting to lose that mental telepathy connection that they have with each other, I think.
If you go back to, from a psychological standpoint and the study of the mind in that aspect, we all have these innate behaviors that we adapt to in life in order to communicate. And that's just like how can somebody who's blind maneuver their way around the streets in the world this whole time and they can't see anything? I can't imagine being blind and not being able to see things. Well, to them, that's normal. To them, they adapt it, and it's adaptation that allows us to do so. It's a survival thing that we are born with. But then when you look at it from a spiritual aspect, you see it a little bit differently. And that's the problem. People don't know how to decipher things the way they should. They're only deciphering based on what they're taught. It's kind of like something I was just researching and reading. It's called a single story. Okay, everybody is given a story. This whole life we live in is given a story. A story of our ancestries, a story of how we came to be, whatever the case may be. But there's a danger behind a single story.
Right.
The danger behind the single story is that you're seeing it from a one-sided perspective that is only given to us. So it's kind of like with the apartheid and stuff like that in South Africa. Unfortunately, these individuals that were victims of the apartheid were victims based on their color of their skin. That was the only reason why they were victims of it. And because that they were, black or colored or, mixed interracially where they were colored, they were considered to be dumb. They were considered to be non-essential humans in many ways. Yes, they were part of the human species, but they were the non-evolved part of human species. And that's the way that the white man perceived them. And when they perceived them that way, that created a single story. and they adapted to the white man's views on things. And so they looked at themselves differently. They looked at themselves from a white perspective. Exactly. But this is just recent, so people can have a little bit more understanding, because a lot of people heard of apartheid, but they never heard of a lot of things in history because people don't do the research. And a lot of it was to control and suppress and oppress individuals of color because they felt that they were intellectually uncapable and unessential to everything, the existence. They shouldn't even have existed. You know what I mean? In many ways.
Let's talk about the psychology of that. As far as, I've come to the conclusion that they didn't really believe that. They wanted other people to believe that. Because if you believe that someone is really and truly lesser than you, they're invisible to you. You don't concentrate on them.
Exactly. You don't care what happens to them.
Exactly.
Right, and you don't care. You don't care about what happens to them. You don't care whether or not they're educated, uneducated, breathing, healthy. They don't care. They fall in that gap, like I was just talking about before. They fall in that gap, and we leave them there, and we don't pull them out of that gap, because it's easier for us to leave people behind than it is for us to uplift and bring people with us. And that's a part of the whole power and control thing. And now that we're starting to swing out of that, and we're seeing the change in things, people are starting to view things differently. But it doesn't matter. It was already done. You can't correct the past. There's no way you can do it, but you can improve your future. You can improve the future of everybody if you come out of that single story perspective, and you recognize how much more dangerous a single story is. And you can look at it within religion. A lot of different religions are constantly at war, but yet they all have a common, they all have a common understanding that there is a divine spirit that's more than them and that is above them. But yet, whether they decide to call it Jehovah or Jesus or God or Gaia or whatever you want to call it,
that's
it's still that
a higher
same
power,
divinity of that higher power. And we argue our perspective because it's that single story mindset. And that's the problem with society. Just like with the elections, you look at it from a single story. You look at it, okay, well, this one did this and this one did this, and I don't like this one. And then everybody starts arguing, but it's like nobody looks at, okay, well, what have they contributed? What have they done? Are they honest? Are they truthful? Have they made waves to make things better? You know what I mean? They don't look at all of that. They look at just, well, I heard the other day that Trump did this, or I heard the other day that Biden did this. And it's like, okay, but we have to look at history in order to correct the future. And people forget to do that a lot of times because, one, they're so comfortable with being in that movement of that single story that's what we were shaped as a society to believe are single stories. Single stories about religion, single stories about politics, single stories about ethnicity, race, etc. And that's where we forget that at the end of the day, we're all human. We're all people. We all have the same blood. We all have, we all, our blood may be different in types, but we still have red blood like everybody else. My blood's not green. It's red, just like yours and Odin's and Christopher's. You know what I mean? We are the same. We come from the same species. And yet here we are, because we're supposedly a higher intellectual species, here we are denying other people and taking away their freedoms, their rights, etc., all in the event to move forward with the bullshit. It's never going to change if we don't understand the bullshit that we're creating when we're doing it, and that's the single story.
Amen, sister. There's no disagreement from me on that. The question is, how do we change that single story? Because it seems to be ingrained and inbred, and even I guess it's as though their DNA has somehow sucked it all in to that. No matter what they see, no matter what they hear, they're still stuck on that single story, even though nothing in front of them validates it.
Right. Well, because it's easier to go with the crowd and the scheme of things than to go against it. I mean, look at Martin Luther King. He was against it, and all he wanted was equality, and they assassinated him for having a different perspective. And, you know, we got to look at it from that. Same thing with Malcolm X. Yes, some of them were a little bit more extreme than the other, but they still had the same ideations to where they just wanted equality across the board. And yet here we are decades later, and we're still fighting for the same thing that we've been trying to change. And now it's only starting to switch because of the older generation is pretty much dying out, and the millenniums are starting to come in, and they're starting to see things a little bit more differently in the sense of more, you know, open-mindedness towards things like this. I mean, I don't think it's fair that men should get paid more than me if I'm doing the same job they're doing, but it's still a very big factor in the way we work in our economy, where we don't have equality the way we should. And it's, you know, you're right, it's been ingrained in our history, but do we choose to live in the past, or do we want to live in the future, or do we want to, you know, secure our future for the next generation? And I think that's what we're seeing now, is a shift in the security that we're trying to cement for our future, you know, offsprings and our future people.
Yeah, because
but I mean, if you think about it, hundreds and hundreds and yeah, because you look at it as hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of this one single story playing out, and then all it takes is that one person to keep that story alive. It's like a gossip or a rumor. You know, rumors, they spread by mouth, and they spread by stories. And if you keep that negative rumor alive, it's going to keep going. And it's because we're putting power to it. We're allowing it to continue to flourish because we choose to go along with the scheme of things versus being our own individuals and recognizing, hey, you know what, this is wrong. And I think that's what makes me a little bit different than others, is that I don't believe in all the shit that I read. I don't believe in all the shit that I see, because there is multiple stories to an event. There's multiple ideation. There's so much more to what we see, but it's only given to us in a way that they choose to shape us. And that's not fair.
No, it's not. And what's really sad is that most human minds aren't capable of withstanding that kind of input.
Right, and they're afraid. A lot of them are afraid because when people, like I said, like our historical figures who try to open up people's eyes to these types of things, they were ridiculed, they were assassinated, they were killed. I mean, if we go to religion, Jesus was killed. You know, they killed him because of his different religious beliefs and perspectives. You know, every person that we had that was set here to teach us a lesson, what did we do? We killed them. Yeah. Why? Because we didn't want them to preach their story. We didn't want them to change our mindset, and we didn't want to be uncomfortable with change. And that's what it is. Change is an uncomfortable experience. You know, nobody ever wants to change because they always want to think they're perfect and they're doing what's right. And at the end of the day, we all make mistakes. We all are, like I said, several times, we're fallible. We're meant to not understand everything. But when it's right there in front of us and we're seeing it and we're understanding it and we're feeling it, why is it so hard for us to recognize it and accept it? Well, because we're afraid to. We're afraid of the repercussions. And exactly. And a lot of the times they go through that process where they start feeling the anguish, the sadness, the guilt, the pressure, all of that. And nobody wants to feel that way because it's an uncomfortable feeling. So when we move out of our comfort zones and we start, you know, these matters of racial injustices and these feelings that have been brought up through the elections and in religion and things like that, you see a lot of opposing viewpoints only because people are too comfortable with where they're at and they're afraid to change and move forward. And we're not going to fix or make anything better if we don't change and recognize what's going on. And that's why culture in itself is always changing. It's never one culture. It's always evolving and shifting and changing. And if we start thinking about the way culture functions, why is it so hard for us to function along with that change? Well, because we're comfortable, we are afraid of it. At the end of the day, we are afraid of things we don't understand, and we're afraid of the change. And that's what it really comes down to, like with the change in the presidencies. People believe in one more than the other. They're afraid of what the other one's going to do. Okay, well, you know what? Everybody had their chance to vote. Everybody had their chance to say their opinions. Some of them voted because of color. Okay, I'm team red, I'm team blue, I'm going with that. Me, I'm an independent party. That's what I identify as. And the reason why I choose to identify as that is because I want to have that independent choice and ability to choose based on what that individual has done, what I think they can do, and what I feel they're capable of. And I'm not going to swing red or blue just because I'm red or just because I'm blue, because that's just stupid.
Exactly.
So when I was younger, I got a lot of backlash because I have, I have my family members who are Democrats and who are Republicans, and I'm pretty much the only independent. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? I'm like, well, because I march to my own beat. I'm not going to follow everybody. I don't care to.
Yeah.
I'd rather be hated for being different than be hated for doing something stupid and making a decision that's going to affect my children and then my grandchildren.
Well, the question you should ask is, why are you hated anyway? You ain't not a damn person out there getting any profit off of a presidency. All y'all care about is singing
and that's
songs.
the thing. We have so much hate towards one another because they voted for somebody they felt would be better for them. Now, that's the stupid part of it. Why? People are unfriending people.
Here's the thing.
You know what I mean? People are unfriending people on Facebook.
Oh,
People,
I
long-time
refuse
friends.
to do that. Unfriending people just for their politics.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They do that for everything.
To do with politics for
hate.
me, because I was never into politics until this year, when I saw hate. I am strongly against hate.
Well, I can say a lot
of anybody, any person.
Yeah,
any
that I
being.
would remove somebody for being nasty and being in a butthole.
Well, you'll be
Right,
removing
exactly.
thousands of them. You'll be removing thousands of people at one time because everybody's got a fucking asshole.
Right. I mean, if they're not respecting.
Yeah, because
but if they
but
are,
that's the point. That's the point. Why is it okay to unfriend somebody that you've been friends with your whole life? Most of them have been friends with them for so long. Why are you going to unfriend them because they have a different view? No, instead you should embrace that. Learn something from that. Well, why do you view it this way? Well, I view it this way because this, and the third. Okay, I understand that. But we can't respect one another. And that's what it comes down to. Nobody has respect for other people's opinions, views, or anything like that. And it goes against the opposition. You know what I mean?
But stuff like that I
And
wouldn't
you can't
agree.
give me a good reason why you are backing or supporting somebody who wants to go around, grab women's pussies, rape women, steal things.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you're
turn
asking
Americans against each other.
Right, you're asking
call
a
out-
very understandable question because that's the same question I have. It's
That's
like,
a valid
well,
question that you both have.
Well, I got a question for
why?
both sides.
And it's hate.
I got a
It's
question.
the hate.
And that hate I can't deal with. Even, there's
I
a friend of
remember.
mine. I've known him since I was 11 years old. I'm 66 now. My best friend's family. And, they are they've always slipped in one thing or another. They consider themselves, not prejudiced and not this and that. But they slip. Every now and then you overlook it. Because I understand it's so ingrained that they don't know any better.
Yeah, it's ingrained in
And
our
we
society. We
understand
all
that has
slip. Right, Ramona?
People, huh?
We all slip.
No, not in that way. No.
Oh, you're talking about
racism.
Oh.
Well, see, there's a big difference between being racist and prejudice. People have
Exactly.
different prejudices against certain things, actions, and there's a big difference, And with me, I honestly did not, and I'm going to tell you a story. It's a true story. I honestly did not fear for my son who's interracial. His skin is darker than mine. He has a beautiful, beautiful. And my daughter, same way.
Yeah.
Beautiful caramel color skin. They are beautiful in my eyes, right? I did not fear or realize or anything like that because I was never taught to hate people because of their color. My family didn't work that way at all. You know what I mean? My grandparents and, you know, other family members, yeah, some of them were really racist pieces of shit. You know what I mean? My grandparents were taught that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they didn't instill that in us either. They gave us the choice to change, and that's how they taught us. They recognized the shit, and that's what, you know, and that's where we started changing. And I did not really understand, and I used to get pissed off when my friends who were black would tell me, "Oh, you don't understand because you're white. You don't understand what real racism is. You know, you may see it or understand, but you don't know what it feels like." And I'm like, "Listen, I get it. I feel. I have feelings just like you. It hurts me to see you suffer." They're like, "No, you don't understand the fear that we have going out every day, or the fear that we have, you know, just doing what we do normally, like going to school." Or I was like, "What fear are you talking about? You know, you're going to school, you're doing everything I'm doing. I don't get it." And I didn't really get it, but I understood it. I understood that was their understanding, and
Their
you know, I
fear,
was like, okay,
but you really
right, and I get it.
Feel
I
that
couldn't
fear.
Right, I couldn't really identify that fear within me, and it
Once
wasn't
you start
until
having a family member who's different, who's disabled or multiracial, then you learn how real it is, this fear.
Well, yeah, and sometimes we're lucky enough where we're bypassed and we don't get to feel that. But in my case, I was taught a very special lesson. And the lesson I was taught was that, and this is completely bullshit. So my son went to pretty much, I would say, majority of the population, about 80% of the population was white, and the 20% was of mixed races between, you know, Spanish or black or whatever, you know, Asian, all different races. And that's the 20% of the population. And this was a prestigious technical high school here in my state. And I was like, okay, well, he's going to one of the best schools. He's going to learn a trade. He's going to do something that can help him to better be equipped for life skills and things like that. That's great. You know, my son got into a technical school. Why wouldn't I be proud? He just didn't make it into a high school. He made it into it. So I was very proud and excited about this new journey he was going to take. And, you know, he was doing well up until his 10th grade. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call, and I was in class. I was in my college class. I had to step out. It was my kid's school, and it was the principal. And I'm like, yeah, how can I help you? And they're like, listen, I just want to let you know that the state police are here. And I'm like, what do you mean the state police is here? Where's my son? What happened? Is he okay? And they're like, no, let me explain. I was like, no. First off, you answer my damn question. Is my son okay? And they're like, no, he's fine. He's fine. I was like, okay. My next question to you is, why is the state police there, and why are you calling me then? And they're like, well, because, you know, one of the students had identified your son as robbing him in the bathroom today and holding a knife to his throat. And I'm like, that's not my kid. My kid never, ever would do something like that. And, you know, and that's that false sense of security. Parents like to think that they raise their children to be the best people they can be, and they're not going to do bad and whatever. But I knew deep down in my heart and my soul that my son is not capable of any acts of violence. And that's because I kept them away from stuff like that, and I showed them love. I never showed them violence. Like, I never hit them, never did anything like that growing up to engage in that type of behavior. You know what I mean? I taught them self-defense if the occasion may come and they need to defend themselves. But I did not condone or promote violence in any way. So I was like, that's not my kid. I was like, you got it all wrong. That's not my son. They're like, well, the kid identified your son. I said, how did he identify my son? Can you please tell me how this kid pointed out my son over, I don't know, 800 to 1,000 students? Like, well, he described him as having an afro, dark skin, short, stocky, you know, and he said his name. And I said, okay, so just because my son has an afro, he's dark skinned, and he's short, now all of a sudden that bumps him up the line. And now because he has a name that name is shared amongst millions of people out there in the world, billions of them, you're telling me my kid did it. Okay, whatever. And they're like, well, we're going to have him sit down and question him. We just want to let you know we're taking his phone. We got to go through it because they said they recorded the child or the individual doing this. I was like, who recorded him? The victim. I was like, then excuse my language, I'm going to tell you exactly. I was like, how the fuck did a victim who is so afraid of their life having a thing to their throat can say, you know what, let me stop and record the incident? How the fuck did that happen? And then have the time to share it out to millions of students and people. Like, well, that's what we're told. I was like, okay, well, you're fucking retarded. And that's exactly what I told them. Like, oh, that's not a nice word. I go, okay, you're fucking stupid. Is that better? And they were like, well, please calm down, Miss McMahon. I was like, no, I'm not going to calm down. I'm going to go to school. They're like, no, we can't have you come to school right now because it's a criminal investigation. I was like, listen, you have exactly. But because it was a felony, they didn't consider him as a minor. So I was like, listen, you have exactly 30 minutes to get back to me. If you do not get back to me, I'm going to let you do your thing. If you do not get back to me in 30 minutes, I am coming to your school. I am breaking your damn door because I know you're not going to let me in. So I'm breaking that glass door, and I'm going to find you. And I was like, and then when I find you, I'm going to show you exactly how pissed I can get. I was like, because I do not act this way, but you're really triggering that other side of me that you don't want to see. So I'll let you do your thing, but you better call me back, and I'm going to count the clock down right now. And I waited 30 minutes, and sure enough, I put the fear of hell in them, and they called me back, and they're like, well, we're going to let him go for right now. We're going to send him home. We're still doing our investigation. I said, okay, well, I have a question for you. They're like, what? I was like, how did my son rob somebody at 10 o'clock in the morning when my son did not get back into the building until 1:30 in the afternoon because he was away with his class on a job site learning how to do whatever shit skills you taught him there at that job site? Like, well, what do you mean? I was like, my son went to a job site today. I signed the damn paper. I have a copy of it. Did my son get left behind? No. Let me go talk to his shop teacher. Well, apparently, these police officers who are state officials who are supposed to be so wise did not ask anybody in the building, teacher-wise, where my son was.
Oh, they knew everything.
Oh, no. But they did everything. So it turned out they were like, okay, we're going to find out. We're going to call you back in 10 minutes. I said, no, you better call me back. I was like, I don't give a shit if it's 9 o'clock at night. You're going to talk to me all day until we figure this shit out. I don't care if you got to stay up overnight. We're going to figure this shit out. And so she goes. Calls me back. Oh my God, you were right. Your son wasn't in the building when this child said it happened. We're going to ask this child, what day it took place. Maybe it was a different day. I was like, first of all, you're bullshit because you just told me it was this morning at 10:30 in the morning that this occurred. Right. There was multiple students that supposedly had footage of it, and I was like, where's the footage? We couldn't find it. Oh, you couldn't find it. It's non-existent. Okay, I get it. Now, where was my son? Oh, your son was on a trip with his teacher. And where was his knife, his utility knife that my son had that he supposedly used this knife to threaten this child with? Well, the teacher had it. The teacher had it in his possession. So I was like, okay, so you're telling me that my son did some kind of science shit that you see on like an anime thing and like blinked and was at the school and then blinked back on job site and nobody saw anything, right? He was like some superhero. And they were like, no. We're sorry. We just got it cleared up, I was like, okay. Turns out that it was a white kid, okay, who was just being a jerk, was racist, did not like anybody of color, and had made false complaints 100 times about different students and would start purposely racial wars, in a sense, between students by putting racial comments on notes. And he was just a sicko, this kid. Really sick child. Okay, he really needed mental help, and I'm saying that in a professional way. He really needed mental help. But it turned out that they made my son's life a living hell, and that was the first time as a mother and as a parent that I realized that my son, who happens to be of a different skin tone or different color, is going to face incidences just because of his color. And I felt it. I felt why those mothers are afraid to send their kids to the grocery store. Yeah. Why those mothers are afraid to send them to school even. Yeah. I felt that same fear. I identified it. I understood it. And it was the worst feeling I have ever felt. Yeah. And then I realized, I'm like, you know what? I was taught this single story of color is non-existent, people matter, which was fine. But I never was taught the other side of it and how people of color face all this bullshit. I heard it on TV. I heard it in school, but I never was really taught it because I was never.
It don't exist because people have prejudiced us. So.
Right, and I was never taught this because I happen to be white, and so does my parents and my sisters, and I never really experienced this. So how can I feel what they're feeling? That fear, that not knowing that is my son going to be okay? And it's all because of this child making up false claims and racially
And he will
profiling my
grow-
son. And
and
you
he
want to know
will
what
grow up
happened?
to be an
What
adult
happened to
to
the
do
child?
the same thing.
What happened to the
Right,
child?
you want to know what happened?
Yeah.
The kid was allowed to continue being in school. The kid was allowed to do everything he needed to do, and it was fine. And it was like, okay, well, the kid has to apologize, but we don't want your son knowing the kid that said it. How the and then that's when I went off again. How the fuck do you not want my son to know who said it? Well, because we're afraid your son is going to retaliate. And you know what? That's the first time I said, well, you know what? You're damn right. If my son retaliates and beats his ass, then you tell me. You could give me a phone call and say, you know what? Your son just beat him up. Because you know what? That kid could have cost my son his future and his life that day. And you want to know
That's
something? My son, the worst thing he's going to do is go there and beat his ass. You know what? I have no problem with it. I was like, you might as well tell the mother to come meet me in the school, and I'll beat her ass too. And they were like,
Yeah.
well, that's not nice, Miss McManus. I was like, listen.
That
And I
wasn't
told
nice
them
what
this. I was like, I'm
happened.
giving you a warning. If you do not remove that child and expel him and put him where he needs to be put and show
I
them
would
the
love-
repercussions of what they've done, I go, I am going to get a lawyer and I'm going to sue the living
Yeah.
shit out of your school. I
Yep.
go, and not for nothing, I will allow my son, who I taught otherwise, to beat that kid's ass. I go, would you like that? They're like, no, we wouldn't like that. I was like, good. You're going to write an apology to my son. You are publicly going to announce it over the loudspeakers. I will be there at 7:30 in the morning when your school starts, and you are going to tell that school how bad making false claims can be to someone, how detrimental it could be to that person's life. That's
Yeah.
what you're going to do. And I was like, and if
Yeah.
you don't do it, I'm suing your ass. And they did it. And I was like, you know what? That's the first time I ever saw that. You know, that feeling.
Yeah.
The other time, I was there picking up a report card for my son. They were like, oh, you're not his mother. I'm like, excuse me? Why am I not his mother? Well, you're white. I don't give a fuck if I'm purple. What if I adopted him? I can't adopt him? What if I had him biologically? I can't have a different colored child? You know, when two colors, mate, there's a lot of times because of recessive genes that the child will pick to a certain pigment, and this is biology, and you teach this in your school, right? Well, yeah, well, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. Well, what the fuck did you mean?
Yeah.
I can't have a darker-skinned child because I'm white. I can't
Yeah.
adopt a child who's darker-skinned because I'm white. That's my biological son. But what if I adopted a child who was non-white, and
Yeah.
that child grew to know me as his mother, and now you're telling him that I can't be his mother because we're different skin colors? Like, are you that dumb and that naive? And so I fought and I went to Congress with it, and I fought to pretty much rectify shit like that within the school system here in my state, and I won.
It's exhausting,
And that's-
isn't it?
It
It's
is,
exhausting.
and that's the whole problem with single stories. We're taught
Yeah.
that way.
And it's exhausting to have to go through that. You know,
Right.
every day. It's exhausting.
You're putting somebody at risk because of your own agenda, because you hate them because of their color. That is just so
else.
pitiful. So pitiful. And
they don't
you need
even
to
know
be
why they hate them. you know.
exactly, and
I
that's
know
the
how
and
it
that's
feels,
the real
that
thing.
fear.
How?
No, it's horrible. It's
It is.
it's honestly gut wrenching. It feels like you're dying inside, and there's nothing
Yeah.
you can do.
Now, just imagine the mental. Just imagine 400 years of feeling that, and still
Right.
going, and it hasn't
Right,
stopped.
and it's wrong, and it's
think
wrong,
of
and
the
it's bullshit.
mental attitudes and the mental illnesses and the problems that comes from that kind of trauma living every day.
Right, and it's not right, and it's not fair, and that's the dangers of single stories or single agendas.
Yep.
This is what
Yep.
it really comes down to.
Yep.
You know, my best friend here, like she is my diehard best friend. She happens to be black. But guess what? I don't see her for her color. I see her for her, and she sees me for me. She doesn't see me because I'm white or because I'm different. No, she sees me for me. There's a bond between me and her that is completely out of love and respect, and that's what people don't get, and that's what people don't have because it's so easy to continue the bullshit and not want to change. You know, and it's sad. It's really sad, and it's the point of like how you guys were talking about earlier, the political aspect of it. You know what I mean? We have an elected official now who signed segregation so black children could not ride buses and go to school with white children. And then he's saying, well, you know what? I realize the errors of my ways and I'm trying to change. Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah.
I do respect that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm still going to have one eye open because
I
you
don't
still
trust
did
either
that.
one because both guys are racist as hell.
That's what I'm saying. You still did it. One is
They both were
openly
raised
racist.
in racist families.
But that's what I'm saying. One is openly racist, and I would trust the openly racist person to and understand that that's his agenda, and I would trust that he would follow through in that pattern. But this one, I don't know which way he's going to go because of the fact that you were that way, now you're not that way, and you make no sense. You know, it's like I understand people change, but it's scary. You know what I mean?
Can you evolve from being a racist?
But here,
you can,
here's
but
the
it's
thing. But
it's kind of like what Ramona said. It's decades
from one
of.
point, but I'll tell you what it's like from my point, because I'm the one affected.
Exactly,
like
and that's
your
what we
son.
don't listen to.
And
We don't listen to the points of the people who are
who
in
are
direct
actually
line.
affected by this. And you have to understand, you know, like people bring up Biden and what he did. Well, hell, every white person in America did it just about and felt the same way. You know, so that was, we're talking 1968. That was in my lifetime. That was in my lifetime. That they
And that's
were
what we don't want to
able
hear.
to
You know what I mean?
vote.
That's what people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth coming from the individual who is affected by it because it's like, well, shit, now we got to change everything. You know?
Back
It's
in
like,
the late 60s, almost everybody
It's
was
in my
ableist too.
lifetime. Churches
Yeah,
being
everybody was.
burned where little kids were burned alive and churches being bombed. That's in my lifetime. I witnessed that. And nothing was done.
No, they turned their cheek
Now,
to it.
when I moved to Texas in 2001, there was a case going on where this black man was dragged behind this truck until his body came apart.
I think I remember that case, yes.
And that little in Jasper, Texas.
Yep, I remember that
And they
case.
didn't want to prosecute.
No, they didn't.
What the hell do you mean you don't want to prosecute? And
exactly.
It took the NAACP and, you know, getting the story out and getting the pressure put on these clowns to arrest those, because they knew who did it. It wasn't like they didn't know.
Right.
But it didn't
Here,
and the people that do
a
it,
hate crime and
the people that
put in jail
Sorry, Christopher, go
until
ahead,
you
honey.
die if you did that.
Well, the
here.
thing is that they're like, well, if we don't do something, then we'll keep people quiet. If we do something, we're going to have more outrage. So a lot of times they turn the cheek, but that's not right at all. The way that the Constitution was built, it never said anything about color. It was all men created equal. All people were created equal. That's what it was.
But they weren't talking about all people.
Right, but they were not
the only
talking about it.
They were talking about was the
Were
white
their
man
people.
in this country.
Exactly. But you know what? That's the sad part. It never stated a color, but yet we automatically knew to go to color. You know what I'm saying?
Just
and
like-
that's what we got to look at it.
And not only that, but like you go back to the newspapers, we had to have it changed because man killed, you know, the male suspect. Okay, so you know what you knew? They were white.
Mhm. And
that was
see, and
the
that's
news.
that's what we see, and that's what we were taught. And now, where did we get that where did we get that teaching? Where did we get that ideation? Why was that so ingrained in politics way back then? And that's the thing that I was telling you. You know, I'm always going to keep one eye open until you see that pattern of change, because at the end of the day, that was embedded in our Constitution, and we didn't realize it. You know what I mean? And we didn't understand it.
Yeah, and in society. And so, you know, it's not about us. It's about our children. The children and their children are the ones that will really make a difference. If that is
right, and
at
we're
all
seeing that
possible.
now. We're starting to see the
Because-
millennium step up and make that change, and that's what
Yeah.
we need. But then you see the opposition through the older adults. We're like, no, this is bullshit. This is not true. This is not true. I'm like, look,
Yeah.
in my opinion, every human life, whether it's humans, animals, nature, whatever it is, every life matters. We all need each other, and that's the way we need to look at it. We don't need to look
Yeah.
at it between colors. Colors is that's the thing. We don't know colors when we are born. We're not given colors. We're not given any of that information. That is something that is taught to us.
And that was taught in the U.S. of A. That's when they started classifying people by races because it wasn't done anywhere else.
Right, and see the funny thing
native.
you say that is, the funny thing is that with that, and you said that when I go to the doctors or when I go anywhere, when I go to the DMV, whatever, it's like, okay, what color do you identify with? I'm like, why do I have to identify with a color? You could see what color I am. Why do I have to say on a piece of paper what color I am? Oh, well, it's for science because certain people, of certain colors, the pigments. Okay, I can understand that aspect, but that doesn't justify the aspect of why you need to, from the medical aspect, yes, but from a societal aspect, why does that matter? And see, and that's the crazy part. Where
Science
yeah,
thing, why does it matter? Because we're all different pigments. I have cousins that look white.
Well, from a medical aspect, pigmentation matters because it affects the actual diseases you have, and that's been proven through scientific research that somebody who has lighter skin is prone to melanoma of the skin, skin cancer and things like that, whereas darker skin and darker pigments are more prone to certain other types of cancer. So that makes sense in that research why they want to talk about that. I get that. Like, black females are more prone to breast cancer and cancers of the lymphatic system, which is your lymph nodes and stuff like that, which, okay, I understand that, and that's all due to pigmentation and the way that the skin is formed. I understand that from a medical aspect because I before I did psychology, I was in the medical field for, like 18 years, you know what I mean? So I get it from that, but why do I need to classify myself on something that does not matter, like my school records or my DMV records or anything like that? What does that matter? If you're taking a picture of me, you know what color I am. Like, come on now. I want to be pink today. I want to be green. Can I be green? How come I can't be green? You know what I mean? It's just a way to continue that division. And until we start recognizing it and understanding it, we're never going to move away from it. And because the millennials are being taught differently, and they're being taught in a non-racist way, but they still have those prejudices out there. Yes, they do. They really do. But it's the way it works. And the funny thing is that where I live here, I live on a cul-de-sac. There's only 4 houses, right? We're the only white and interracial family on my block. The rest of them are actually Black Americans, and they come from Baltimore, they come from Atlanta, they come from down south, all over the place. But yet we harmonize on this block like it's nothing. We don't look at each other like that. We talk. We share meals together. We help each other. We are people at the end of the day. And it's like, I wish that my one block, the way we operate, can travel down all the blocks. You know what I mean? And just see that we're people at the end of the day that are caring for our neighbors, caring for people because they're people. And that's and that's something that you don't see anymore. And it's all the way the mindset is being conditioned to these type of occurrences through our societal, aspects. And this is what happens. And it's not fair. It's not nice. Like I said, I could not relate to the fear until it happened to me. And the only reason why it happened to me, and I'm not glad that it did, but I am also very happy that it did, because it gave me a better understanding, but it also made me feel and understand what my son is going to have to go through the rest of his life just because. And it's just that reason. It's just because. There's no real proof to why. It's a just
Now,
because
I
thing.
got a question. Mighty Man, speak.
Really?
Go ahead, honey.
Really? Hold on. Everybody, stop
I'm
the press.
bowing to Mighty Man.
Hold
I'm
on.
bowing to Mighty Man.
I'm scratching my foot. Hold on. Okay, Mighty Man's gonna speak.
Yes, I'm the host, so I can't really. I'm not. I'm supposed to ask questions. Sorry if I interrupt.
No, you do your thing, Christopher. That's it. You are the king of this chat.
We're
so you
on
do
your
thing.
show.
Yes,
I'm
you're my
drinking.
guest.
I'm drinking. I don't give a damn.
Drink up. Carry on.
All I know is that I gotta get my homework submitted by 11 o'clock. Well, no, 11:59 today, and it's just sitting there on my computer.
Well,
idle,
anyway,
so
my question is.
you do it.
They with as I'm a disabled person, and I learned something among whites. Ableism was bad in some regions of the country, and
No, you're absolutely right. We look at individuals who are disabled as being incompetent, unvaluable, not valued, like I said, and we look at them like they are burdens. We don't look at them like the people they can be. You know what I mean? And that's another societal ideation that we put in the mindsets of everybody from early on, because when individuals would, experience these type of unnormal behaviors, or they look physically different, we would, as a society back then, throw them in an asylum because we're like, well, they're not contributing factors to anybody. They are incapable of functioning. They are not essential. They're nothing. They're just, we don't understand this, so we're just going to throw them in a mental institution, and we're going to use them, and we're going to run tests on them to see what we could get away with. And that's what it came down to. And you're absolutely right. Able individuals did that to people who were disabled. But me personally, like I said, God has gifted me in many ways. He's gifted me with the fact that my children are, like I said, interracial. They are beautiful. So it allowed me to recognize that type of bullshit that was out there in the world, and it allowed me to learn and understand from that.
Yeah.
He also blessed me with 3 other children who are on the autism spectrum, who are highly functional, but in other ways, they do have things that are cognitively limiting them from doing certain things. But the thing is that I never raised my children based on their disabilities. Never. Once did I say, you know what, you have autism, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't play football, you can't go and run a machine, you can't do anything because, you got special needs, so you can't do that. I never once raised them that way. What I raised them to be is, listen, you do whatever you feel in your heart you want to do, and I'm here to back you up and support you. And if you struggle along the way, I'm here to help you through that struggle. Whether I got to sit here and boost you up or help you to put the pieces together, I'm here for you. And you will never know that any of my children, besides one of them, because she does have a speech impediment, is different. All my children have won the humanitarian award in their schools. And in the state that I live in, they have been given humanitarian awards, which are one of the highest recognized awards, along with the other one is the actual STEM award, where they're giving it to it's like this big program they're having. It's a STEM program. It's a scientific program where they get recognition for what they're able to do scientifically. And guess what? My children all were in CPEP. My children won the nationals in CPEP along with their teams, and these were ideas that these children who are disabled and classified under the government as individuals with disabilities, they won those awards because they were a part of a functional team, and their perspectives, their thoughts, their initiatives mattered in that setting, and they won. And they won titles because of it. And like I said, my children were given the award for the CPEP award, which is one of the most prestigious awards along with the humanitarian award. And that's all because of the way I chose to raise them. Just like I tell you, Christopher, well, Mighty Man, you can do anything and everything you want. You just have to put your heart into it, and you have to keep fighting for what you want to achieve, what you want to do. You have to keep motivated, focused. You cannot let those people that say you can't do it drag you down. You got to keep pushing through it, and you got to prove those dumbasses wrong and show them that people like you do matter and are contributing people to this society. And a lot of times when we don't open our eyes to it, and look at Stephen Hawking, look at all of them. A lot of the individuals that had disabilities were contributing members of science, and yet here we are looking at them like, well, yeah, they're disabled. Let's just throw them in a corner somewhere. That makes no sense. And when we apply that ideation to people of color or anybody at that aspect, then we start limiting that gray bullshit and those gaps, and we start filling in those gaps, and we start understanding that, hey, everybody matters, no matter what is different about them. They matter. They're individuals because of that. That's what makes them an individual, because they are different. And that's what's important. If we were all the same, we would never evolve. We would never accomplish anything. That's why we're so different. We're different for a reason.
Yeah.
I love that. That was a good statement, Amanda. But you know something? I'm glad to be different. You know why? Because I can raise this damn glass and not worry about it anymore.
So I'm really amazed that we talked about a topic that's taboo on that radio.
Finally, you did. You went to the extreme, didn't you? Damn, Chris. You went to the extreme. Man, you might have to jump off the top ring rope and lay the elbow on somebody, buddy. Pick up a steel chair and pop him over the head. Who cares? It's Chris. Mighty
Yeah,
man.
we talked about our experiences about being different.
Yeah.
And it's normally an untouchable subject, because I've had people message me just now how shocked they are.
Yeah, I've been watching my messages coming through too. They're like, damn. I'm like, yeah, me and Chris gonna sit back and shut the fuck up. Let these women run this shit. And you know, it's a good thing.
I mean, you know, the thing is that
I've been wanting to have a discussion about our life experiences for a long time. It's relevant to what happened.
You don't want my
recently.
life experiences. My life experiences will make everybody go to hell.
But see, that's the thing. Everybody has a life experience that has molded them into who they are. And that's a common ground aspect, friendship building and understanding your neighbor, because technically everybody is different in some way. There's some issue, there's something. People want to be perfect. They want to be seen as perfect. They want to be one of the top dogs. But we are all different. We have our shortcomings. We have our gifts that make us unique. And we as a society need to learn to embrace that uniqueness, because it is of some value.
Mm-hmm.
You know something? You're right about
everyone.
That. You're right about that, but I'm going to be honest. You know something? The only thing unique about me is the way I like to drink and chill out and just do my job and getting it done and getting it over.
You know what this tells me about you, Daryl? We
chill.
would not have this conversation on Bear's network at all.
I know you wouldn't.
Because he's outright conservative.
No, he's an outright lying bastard motherfucker. I'll smack the shit out of his goddamn ass. I'll take my damn right shoe and smack him up. Listen, that some bitch said he wanted to take somebody and put him in a ring and go for a 3-minute round. Well, guess what, motherfucker? You want a 3-minute round? I'll come in there on my knees and whip your candy ass.
Oh, my goodness. How did we get to that?
Sorry. You know something? You said the word Vera.
But I just wanted to say, Daryl, that I appreciate you allowing people with different viewpoints to
see. I mean, you know something? Yeah, I don't mind anybody's viewpoints. I'll be honest, Chris.
This is America.
I don't listen. Honestly, I don't care what anybody has to say. But when you get on my last damn nerve, like Vera, it's smiting time. And, you know, Vera can do anything he wants, but he will never meet me. I've offered it to him. He won't meet me. He won't even meet Gary. He wouldn't even meet Chris Garcia. Now, I know he's a punk bitch if he won't meet Chris. Chris might slap the damn deck of tarot cards on his face. Smack him down. Smack him, Chris. Blah, blah, blah. Well, we going to sit there and drink and laugh because the little stub mother. Never mind. But you know something? The truth is this. Oh, go to www.twitter.com //DF Neely if you want to know the true story about Vera. www.twitter.com /DF Neely. No, I don't own the account. No, it's not my account. But guess what? You can go there and learn about that bitch.
Amanda?
Oh, she's a little busy. She's getting her classwork sent out. We got plenty of time. We can.
I'm here. Like Daryl said, I actually am working on my schoolwork. I'm helping my son with
You're
his
courageous
schoolwork.
too, from all you went through, Amanda.
You are courageous, Amanda. You know something?
Well,
I give
thank you. And the thing is, well, see, not a lot of people know my story fully and what I went through growing up, and because I don't allow that to define me as a person. You know what I mean? And when you start telling people this information, they look at you like, oh my God, she's been through a traumatic event. Oh my God, she went through this or she went through that. She cannot know nothing. And that's the problem, is that we have so many excuses and ideations to not like somebody. And a lot of times we don't even know why we don't like somebody. And the way I look at it is that it doesn't matter who you are today. It's who you want to be tomorrow and how you want to change tomorrow. And that's the way I look at it, right?
True.
So with people like Michael Vera who are stuck in their narcissistic, egotistical ways, I haven't met the person, don't know him, don't care to meet him. I have a lot of friends that have associated with them, and they don't give me great stories. Now, does that mean I'm not going to like him once I meet him? No, it doesn't mean that. Does it mean I'm going to disrespect him or not agree with him or whatever the case may be? No. What it does tell me is that he's hurt multiple people that I care about, and I don't feel like associating myself with somebody who's treated people so unfairly and so unjustly because of his one-sided perspective and views. And with people like that, the best way to really put it to them, in a sense, is to prove everything that they're saying and doing to be wrong, to show them, hey, you know what, you may think this way about me, but guess what, you fucking don't know shit. I don't need to explain myself. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing. I don't need to do anything. But what I'm going to do is be a better person than you. And I'm doing that every day of the week. So if you can't come out of your stupidity and change the way you choose to treat people, well, then you know what? I'm going to feel sorry for you. Because guess what? Clearly, you can't see the error of your bullshit. And I feel sorry for you. But I am not going to condone or appreciate or even bother with your bullshit anymore. I'm just going to show exactly who I am, my true colors, and I'm going to show people how good I am, whether you approve of it or not. And that's the problem. People think that they are able to label you, to make choices for you, to say, oh, well, you know, she's this or he's that. What for? To make yourself look better? Because at the end of the day, you're exactly what you're calling others to be, because you are that person you're saying they are. Is that what it comes down to? And with people like that, like I said, the only way to defeat people like that is to continue being you and doing the best at being you. And that's it.
Damn, you just nailed it on the head.
Be the best that person that you can be, you know.
But she nailed it on the head. But I just want to smite
yeah,
his
it was
ass.
great.
But hey, Chris, I even let you get a couple punches if you want some.
I did. But
I'm paying for it.
But I'm just really thankful, Daryl, that you gave us a topic that normally would not be discussed on conservative radio.
You know something?
Oh, is this a conservative radio?
No, I mean,
this is,
I'm not mentioning names.
This is basically known as I don't give a damn radio. You know something?
Yeah,
we talk
right.
about any topic there is. Listen, if y'all want to go to the moon, we can talk about the moon. If you want to go to the Planet X, we can go to Planet X. Hold on.
I'm not talking, but you notice I didn't mention names when I said conservative.
I would. I call a spade a spade. That's my damn problem. I talk a little bit too much, like I want to smite somebody real quick. But the truth is this. I'd rather sit here and have my drink, do it well, enjoy it, because, who knows, it might be my last. I want to make sure I have the pleasure. And last but not least, I'd rather have good people around me. I mean, come on. I got good people around me. This whole network is all I live for and breathe for. I know what I'm doing, and that's the thing. And if you'll let me as your president, I'll make sure this country runs well. I will make sure that I can listen. I will make.
Oh, we got Darryl running for 2024.
No. See, what I was going to do is I was going to get some backing. But if you donate to us right now, I need mighty contributors. I don't want nobody. No, God don't like to hear jingle. Okay.
I would run the Mighty Man party.
Oh, we can do that too. I need superheroes. I'm even calling in the X-Men for this one. I don't care how it goes. Bring me your cigarettes, bring me your liquor, make your donations, and I'm going to run for president in 2024, and we will set this country 100% free. You know why? Because I don't give a damn what people think. That's the truth.
But that's the thing. We can't force people to think the way we think. They're entitled to think any which way they want. It's whether or not, exactly. It's whether or not we decide to allow it to affect us. It's just words, and people got to understand it is just words. If you take the power out of words, there's nothing left. It's just a word. It's just a made-up thing we made to describe. It's non-existent.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, would you have guessed, speaking to me today, right? Would you have guessed that I was the type of person, and I'm talking about growing up, I was the type of person that if you so much as looked at me sideways, I would beat your ass on the spot and not even give two shits about why you looked at me sideways.
Amanda,
would you think I was that person?
Sideways. Amanda, you know I would have looked at you sideways anyway, all right? I've been like, yeah, right, what's up, shorty?
You're not that far from me, bro.
No.
You're not.
Don't sing it.
And I do. I could drive too. Like I have a license. I'll get there.
Don't sing it.
I bet you I'll be there shorter than it takes me to normally get there. You know what I'm saying? But seriously, would you think I was that type of person? No, you wouldn't. But that was the society that I grew up in. I grew up in the fucking slums of a suburban. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in the slums of New York. We had to fight. We had to defend ourselves. That was the only way because we were taught that was the only way. You know what I'm saying? It was the street smarts you had to have in order to survive. You couldn't even walk down the street without dodging a bullet. You know what I mean? You needed to know how to duck and dive and dodge and all that other crap. You know what I mean? And you needed to know how to run from the police. You know what I'm saying? Because they were arresting everybody, even if you didn't do anything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that was the type of society I grew up in. But when I had my son, and, I'm not saying that it's okay to have kids young at a young age, but if I didn't have my son, I wouldn't be the person I was today or am today because he changed my perspective. He is the one that really woke me up and made me understand it's like, shit, I don't want my son to live this life. I want my son to go on, and I want him one day to run this country. I want him one day to change the world. And how am I going to do that if I can't change me? And I allow the littlest thing to bother me. You know what I mean? The littlest thing to bother me, and I would sit here and fight with somebody. You know what I mean? That's so stupid. That was just, and it took me a couple years, like I said, to realize how important this gift was that God gave me. He gave me my son, and that's how important it was. It was for me to learn a lesson and to grow to be a better person. And it was the only thing that changed my perspective was my son. And sometimes we have these pivotal moments where we wake up. And when we wake up, it's whether or not we choose to do something when we wake up. Do we choose to go back to sleep and allow shit to keep going? Or do we choose to wake up and live and change and be a better version? You know what I mean? And I chose, I'm going to be a better version because this kid got to look up to me. I got to take care of this kid. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had him when I was really, really young, but look at the path I was leading in. You know what I mean? I was leading in a destructive path because that's all I was given in the society that I was grown up in. And that's when I started waking up and understanding and changing and learning and growing. And yeah, I don't agree with everything. There's times where I do want to smack somebody, but it's like, what is that gonna solve? I smack this person, I go to jail, I get arrested, I get a record. For what? Because they're stupid and I know they're stupid? What hurts them more? For me just like, fuck you and walk away. That hurts them a hell of a lot more than me sitting there wasting my energy to fight them. And so I started learning, and now I just don't even bother. I'm like, listen, I'll tell you how I feel. I'll tell you what I think. I'll be respectable about it because I know you have your own opinions and views, and I don't want to disrespect you or anything like that. I will have an openly conversation with anything regarding whatever topic. I will, if I need to, I will disagree respectively, and I'll say, you know what, I disagree respectively. I'm not trying to, but this is my opinion on it, and this is why I feel this way. And the idea of that is you learn something from somebody. Maybe you don't know everything. Maybe they'll teach you something that you don't know. But if you're going to sit here and argue and complain and just create such bullshit, you're never going to learn. And so that's why I believe my son was given to me when he was given to me. It was for me to wake up, change, and understand that there's so much more that I'm not seeing. I'm living in a bubble because I choose to live in a bubble. You know what I mean? This is what I see. Well, I could change what I see. And none of you guys know, but I actually was working with Congress, the city council in New York, and we were changing things. And I was very big in the elections. I was very big into, they were even trying to push me to be the first young, which I would have been 18, because you could be 18 when you're allowed to run for any type of position. They wanted me, as soon as I turned 18, to run for city council, to go on the board of elections. And then I was like, okay, you know what? I was thinking about doing it. And then I was like, nope, you know what? No matter what I say, this is going to stress me out, aggravate me. I'm going to beat somebody up, or I'm going to just snap and punch somebody in the mouth, or something's going to happen. Or,
Yeah, it's not for you, right?
I was like, this is not for me, because that era and that stage in my life, I was just learning how to be a better me. And I was learning to change and be different. So that particular me, I wouldn't have liked. So I backed down, but doesn't mean I'm like you said, I'm a ghost. I'm a very big advocate. I fight for a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And I do it in the right way. I don't do it up in front. I don't do it violently. I don't do any of that. I took that out of me a long time ago. And that's what we need to do. We got to get rid of the hate, the biasism, the judgment. We got to get rid of all that bullshit, because honestly, we're just reflecting on feelings that we harbor internally outwards. That's why we're the way we are. And I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? It's not worth it.
Yay.
She did it. She came out. And now
You
we're going to
won
do an
Global Enlightenment Radio Network today, Amanda, as always.
Hey, Amanda, I'm not going to give you hot cocoa and marshmallows now, okay? I was going to give them to you, but I think you've cured your disease. You've ended your hate.
Oh no, see,
you ended your
trust me,
isms. I'm proud of you.
Everybody has a darker side of them. It's just whether or not you allow that side to come out, and whether or not you do
Ain't
it
she
for
great, Ramona?
whatever reason.
Yeah.
Amanda.
And there's always a time for that darker side to come out.
Amanda, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't have a dark side.
Oh, Lord.
I don't. That's because, be quiet. You know I don't have a dark side. I am the dark side.
Well, I have done readings for you, and when I turned that little switch on, and I've done readings for you, and I put it this way, I've seen something different in you that others probably don't see.
Yeah.
And that's why I respect you the way I do, because I see something deep down in you that I'm pretty sure nobody sees.
I know you do, and I'm not going to talk about that, Amanda. Okay?
No, we're not, because we're not doing psychic readings or anything like that. But I'm saying that's why when you're, that's why I'm like, you know what, you're cool with me. I don't care. I'm down. Whatever.
Come on, let people at least think I'm a big, bad, ugly, mean, person.
No,
let them think that way. You know why? Oh, I could be that person if I really wanted to, but you know something? It's boring now. It's at the
well,
point
that's what
where
I'm
it's
saying.
boring.
You can advocate the way you advocate because you have this big forum that you have that you have power over. You have this network. Instead of doing it in a negative way, you can do it in a powerful way where you're advocating, where you're changing things. You're doing it in a positive way. And that's the way that I see you switching, which is good. I mean, you're going to have your resentments to people that treated you like shit. We all do. You just got to let that side go. And once you let that side go, you're fucking just ice skating from there. That's it. You're not even walking. You're just gliding.
That's right. Yeah. You don't see me chasing after Eugene, do you? Do you think I really care about Eugene? Sonny, Eugene, Irvin, little punk bitch. You think I care about him? No, I don't talk about him. I put his name in my mouth every once in a while because he told me to take it out of his mouth. I'm waiting to see what somebody can do. But see, that's the kind of person I am. I like to test the waters, see how much of a punk bitch somebody can be. But on the other side, I came up I was a Carolina-born boy. All I know how to do is scrap. If you know what I'm saying. And in fact, all my years, I've crawled, and I've crawled, and I've fought my way up. And coming back after all this, losing millions, gaining millions, losing it again. Yeah, I had millions. I was throwing it around like it was nothing, spending it on bullshit. I don't see the value of money anymore. Only thing I use it
there's
for is
one
survival.
rule that Mighty Man has adopted. This is Mighty Man rule number whatever. Ladies, are you ready for me to speak of it?
Go for it, because you know what you're going to say.
When you talk about politics, if your man wins, don't gloat. Be healing and be a good sport.
Well, my man didn't run, so.
And if your man
same.
And if your man lost, don't be a sore loser. Don't say, wah, right?
Right on.
Don't cry about it.
Because you have no control.
What?
You have no control whether he wins or loses anyway.
Yeah, it's us voters.
No, it's not.
Well, the bottom line is that it's over. And if you really care about America, which I do.
I do as well.
Then we need to look at the mistakes that were made, what divided our country, and try to start healing it, mending it.
Amen.
Because let me tell you something. If aliens were to drop down from the sky right now, they're not going to give a shit who's black or white, purple people. What they're going to see is earth people, humans. And we're going to have to band together. There will come a time when we will all have to band together to save ourselves.
Oh, that's already been spoken of by Trump during a speech.
You know?
I think it's all been spoken by every president since
No, he
beginning
made
of our
a
country.
statement. We're creating a space force because we may experience threats from outer space.
I don't mean that. I mean in general. We have to
no
be.
No president has spoken of threats from outer space yet.
I don't mean that. I mean in general.
Yeah.
We must work together.
Working together.
And there's no this. I don't understand. Having worked for law enforcement before, I'm not understanding all this, things, because you've had law enforcement people come up. It needs to be redone, not defunded.
Well,
it needs to be like it has been done in the past when they got out of line. They
defund the policing, maybe almost vote for Trump.
No, but see, that's potato. Defund. People thought, oh, they're not going to pay the police.
But when I got to research it, what it meant, I'm glad I didn't.
They should have found a word that could resonate with everybody. But having worked in law enforcement, there are some dirty cops.
Of course.
And there's some very good ones. But the thing about it is we all knew who were dirty and never said anything. That's the problem.
Sounds like the rest of society.
Yeah, that's the problem. Nobody has courage to stand up for what is right. And until you can stand up for what is right, because it is the thing to do, then we're going to always be in this conundrum.
True.
Over and over, repeating the cycle. It's almost like a generational curse.
It is. It is a
and it's going to continue.
it is a curse. And you know what the curse is from?
Until, go ahead.
The curse is from where we get our ideology from. Rome. Rome, baby. Think about it. That is the curse. We're living Rome.
Well, the reason why you say that it came from there is because a lot of the great philosophers and stuff came from there, and a lot of the philosophies we adapted was from those ancient times as well. And when you think of it,
Hippocrates. Yeah.
Socrates
exactly.
and Hippocrates. Sorry.
Well, you also had Plato and Aristotle. They actually helped, and a lot of them also had philosophies when it came to play to like things of science, nature, health, evolution, and things like that. We gotta think of this. Our brains function at a certain capacity. Yes, there's some people who function at a higher levels, but we all function at the same capacity. And with that being said, we all are prone to the same ideas. We're going to hear them, we're going to see them, we're going to feel them. These things were discovered long ago, but they have not gone away either. You know, there was so many. We just evolve and we change. That's why I said earlier, culture is constantly evolving and changing. Society is constantly evolving and changing. We just got to figure out whether or not we want to do, you know, the same, whether or not we want to evolve and change, or do we want to keep staying with the bullshit. And once everybody realizes where they're at, then we can start seeing that shift. And now either you're going to be left behind or you're going to come along with us. That's how it's going to go. And we have to recognize that. And change is not a bad thing. Change is good. Yes, it comes with challenges and struggles, but at least some change is better than no change.
Yeah. Because
I changed.
It explodes.
I changed. You know
So what do you think about Amanda? I didn't know, but I had that ability to talk to you telepathically like that.
Damn you, Chris.
You know, it's my spidey senses. For some reason, it's you and another person that actually, it's 3 people that I could do it with. And, I'm lying, it's a couple people. But
did you hear this?
I could do it with a couple people.
Did
but
you hear this, Amanda?
Yes, I heard you calling me.
Amanda!
Yes, I heard you calling me. I was doing homework, and it's funny, I just had tuned in to the show exactly when you started saying my name. And I don't even know why I tuned into the show, because you didn't even tell me you were going to be on doing your show today. Yeah, so I didn't even know you were even going to do your show today. But something told me, go on, you know, and I'm doing my homework, and usually when I'm doing my homework, I'm very focused. Something told me, go on the phone. I went on the phone, and boom, Mighty Man. I'm like, ha, I clicked it. And then it wouldn't let me comment, wouldn't let me say hello, but then I hear Amanda, and then I'm like, oh, Christopher wants me. And that's why I went to it, is because I felt like I needed to check my phone, and that's when I saw it, and I was like, huh. Mind you, like I said, I've been not even focused on my phone. I've been away from everything because I really got to focus on my homework that I'm doing.
Hurry up and get turned in, woman.
Well, I literally am pretty much done with this, and I got to submit it.
Well, you know what to do. Drop the file in the box and hit submit. Come on, it ain't over till it's over.
But you got to do a good job while the teacher will sing a certain song to her, right?
Oh, yeah. Amanda!
No, something worse than that. Right, Amanda?
Yeah, the Spangle song.
Yeah. It's a song that corrects children, doesn't it?
Yes, I think you're right.
At least they're not singing, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing the song again. But I
bet you remember all the songs that you were taught when you were younger, Daryl.
Yeah, I have to, because my memory doesn't fail me, and if it does, the other resources open up. But the problem that I have right now with society is simple. Ignorance in children, lack of knowledge of history, and the big, huge lack of knowledge of words. I mean, I just was on a show, which tomorrow will be broadcast on 95 PGC and WHUR Radio FM, the Angels and Outlaws show. We ended up having a show that the guys went and told us that they're socialists and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there like, and what does that fucking mean to me? You know what I'm saying? I just
No,
let 'em
there
come out.
there goes that poor mentality rearing its ugly head.
Yeah.
You know.
Children thinking they know so much. I mean, why would you want to say I'm a socialist in a democratic republic nation?
Well, because people like to create chaos and trouble, and the only way to do so is to stir up bullshit, and that's what they do. And that's what they do best, and they think they're doing, they think that they're pulling something, like a wool over your eyes, and they're really not. All they're doing is just pretty much stating the obvious, that they're fucking stupid and they don't know nothing.
Oh, thank you. That's point blank. Anybody else got to come out on that one?
Well,
When people act like that, it's just ignorance, and ignorance is everybody's downfall.
Well, they're going to be made an
I don't-
example of. They're going to be made a huge example of on the radio tomorrow on FM radio dial at 8 o'clock p.m. in Washington, D.C. Ain't it kind of funny? They're going to be made
I
an
can probably listen to it on iHeart
Yeah, you
since
can.
Washington, D.C. is part of my extended market. I can probably
Yes,
get
you
on there
can.
and listen.
Yes, you can. And it's going to be a mockery they're going to make of them. They're going to actually show you what these kids out there think.
Well, you know what? Maybe by doing that, it would allow others to open their eyes to a lot of the shit that we choose to close them to. And, you don't have to help anybody long. They'll prove themselves to be wrong and ignorant and stupid. You don't even have
Exactly.
to help them. They'll do it all by themselves. And you just got to sit back and just, yes, sometimes you got to ask the right questions to get the truth out. But when you have somebody or a group of people that are so ignorant, you don't even have to do anything. They'll just sing.
I just can't take it. I cannot take
Well,
it.
that's like with me going back to the elections. One of my sister-in-law's friends were over here, and they were arguing back and forth. My sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, about the elections. I'm like, how old are you? Do you guys take your Pampers off yet? And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, first of all, I go, do any of you actually study or research anything? And the other one says, well, yeah, it's part of my job. She's a journalist. I was like, okay, well, I'm sorry, journalists put out a lot of false information. That's why it's called the media. A lot of it is falsified information, and it's from one point of perspective. I go, but if you look at history and you look at all the events, what history does Trump have that the other one doesn't? Well, he doesn't have a history. You're right. He doesn't have a political history, but he's paid into politics, and that's what you got to understand. He paid into it.
Yeah.
And then you got to look at the other one. He was in office for 41 years. What did he do in the position that he was in? What bills have he wrote? He wrote a lot of shitty bills. Okay, well, then you got to look at that. And then it's up to you to decide based on the research who you feel you think is going to be a better representative for you, and that's how you choose who you want to vote for. It doesn't matter arguing your opinion to somebody who
That's
supports
right.
one or the other. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your argument is invalid because you didn't study the history. You know what I mean? And then if you do study the history, then you're able to come to a well thought out decision of who you want to go for, and that is where I would respect you. You know what I mean? If this is why you
Just
genuinely
like myself,
and truly feel.
it took me a while to
And not
decide
only
who I
that,
wanted.
but who, you need to check out who actually authored bills that were passed.
Right,
See.
exactly. Who signed them? Who was a
You
part
know,
of them? Who pushed them?
Trump
You
can
got to look
sign
at all that.
But who authored them? Who
Right,
put
you got to
it
look at
in
all
motion?
of that.
Yeah.
That's
And-
what I do.
And there's
I'm
a
looking at it.
process, and people don't understand the process. Before a bill can be passed, you have to write it. You have to get approval. You have to put it in a little box in Capitol Hill. Then that goes off to another group of people, and then that group of people reviews it. And then they can kick it back. And then once they kick it back, you can revise it and do it again. And you can keep doing it until it is finally brought onto the floor and spoken of, and then it's voted on, and that's how bills come to pass. And people don't understand that. See, with me, like I said, I'm going to tell you my age. I don't care. I'm 35.
No.
And I'm 35 years old, and I choose to continue to educate myself from literally when I was a youngin' all the way to now, because that is what people don't understand. There's no power in bullshit. There's power in education. The reason why it's power in education is because then you can make informed decisions, and that's what it really comes down to. Are you capable of making an informed, decision? And that's where we want to be. And that's kind of like what I discussed on my show yesterday about the different personality traits. It's not calling people who are codependent or dependent or independent or interdependent. It's saying, look, these are personality traits that we all have. We all have these traits in us. I have codependency traits. I have dependent traits. We all do. But where do we choose to lie? I'd rather be interdependent, make my own decisions, but listen respectively to others' thoughts and opinions because I might learn something. And that's what people don't understand. We don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything. There's no way I'm going to know everything in the world. But it's not going to stop me from trying to learn new things or trying to understand things better.
Exactly.
And that's what we have to understand is that education is where it is. Not everywhere else, not social media, not all this other. Like, I get mad at my kids. They're on social media, and they're like, well, look, this is what they said. And I was like, I don't give a shit if they said it's going to rain gold outside tomorrow. I don't care. I don't. You know what I mean? It's the point of you understanding you understanding how weather works. It's you got to understand all this stuff. Is it possible for it to rain gold? Well, no, because the clouds don't hold gold. They hold moisture, which moisture equals precipitation, which equals rain. You know what I'm saying? And the only way gold's going to fall out of the sky is if a tornado picked it up as it was going by. But then you look at it, did it rain? No, it didn't. It just got tossed up in the air, and what comes up has to come back down. It's gravity. You know, there's always a scheme and an understanding and a certain way things operate and function. And until you understand that, you won't understand nothing. You won't understand politics. You won't understand life. You won't understand anything until you learn, until you educate yourself, until you have that knowledge to say, okay, well, let me think reasonably. Let me think analytically. Let me analyze the situation, and then let me make an informed decision based on the information. And we don't do that.
And they don't know how to do it, so a lot of people don't know how to do it.
That's the problem, because that skill is never taught to you. You have to learn that on your own, and that's the sucky part about it.
Well,
you know?
yeah, but they used to teach critical thinking. They don't teach it anymore.
Oh no, there's still things where they, like, especially in psychology, where they teach you how to apply critical thinking. That's only if you choose to take a psychology class that offers it, but it's not given to you anymore. You know what I mean? Life skills are not given to you anymore.
Oh God, life skills are being thrown away, man. Where you coming from?
No,
you know what I'm
don't
saying?
learn how to cook.
What's
clean,
life skills? What's life
fix
skills?
a flat tire.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
why
Like,
is that? Ask why is that? Why are they making the children like that?
well, my opinion on that is because when there's knowledge, that equals power. Now, if we all had that knowledge, we all would have that power. We don't want that, because then there'll be no order. So it's kind of a way of keeping order. It's like your checks and balances. And it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to change that and educate yourself. And that's what it is. People really got to wake up and understand. And they're not going to, because it's not going to be taught to them. And me, like I said, like, I'll stop. I'll help my kids. Like, I was just, like I said, I was doing my homework, which I just submitted, which is good because I made it on time.
Yay!
But I know, I'm so happy. I'm like, yes, now hopefully she likes it. You know what I'm saying? And see, and that's the thing. I'm doing my homework. I'm cooking dinner. I'm taking care of my family. I'm doing whatever I need to do. I'm dealing with the injury that I got from my job back in December. You know what I mean? I'm dealing with all this other stuff. But then it's like, okay, I still got to function, and I still got to go on and do things. I can't just lay down and do nothing. That's not how it works. Nothing's ever handed to you. Nothing's ever given to you. You have to have some accountability in these things yourself. And that's a big thing that's not taught, accountability. Nobody wants to be accountable for their actions. They don't. And they don't know how to a lot of the time. So it's not even their fault. It's just that they weren't taught accountability. You know, you steal something, you stole it, you're guilty. Take accountability for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got an F on your school paper. It's not the teacher's fault. It's your fault. You need to put in the effort. And if you don't understand it, well, guess what? You need to go and speak to the teacher that's supposedly providing the material and, you know, put that question to the right person. If your teacher gives you a grade and you don't understand why, go ahead, bring it back to the teacher. But see, that's the thing. Like, there's been times where I've done my homework and I've done everything they said to do, and they would give me a grade that I wasn't happy with. So then I would email them, like, or I would go to them. Now it's all virtual. So I would go to them, like, excuse me, here's your rubric. I hit on every point that you told me to hit on. Inaccuracy. Why did you give me this grade? And then you put it to them. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Let me take a second look. Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. People make mistakes.
Nah, we just
but it's
don't
the way
like
you.
you.
Right. But I'm taking accountability for my education. You need to take accountability for you giving me a crappy grade. And a lot of them will, honestly, if you argue a grade or you argue the point of why, they'll actually work with you so you better understand it. Or they recognize, oh, shit, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong thing. Let me fix that. Or, hey, you know what? Give it another shot. Try it this way. You know what I mean? And that's the point of learning. So why can't we develop that relationship with many things in our life, many perspectives? We don't want to. You know what I mean? Or we don't want to put the effort in, or we don't want to take accountability. You know, and if I'm accountable for something, it took me, like I said, growing up, you learn. I had to take accountability for my actions. So do I want to say, yeah, I did it? No, nobody ever wants to admit their guilt or their anything. Nobody does. But how is that helping you at the end of the day? Do you like being a liar? Do you like being, do you like feeling untrusted? Do you like feeling that everything that you say is not going to be looked at as you being honest? No, you don't. So it's like, well, which way do you want to go? It's up to you. It's accountability. And that's what we have to do. Now, with this new president who's in office, are those people going to take accountability when something goes wrong and he's not doing his job? No, nobody is.
No, they're not. I can tell you that right
No.
now. Nancy Pelosi
Well, that's what I'm
will
saying.
definitely not do it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Nobody wants to take accountability. Everybody wants to be the radicalist. They want to be that enzyme, that creates that reaction. But then when that reaction is not the right reaction, then they want to back out. It's a whole chain. That's what people don't understand. It's a chain of events that happen. And there's reacting points. Those are the enzymes. Okay, well, here's the chain of events. There was an election. You voted. You picked whomever. You're not happy with that person now. So now you're going to say how bad that person is, how shitty that person is. Well, you didn't think that a month ago when you elected them. Or you didn't think that a year ago. And that's what we got to understand. That's why it's so important to have that education and to be able to make that informed decision based on what you understand. And if you don't understand, then you need to research. You need to look into the history. You need to look into all that stuff. And then you decide from there.
Works and how it's run.
But that's not the way
right.
government is.
If you don't have
right,
that, you're
exactly.
not going to understand.
But government doesn't.
Right,
do
and so,
that.
right, and so nowadays, the only way anything is going to change is if people start taking accountability, they educate themselves, they start researching, they start understanding, they start doing their work, and not saying, well, I did my part. Okay, did you do your part or did you do your work? Because it's like that saying, it takes a community to raise a child.
To get ready to vote if you do it right, that Amanda?
Well, yeah, I said that kind of wrong, but no, you're right, Christopher. But that's what I'm saying.
It took me a long time to decide on my guy. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It takes a village to raise a child. That is completely true.
Same way of deciding who you want to vote for. It's the same thing.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. We all need each other, and it circles back. So we keep circling back to the same things because what's the lesson here? The lesson is that we are all interdependent beings who have different viewpoints, yes, but need to learn how to get along and function and make formal decisions based on our knowledge, understanding, not emotionally driven. We got to take the emotion out of it, and we have to think analytically and think in a respectable manner to what we're applying that action to.
Hey, you know what, Amanda? It's the first time I've
hard
that my guy won.
No, I'm happy for you, and I'm glad you did your part. And for you being somebody who is disabled, it is very hard for you to go out there and do those things, but you did your part. You did your work. You researched who you wanted, why you wanted him, why you thought he'd be good for you,
and he won.
And you did right, and he won, and he won, and you're excited about that, and
And look, then you say
That's
about that.
something to be proud of, you know.
And then Amanda, then
No,
you say, then you lay the bomb on everybody. Then I hope you don't get screwed over.
Right, right. I think that's a. I think
Putting your
that's
faith
that's
in
that's
man.
po-
well,
politics
that's
in general.
honestly
You putting your
that's
faith in a man.
honestly what it really comes down to. It's like, really? Well, are you going to be accountable for this individual's actions, or are you going to say months from now he's a dick? I hate him. Let's impeach him. And that's what a lot of things that people don't understand with law. We have the right as people to pick who we want to represent us. If we feel that person is not representing us properly, under law, we have the right to interject and say our claim to why we feel this person is not representing us, and then we take that information, you get it all signed by a bunch of people who are in the same agreements, you put it and you present it to Congress, you express to them what the issue is, and we have the right to do these things and
we have
change
the right
who we
to
have in
fire
office.
just as quick as we can elect them.
But that's what I'm saying. But because people don't understand their rights, and this is why and it's not taught the way it should be. If you really look into law, because I actually was I study just about everything, to be honest with you, and I trust me, I try to learn everything.
It's not just every 4 years that you can fire somebody. You can fire somebody the American people can fire them on a whim, just like a boss.
Well, they can fire them for misrepresentation, and that's something that we claim that Trump has done for years now, for the 4 years he was in office.
And look,
we could have done something about it.
Well, hold on, everybody. New news. In case you were looking at the chat, news. Huge night tonight. 132,000 change of address flags in Fulton County, Georgia.
I'm going to look that up to see if that's not fake. Who did you get it from?
A Gateway pundit.
Don't trust him.
Yeah.
Don't.
I don't. I'm not interested in anything that they try to come up with. Or try to
they're just as bad as Breitbart. I don't even listen to them.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like there's so much stuff out there because people want to create that chaos, the riots, the bullshit, because we feed off of that. Because that's what is entertaining to us at the end of the day. And it's really not.
To me, it's not entertainment. It's serious shit.
Well,
right, but to people, they don't understand it, and it becomes entertaining, and then it becomes violent, and then it becomes something to talk about, and then it's just like, yay, I feel accomplished because I created a problem. It's just bullshit, and it's rhetoric that we don't need.
Well,
and there's people that do that.
But no one talks about what's going on outside this country. Y'all, everybody's always talking about what's going on. Armenia's having war.
Favorite
Armenia's at war currently. And no one's talking about
it. National Review.
Ethiopia's at war because of New World Order moving in there. New World Order is trying to fight in Armenia, and they also doing the Soviet state of Georgia, former Soviet state of Georgia. Romania is having an internal war that is not in the news. No one's talking about this. Why?
And because it's not news that is pertaining to us right here, right now.
Oh, Armenia has to pertain to us. I mean, Armenia is where we get our resources, one of our lumps of resources from.
Well, that's the thing.
Take the sky out of your eye before you can take it out of somebody else's,
Well, that's the thing. People don't look at everybody, and like I was saying earlier, we are all connected, and we don't look at that. You know what I mean? It's eventually going to affect us. We don't look at this stuff.
And this has
but
been
then,
happening for over 2 years.
You got to look at the fact that we cannot fix everybody's problems either. You know what I mean? That's the other problem.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just.
But I look at it
it's like what Ramona said. I agree. There's just too much hate in the world.
Yeah, it is. And the thing about it is that we're not the oldest country in the world. Actually, we are the youngest.
Where are we?
Every other country has.
We're in trouble.
Every
Why are we in trouble?
He's going to declassify all documents.
Who?
Trump wants to declassify all documents.
Declassify it.
Actually, that's a risk to the public if he don't know which ones he shouldn't.
That's right. Y'all don't get what declassification means. You think it's called. You haven't even read. Listen, none of y'all have read the Russia documents, have you?
I have, but I have
read
access.
I read access, and I read every single one of them. All
I did.
850 pages, and it pointed to Biden and everybody else on the Democrat side. It was scary.
Actually, the Republicans were just as blamed, just as bad too.
Yes, they were, but
And that's the thing that's never said, you know. And
well, that's what I'm saying. We don't look at that.
names.
We don't look at the behind. We don't look behind the scenes bullshit. We just think we're so perfect and we're so good and we're so.
They protected
Carter behind the scenes.
Carter Page more than
Carter Page was a piece of shit.
And they protect him more than they should have.
I mean, the Justice Department should have gotten Carter Page a long time ago. That made Nancy Pelosi look like a damn idiot.
Well, that's kind of like the case with the FBI agent who was head of the FBI that went missing, Jimmy Hoffa. Nobody really looked for him. They supposedly did, but they didn't. Well, why?
That was
Do we
internal.
question why nobody's looked for him or why he just went without a trace? Somebody who was so well known in the public eye, so well known throughout records in American history, in a sense. You know, like he had done things. Where'd he go?
Even though Carter Page was a piece of shit,
yeah, Page
you know
was
how
really
it works inside the Beltway. If the president,
he was in my.
I don't care which president. If they like somebody, they won't get in trouble. You know that yourself, Daryl.
Yeah, but he's in my six. Carter Page worked.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what do we ever look at the people that actually just go and disappear without a trace? No.
With Jimmy Hoffa, I can tell you right now. Good man for their families. I can give you much credit about that one because my ex-mother-in-law knew him personally. Number two, I'm gonna say another thing about Jimmy Hoffa. He didn't give a damn, and he was political, and that's why they got rid of his ass.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't look at all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And there's so much stuff that we're not supposed to look at that when you declassify it, these questions come up again, and it creates issues within the public because now the public's like, wait a minute, well, what happened? Well, how come well, because we don't ask questions.
They don't.
You know what I mean? And
the truth.
Yeah, and if they do, then it's kind of like, oh, well, guess what? We're gonna have our own war within America because now we're gonna revolt. And it's that's why they can't do it. Now, whether or not he decides to declassify what is the question. You know, if he wants to sit there and say, yeah, they have alien contact and they declassify that, then you're going to have a bunch of people who are afraid of an invasion. If they say they're going to declassify the way the elections are really, truly run, that we're not supposed to know of or whatever the case may be, or, you know, and that's why it's classified because
you have
they
to pick
do
your
it
battles on what to release. Right?
Yeah, but they do it. They do it to protect.
There's a lot of people that got
from
secrets.
Average
uproar.
No, it's a
yeah,
lot.
and they do it to protect from uproars. You know, from revolts, from things like that, and they don't want they don't want a revolution, a civil revolution, and that's what it comes down to. And this whole shit, we look at it, the whole shit. It's like we're better off just having a king in Kona today. You know, like seriously, like if you're gonna do that, just put give us a king.
Hey,
you know, let him make a decision. Like seriously, like I mean, it's just like. It's so stupid the way we look
now
at things.
Now you know
and
how I
like,
feel about where I want to go. You know that, Amanda?
Well, that's what I'm saying. No matter, there's always going to be a problem, no matter what.
Right. Which way
you know what I mean?
Go.
Oh my
yeah, and it's like.
It's really good. They are really considering his last move will this month will be declassifying everything.
That he did while he was in office?
No, he's going back 30 years.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you know what that can mean?
That means
right?
he'll declassify Reagan stuff too. That ain't smart.
Okay, but
I wonder if he's gonna. I wonder if he's gonna declassify Roswell.
Before before everybody.
No.
Gets in it, let's put it this way.
I'll be scared right now.
I hope he
can open up wide the boat.
Still
and let people go in, and they're not going to believe half the shit that they read.
Excuse me, they don't read.
They're still active.
They don't read.
Operations.
Exactly.
I hope he don't release that. You know about the Cold War.
People don't read, but if he opens up the door for 30 years of information, there is
it's always every 20 years.
excuse me, it's not really declassified. It's still got the black marks on it.
It's still reviewed.
Right. This declassifying means everything, the black marks are off. Like the documents you saw from Russia, like the documents you saw about 9/11.
Right, all and every information
It
pertaining
has
to that
names.
document will be visible.
It has names. It has everything on it. Do you know?
But the 9/11 stuff, Trump,
they think they're going to allow him
9/11 stuff, but
He
Trump
can
better
do
be
it.
careful.
He's the president. He can do it.
But I'm trying to tell you something, Daryl. You know this
I
yourself.
already know what's going to happen.
He knows the Bin Laden family, so he should not
It
release
wasn't Bin
that.
Laden, though. It was Saudi Arabia. We all know that. He released the 9/11 file, the entire file, unmarked.
But it would be damaging to himself.
No,
I
it
don't think
wouldn't.
He should release
No,
it.
it wasn't. It wouldn't be damage to him. It would be damage to the person that was president during that time, Clinton, right? Bush, Clinton, and Obama at that rate, because no one retaliated. Next thing, it's going to be really scary if he releases all 30 years.
I kind of am apprehensive about it, but I'll talk to you in private chat because some of it's not.
See, this is
Not for you.
exactly why I said that I need my own island.
Oh, you
That's
telling
it.
me?
I'm gonna go to my own
I'm-
island.
Listen,
I need my own island.
Me and Katie
This
are
is why
moving.
I say, Scotty, beam me up. If I'm from somewhere else that people keep telling me, I want to go
I need to
home.
be in my own island too.
And you know
I'm with you,
I just-
Amanda.
Listen, I have medical degrees. I have psychological degrees. I have a bunch of different degrees
I'm a
that I have actually
survivalist.
had in field work. I think I'm going to be good if I need to go on a desert island. I have survival skills because my dad was military, so he did teach us things like that. So yeah,
If
I
I
do
run out with
tournament
all you,
fishing.
Amanda, I'll be fine.
I'll take you with me.
Okay.
Like I said,
I'll
I
make
did.
sure he's safe.
I did hunting, fishing, you name it. I know how to do it. You know, survivalist. We did all that shit. That was my fun back then. That's what we used to do. I was part of 4-H club. Nobody remembers 4-H club. Do
I
they?
do. I raised my hand. Damn.
I live in
God,
the
I was a part of the 4-H
here,
club.
aren't we?
Like, damn, I used to do all that crap, you know what I mean? And my son, he used to spend friggin' months in the woods camping and doing all this crazy stuff. And it's like, yeah, we're good. We just give us the island. We got this. We got this.
Yeah.
Look, I can eat fish every day. I wouldn't give a damn. The bottom line is, as we say, you already know if that man opens up 30 years, you know what's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
You already know what's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
happen. I make sure. Let me look. Fuck Noah's Ark. I'm building my own.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, ain't nobody safe at that point.
Well, that's the crybaby mentality. I'm pissed. I didn't win. Now I'm gonna fuck you over.
No, this is more like
And
I'm
I
pissed.
know-
Something went
I
on.
know
I'm proving it.
Actually, some of it's not correct. Some of it's fake news.
No, this is not fake news. This is Ralph on Twitter.
I'm not going to get into
This is on
more into
Twitter.
it cause an argument.
This is his Twitter. It ain't nothing fake about his. I got it right here on the screen. Twitter.
Did you know 60% of his followers are bots?
No. He
Yeah.
wrote this. Fuck bots. That's his tweet.
But if you know the government at all,
I know the government very well. I worked for them for
Okay,
over
then.
40 years.
all right. Okay. So if you did that, then you know there's nothing to be tripping about because it's not going to happen.
Oh.
So why are we even talking about it? It's not going to happen.
Well, see, nobody
That's
even
not what
read.
you do.
Nobody even read the Russia shit. Nobody read it.
I've read some of it.
Well, you're
you know
probably-
that yourself.
Yeah, you're one of among what 100 million.
I
people.
read it as soon as I had. Okay, now you know.
2 out of 100 million.
Well, a lot of that crap is just to create
People in
mass
this
hysteria,
land,
too.
All I can say is, if he releases that shit,
He's not. He's
Well,
not.
you know what? We don't also
That
know
would be the
what type of
swamp.
information that he may have dubbed or collected or have personally hidden or stacked somewhere, because he could have done that too. Because people are capable of so much things. and we don't know what he's doing behind closed doors.
We
You know
have
what I
to
mean? We don't know
know.
what
We
anybody
have
does.
to know what was important enough.
And
He
Obama
can't even
did move.
disseminate information.
Hold on. It ain't about disseminating information. He runs the company. He has people to do it for him. And Obama moved all that information from NSA to Langley at the end of his tenure. Oh, hell no. Because if he opens that box, motherfuckers going to swim.
Well, it's like Pandora's box in a sense. He's going to open a bunch of shit that he shouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he knows better than that.
No, he doesn't.
But we'll see. We'll see. Because, like I said, he is a very hot-headed individual. So we'll see.
Because I sure as fuck.
We just got to, that's what I'm saying. We just got to see and wait and just hope that everything goes well and keep it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
And
what I mean. There's some things, when you're hot-headed, you need to deliberate your decisions carefully.
13 years.
Well, yeah, and he, I don't think, has that self-control. So we'll see how it goes. And
I don't.
And eventually, you know, and not for nothing though, if he keeps ranting and raving the way he is, they might just lock him up because now he's being
you know, because he lost the election, they can lock him up if he goes nuts.
He ain't gonna
Yeah.
do nothing.
Well, I did read an article that they were thinking about putting him away or something that he fears. I read that article.
They can't do that
I was like,
to
okay.
him right until December 14th when they certify it.
Yeah,
After
but they
December
can't do it.
14th, if they think that Biden still won, then they can do whatever they need to do to him.
That's right.
Well, that's why Biden can't do much anyway
He can't
right
do
now
shit.
until that happens.
He
The
can't do
certification day is on the 14th.
He can't
of
even
December.
Biden can't do shit until after December. So I ain't worrying about that part. I'm worried about to declassify everything.
Well, that's what
No,
I'm
he's
saying.
not
So
gonna.
we still have some time with this individual, and
Because
hopefully
there's
he
some names in
makes
there.
the right decisions.
There's some names in there that. That's
You know, when you're a lame duck and you're hot-headed, you know how things crazy can get. You know that, Daryl?
Hey, guess what? It's his right. He can do it. But the bottom line is this: declassifying everything for 30 years will.
You know what I mean? It may. You heard the whole term is you have a right to do something, but should you? You know what I mean?
Listen. I got nothing to lose. That's a statement. I got nothing to lose. What
I'm
can
just
you
gonna
do?
go buy an island.
I don't mean.
That's it.
I
I'm
don't
just
mean.
gonna invest in an
I
island.
mean that's an old phrase.
As a man that has all the power and nothing to lose, what do I say to you?
What you know what I mean? Could you?
The
But
voice
should-
has nothing to do. Your voice has nothing to do with what I'm thinking of my strategy at that point. That man right there has all the power and nothing to lose.
No, he don't.
Well, not
because
anymore.
he's
Really?
on his way out. So
Really?
he has nothing to lose.
He has the ability to write presidential orders like a motherfucker. Come on.
He's
now,
on his
please.
way out, so he has
That
nothing to
doesn't-
lose.
Well, as the president, he has the right to override shit too. So
He has presidential
other thing.
orders that he can write on a daily basis. Come on now, Cletus. Know your history.
he can
know
even
what
throw us
the
in a he can even throw us in a lockdown if he wanted to. A state of emergency. He can do whatever he wants in a sense right now. Yes,
Yeah.
the Congress has power and this and that, but I mean, come on now. If he makes those phone calls and does whatever, it's kind of like, yeah, well, now we really got to look at the mental health
He's
aspect
a lame.
of it all.
He's a lame duck. He has nothing to lose. You know that, Daryl?
Like I
We
said,
just have to
he
look
has
at it,
all
like I
the
said,
power
from a
and
mental
nothing
health
to lose.
disorder.
It's not
Yeah,
mental health. It's
he
just,
definitely is.
he's ready to strike. He's
He
ready
does
to
not.
do it.
Yeah, he's.
If he was going to if he's going to prove his case right now, if he opens up all those declassified files, and which some of them I do know about, the Pandora's box going to open, and a lot of people are going to fall into that damn pit.
Well, that's why you can have some. That's why, like I said, I
Hell,
just try to
Bush
be the
did
best
it.
me because that's what I can control.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And
Open a Pandora's box that could damage him too, and I know some stuff that could be detrimental.
You got to have it on
to him.
paperwork, and you ain't got shit about this man that's on paper. In fact, I can tell
That's
you.
why I
lot of
just
his
said he
paperwork.
should be careful.
He ain't careful. He ain't got to be careful. He has nothing to lose.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's very hot-headed. He's very temperamental. He's very bipolar in many
He's
ways.
strategic
swings
as a
certain-
motherfucker.
He's still the president, and I respect the office. That's why I hope
No,
he
he's
doesn't.
very intelligent. He really is
He's
business-wise.
strategic
He
as a
really is
motherfucker.
an intelligent person. But like I said, right now, if his emotions and his mental state is not in the right place, then yeah, I can see things going very south quickly. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like me, like I said, I'm just.
All I want is him to bring me George Soros. Bring George Soros in, and let's have him on
Actually,
trial.
that's not correct either. But Crystal Knott started that shit.
What? George Soros.
You know, we're an illegal political party in
George-
his home country.
I know George Soros actually is the big money man behind a lot of that shit.
Crystal Knott has a history dating back to Waffen, so I'm not going to go there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look at what we're talking about. Look at the history that we're built on.
Yeah.
I wonder why there's so many problems.
Yeah, Crystal Knott is one of the most racist parties in Europe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look at what we're built on. You know,
Yeah.
if we look at, like, okay, if we go back to history, right, and we go back to the facts of history, and we look at the Atlantic slave trade, which was one of the first mass slave trades ever recorded. I'm talking about documented. I'm not talking about, there was probably more that are not documented, but it was the most well documented transaction. Now, when you go back and you look at that, and you try to figure out, well, who actually created this Atlantic slave trade? Well, it was a treaty signed with Spain and Portugal.
Right.
They were the ones that started it, not white Americans. That's what I'm saying. Not white Americans. Us Americans here, we were all immigrated here. We all migrated here at one point. You know what I'm saying? And when we look at it, who else signed the Atlantic slave trade? Well, the Caribbeans did. So the Caribbeans were willingly putting their people out there because they were not.
Don't forget the
essential to them.
Africans now. Don't forget the Africans. Come on, don't skip them.
That's what I said.
They sold their
That's
own
what
people.
I said. That's what I'm saying. The Caribbean islands is where they came from the Atlantic slave trade. That was all dominated by Caribbeans, and this is what we have to look at. But yet we blame just the skin color. Well, when you look at it and you look at history, it was Europeans and Spaniards that created this history, but we don't look at it that way. We take out the middlemen and we go for the people that actually continued it. And it's like, well, no, everybody. That's what I'm saying. Everybody in that aspect, when we look at it, who started it?
Even the black people that were here had slaves.
That's what I'm saying. They signed their own people away. The rich Caribbeans signed their own people away. Irish people were slaves. Indians were slaved. You know what I mean? These were all enslaved people.
Don't forget the Asians.
Right. The Asians were enslaved people. We look at them and we're like, really, our whole country was built on this ideation of slavery. And me, if you look at my descent and where I come from, every aspect of my descent was a slave at one point. You know what I mean? And you look at it and it's like, wow, like seriously, this is just really ridiculous. And then we take the actual origins out and now we just put it towards color and politics. And this is what happens. You know what I mean? And it's like with the apartheids, we white people, you know what I mean, went into South Africa and created the apartheid. Look at what happened in the mass genocides in the Congo even, all because they wanted the resources. We look at it as always a big agenda, that there was always a big grand plan that we don't recognize. And if we don't start recognizing the history, we're going to miss those points that we start seeing those patterns happen again. And that's the whole key. We have to look at it. So if he's going to release any information that it's kind of like it's going to rewrite history in a different way where it's going to wake us up. And then that's going to cause a revolutionary revolt within the people of the country, not of people who are outside of our country. But what's going to happen is it's going to create a downfall. And I don't think he's going to be stupid enough to do it. But like I said, because he's very short-tempered and has done erratical things.
I would do it.
And you know, Amanda, right now he has nothing to lose.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's going to take that aspect,
He
of
already
things
lost
and
the
become,
elections. There's nothing else.
Hold
to
on,
lose,
we
you
won't
know
say
that?
that
yeah,
either.
he has plenty to lose. Including his
his
life.
freedom. His
And
freedom, exactly. His freedom.
And
His life will be gone. His businesses,
than
everything.
he does about his family. Trust me.
That's
why. You know what I mean? It's
So
it's
you're gonna weigh a person's
all
family
comes
over the
back
rights.
to money. It all comes back to currency, money, all that stuff. That's what that. Honestly, I still believe that old saying, "The root of all evil is money." Well, that is true.
For the love of money.
Well,
Isn't
in
the
this
Bible
case, it
about
might-
greed as a master?
Well, at this point,
Yeah, for the love of money. It's not money, it's the love of it.
It is. So honestly, this guy loves his money. He said it 100 times, so I don't think he's that dumb. But if he does, then we are all in for a very big rude awakening. And yeah, it's like
and
I said,
you might as well get your
just
history
try to
books out and start
finance-
ripping pages out.
Might as well just go and finance my own island right now because
You might as well start ripping pages out your history books, kids.
Well, they need to be ripped out anyway.
Well,
I'm gonna call it the Republic of Amanda.
If they put in the true history of the United States
And this is the anthem. Yo, this is the anthem. Amanda, most supreme.
Oh God,
Ruler of
you're
all.
silly. No,
What?
I would be really scared because certain persons' names will be mentioned in a couple of those things, and I will know that person very quickly when the name is mentioned, and certain individuals will have to leave the country.
Well, what has people done in the past? They fled for
It's
political
not even
asylum.
about fleeing. It's quickly getting a.
That's what I'm saying. People flee for a political asylum. They've done
It
that
ain't
in so many
political.
different.
It ain't political. It's
No, but that's what they're going to look at it as. It's political asylum. They're leaving because of what they fear that they're going to have happen to them because of this decision.
It's called political asylum. You face retribution due to a political act.
Yeah, I see a bunch of people going to be sitting in Russia. I like Russia anyway. I always loved it, personally. I like the country. It's actually pretty much a lot more fun than being here. Or I go to Cape.
I kind of like my country.
Go to Russia. You'll love it. Go to Copenhagen. You'll have a ball. God, Jesus.
I like my country.
Do you want to know something that's funny? I just my teacher just released homework. My other teacher. Guess what the homework is about?
What? Copenhagen?
Race and ethnicity.
You know something? Both of those are insignificant in the world. They don't deal with race outside the United States. And ethnicity, that's probably the only thing they deal with, which would be considered nationalism if you want to be serious about it.
Yeah.
But the bottom
Well,
line
I just
is,
think it's pretty coincidental that we've been talking about this topic, and all of a sudden my teacher releases it. And one of the things she says is, we know, and this is quoting my teacher. I don't even know how to say her name, so I can't even say it.
God damn.
I don't. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Be a jerk.
We know, yeah, I am. We know there are many in America and elsewhere that see race as a way to put people down, make them less than. So, literally, we see this, and it's in our social construct. And it's like, okay, we all recognize this, so why aren't we doing nothing about it? It makes no sense.
Well, remove it off the forms,
Because
damn it.
there's people sitting around talking about there's no such thing.
There really is no such thing. They need to remove it off all the forms.
There's no such thing as racism.
There's no such thing as race.
Racism.
No, race. Take the ism out. That's a belief. Race. There's no such thing as race. Everybody's blended down to a point.
Scientifically, they've proven that there is no basis, no true strong basis for the classification of the races because it's too combobulated.
It's been too
They
combobulated.
try, and they want to.
But they can't.
And they finally have admitted that.
So there's really no such thing as race.
So take it off all the forms then. Hell,
They need to.
Hell, I got one Australian and one white one. Yeah, Junior. He's known as white. I'm sitting here cracking up on that one. I'm like, yeah. He got the perfect Social Security number. Let's get rid of Social Security numbers while we're at it.
You know, they go crazy trying to, you know, Thomas Jefferson, 1/16, 132. What is that? What is that?
Only in America.
But everybody has a little bit of everything in them, just about. There was a KKK guy went and got a DNA test because he was pure race, and he was 20% black.
Good.
Didn't know it.
I'm glad it taught him a lesson. I hope
on national
But that's an
television.
ideology. That's ideology again. I just need to get rid of off the forums. If once you get off the forums and you can get me off the New York Stock Exchange, I'd be a happy motherfucker.
I mean, it wouldn't, you know, it only matters because of the ugliness that's attached to it.
I know Amanda got some race up in here.
Yes, I do.
I know she does.
I sure do.
I know you do. You know why? Because women
Why?
are sponges of DNA.
That is true, actually. They do withhold their partner's DNA.
Yeah, they swallow it. So guess what? In order for you to have a little
Oh,
color.
that I don't do. That I don't do.
Oh,
No.
Hold on, Amanda. Hold on, Amanda.
That I do not do.
Amanda, you know I'm gonna go. All right.
I'm
we're
being
going.
dead ass. That.
Hey, I'm waiting for you.
I do not. Listen, I do not mind engaging in that activity. I will not do that part.
You
will
spit?
not do it.
Hold on, watch
no.
it.
I feel it is. No, I feel it is demeaning. No, not doing it.
Not
Better
doing it.
keep
Not
that
doing
shit
it.
to yourself.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Nope,
oral,
not doing it.
That stuff is demeaning.
Hold on.
No,
hold on.
I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing that because I like that. But the other part of it, not for me.
Hold on.
No
hold
way.
On. Hold on. So everybody take note. It's a spitter. Okay, now.
Yep. That I don't do.
Don't worry. It goes in the gums. Back to the point.
Or you choke on it.
Choke on it.
Yeah, and then it comes out your nose and shit. No, forget that shit.
Oh,
Nope, not for me.
Did you say the word splash? Okay. Back to the point. God dang it. Y'all making me hot over here. God, jeez, man. Got the fan now. Somebody get AC in this room. It's getting hot. What was I saying? I almost lost my train of thought. Yeah, women do hold in DNA. And even men who do not think they have DNA in, better watch out. Mama, grandma, great-grandmother. Mm-hmm. Okay. Grandma didn't tell you what she was doing when at the church that night, did she?
Female DNA is actually 40 to 60% of your genetic code if you're a male.
So you already got it.
Your mom's side.
So you already got it. Actually, it should damn near be
Well,
90.
Well, that's
I
the
took a
thing too. We
DNA
also
test and
carry
learned that stuff.
recessive genes. We carry recessive genes from both parents.
Oh,
Yeah.
so let's go back to never mind. Well, that's another conversation on another night. Okay. Get my. I need a wet towel. I need Angel.
soon.
I need my Jackal. I need Jackal now because I'm starting to sweat because I can't do it.
I need to get off radio. So I'm getting tired.
Are you getting tired, Christopher? You just did what, 2.5 hours, and you gonna say you tired?
Yeah, it's getting.
Who the hell do you think you are? You got to go 4 hours, boy.
I can't.
Hey, guess what?
Well, you are the captain of this ship, Christopher. You call it when you call it.
You call it when you call it. But hold on. Can you at least give me 3 minutes? That's all it takes.
I would like to take us home.
Take us home. Oh my God. He said it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the land of the
Take us home.
Take us home. I'm going to the land.
You're going to the land of Nod.
The land of Nod? I thought he was going to the land of
No, I would like. There's another country I would like to go to explore. You know where that is?
Where?
What?
The land of to liberation. Thank you.